Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki Part 1. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Stay down, Deku. You can't win, a blonde-haired boy said, grinning. In front of him was a beaten and battered boy with green hair. Lying on the ground, the boy looked up at the sky, in too much pain to move or say anything, as his mind raced millions of thoughts a second. The boy was only 4 years old, and he has already had his dreams crushed. He always wanted to be a hero, to save people with a big smile on his face. But that dream was taken from him when he found out that he was quirkless. Ever since that day, life was hell for him. His former best friend, the blonde boy, was among the many who started to bully him regularly. He was always in pain, all because of something he couldn't help. That is what made him upset. The green-haired boy started to pull himself up from the ground, refusing to give in to this torment. His body was screaming at him to stay down, but his mind and spirit roared the opposite. I won't stay down, Kakin. That's not what a hero does. The boy shouted back at his aggressors. His voice was trembling with both pain and fear, but it still held all of his spirit. The blonde boy gritted his teeth in frustration as he stared his victim down with murder in his eyes. He then pushed his hands together. As smoke and explosive fire was blasted out of them, the lackeys behind him took this as a start signal, as they too proceeded to show off their quirks. You can never be a hero, Deku. What can a quirkless nerd like you ever hope to accomplish? The blonde roared at the still trembling boy in front of him. The green-haired boy responded, not verbally, but by raising his fists. This angered the aggressors to the point of attacking. The boy was pushed back to the ground as the attackers barraged him with punches, kicks, and explosions. The green-haired boy laid there defenseless, doing his best to block the attacks, but it kept going. The aggressors showed no sign of stopping. As they railed hell down on their curled-up victim, the green-haired boy was showered with pain. As his mind was boiling over, inside his mental landscape he was shouting, telling it all to stop. Once again, one voice told him to give up. The other told him the opposite. Stop, he muttered, but it didn't change anything. Pressure built up within the boy as he repeated himself, stop, with a little more aggression this time, but it yielded the same result. The pressure grew worse, then worse, until it reached a limit. Right as it was about to burst and explode, the boy bellowed. I said, stop, with fury behind his voice. The pressure exploded in the form of a wave, going in all directions. Whatever that was moving stopped. Along with the breeze and the aggressors themselves, the area around them stood completely silent, as the pressure continued to be expelled around them. Then it stopped, almost as suddenly as it appeared, and sound returned to the world around them. The attackers had stopped their assault before they fell and landed on their behinds. The green-haired boy looked at them in confusion, as he saw that they wore expressions of shock while they were trembling. Why, you'll pay for this, Deku, the blonde shouted, right before he and his lackeys took off with haste. The green-haired boy looked on in confusion, until he started to rub his new bruises. His focus was mostly on the pain. That is why he failed to notice someone approaching him. Hey kid, a man called out, startling the boy. The man was quite tall, with white hair, a beard, and glasses. He wore an expression of concern as he asked the green-haired boy a question. Are you okay? The green-haired boy looked a little nervous as he answered the man. Yeah, I am fine, with a trembling voice. The man's expression didn't change in the slightest, as he then asked, the people that did this to you, where are they? With a serious expression, the green-haired boy looked away as he answered, they ran off. The man looked confused now, wondering why the aggressors would run off so suddenly. Then it hit him, and a broad smile covered his face. Kid, may I ask what your quirk is? The man asked, still smiling. The boy still looked at him, ashamed, as he answered, I don't have one. The man was shocked over the fact that the kid was quirkless, but he was still smiling. I see, he said, with a neutral tone. He then sat down next to the boy, while introducing himself. My name is Silvers Rayleigh. What's yours? The man said, his smile never fading. The boy looked at him with a more neutral expression as he answered, Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Rayleigh. Rayleigh giggled a little as he looked at Izuku and said, well, Izuku, I came here because I sensed someone very powerful in the area. I think that might be you. With a confident voice, Izuku looked at the man in confusion as he said, but I don't have a quirk. His voice was filled with more confusion than sadness at the moment. Rayleigh only smiled even more as he responded to the boy's comment. Yes, you don't have a quirk. What you do have is a forgotten power. more ancient than any quirk, Haki. Izuku was just as confused as before. As he tried to mutter, Kai, yes Izuku, Haki. It's a power made from one's spirit and will. Anyone can learn to use it, but only a select few can bring out its full potential. You are one of those select few, Rayleigh then said. Izuku was both shocked and confused. He didn't know what to think of this situation. Tell me, Izuku, what is your dream? Rayleigh asked. And Izuku was taken off guard by this question. I want to be a hero, the green-haired boy answered. Determined, Rayleigh smiled upon hearing this. Before he said, a fine dream. And most certainly achievable. Izuku stood frozen upon hearing this. But he could do no more until Rayleigh stood back up and continued to speak. Izuku Midoriya, you are destined for greatness, and you will most certainly become a great hero. Now Izuku broke down in tears, for it was the first time that anyone had said those words. It was the first time that anyone had told him that his dream wasn't unreachable. 10 years have passed, and Izuku has been training every day with Rayleigh. He has learned to use all 3 types of Haki. Although he hasn't mastered them yet, he is least proficient in observation, but he can still sense and dodge oncoming attacks. He is most proficient in armament, but he hasn't mastered it. His Conqueror's Haki is quite powerful and can now be activated at will, but it is not as efficient on strong-willed opponents. And Izuku often struggles to control its range. No one knows that Izuku is capable of these things, for he hasn't shown anyone. His reason for hiding it is because of Rayleigh, who told him that the few other users might attack him. The only one who has any kind of suspicion is Katsuki, who still remembers that day when they were 4 years old. The blonde doesn't know enough to call Izuku out, but he is confident over the fact that Izuku is hiding his quirk, and it makes him demonically angry. Izuku sat in class, thinking to himself. Occasionally he would use his observation to look around, to fight some of his boredom. It was relatively quiet in the classroom until the teacher walked up. All right class, since you're all in your 3rd years, it's time for you to think about your future, he said in a neutral voice, making the entire class go silent. The teacher was holding some papers. As he continued to speak, I could pass you some career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track, the teacher said, as he smiled and threw the papers sky high. The class responded by cheering and showing off their quirks. 2 people weren't showing off any kind of quirk. One was Izuku, and the other was Katsuki. All right, get a hold of yourselves. No power usage in school, the teacher then said, although he had the same cheerful voice as before. Hey teach, don't lump me in with these extras. They'll be lucky to end up as sidekicks to some D-lister, Katsuki exclaimed, voice being filled to the brim with arrogance. The entire class began to shout back at him. But the explosive blonde didn't get any less cocky. Bakugo, you show great results on your tests. You might actually have a shot at getting into UA, the teacher then said, making everyone's jaw hit the floor. Katsuki proceeded to brag about how good he was and how he would get accepted. Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA too? The teacher then uttered. The entire class went silent as they proceeded to slowly turn towards Izuku before they burst out in laughter. Everyone mocked Izuku, saying that he wouldn't be able to do anything because he lacked a quirk. Izuku was unfazed. He didn't care that people laughed at him. He sat undisturbed until he raised his arms to cover his face from an oncoming explosion. You're even worse than these extras, Deku. They will never accept a quirkless loser like you, Katsuki shouted. As the smoke from his explosion cleared, Izuku lowered his arms, looked at Katsuki with a confident glare. As he responded, we won't until I try. Won't we? Katsuki was taken off guard by this response, for it wasn't an answer he was expecting. Izuku has usually been stoic in many situations, yet he chose to talk back this time. The blonde was infuriated as he left Izuku to walk back to his own seat. Later, after class, Izuku was still sitting at his desk. He went over some of his notes about heroes in training. He was alone in the classroom, or so he thought. While he was scribbling, he could sense an attack coming his way. So he quickly snatched his notebook away before swaying his head back. An explosion barely missed his face, but Izuku remained as stoic as he could. You need something, Kaken? Izuku asked, his voice being so calm that he sounded oblivious to his surroundings. Katsuki just got more furious. Don't think that you have a chance at getting into UA? Deku, you should just quit. I can't do that, Kaken. Not until I've tried and given it my all. With a motivated voice, Katsuki just got more furious, and he couldn't hold it any longer. He threw an explosion straight into Izuku's chest. sending the green-haired boy flying into the wall behind him. Katsuki stared angrily at Izuku, who had dropped to the ground while leaning against the wall. A cloud of smoke was covering Izuku, while Katsuki was panting from all the anger. "While Kaken," a dull voice said, making both Katsuki and his lackeys flinch ever so slightly. The smoke cleared around Izuku, revealing what then shocked the attackers. Izuku hadn't taken any damage. His uniform had been slightly torn from the explosion, but he himself was basically unharmed. The green-haired boy pulled himself up from the ground, brushed himself off, before he continued to speak. "Your explosions really aren't as strong as they used to be." With an equally dull voice as before, Katsuki was ready to charge the unamused boy. But he didn't, because when he looked in Izuku's eyes he felt something that made him freeze. He was reminded of that day when they were 4 years old. The day when that mysterious power shook his spirit. "Something wrong, Kaken?" Izuku then asked, breaking the blonde out of his episode. Katsuki grunted in response. "Stay out of my way, you nerd," before he walked off, and his lackeys followed suit. "Man, Rayleigh's training really paid off," Izuku then said after Katsuki had left the classroom. The fact that Katsuki's explosions didn't do much anymore just showed how far he's come with his training. He probably could have dodged the explosion, but he is following another advice from Rayleigh and used Katsuki as free pain tolerance training. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment and began to think. He has come so far, yet there's still a long way to go. There are things about his haki that he hasn't learned yet, so he needs more training. On that note, Izuku grabbed his backpack and ran out of the classroom. Rayleigh would be waiting for him by now, but Izuku thought that he could do some extra training before that. Izuku found himself underneath a bridge. This is where he would do some of his extra training. He closed his eyes and began to focus. He concentrated on the beings in his vicinity. Then he proceeded to increase its range and focus on each person individually. Izuku had chosen this spot for one reason. It was far away from most prying eyes. By being far away, he is forced to expand his search range when using observation. A simple but effective way of training it. He needs it, since he isn't as good at using it as anything else. After practicing for a satisfying amount of time, Izuku turned his observation off. However, he noticed that something was moving up the manhole at high speeds. Izuku evaded quickly, right as the manhole burst open to reveal a villain made of sludge. "Gross," Izuku shouted upon seeing the sludge, stopping himself from vomiting. The villain looked at Izuku with intent. "Sorry, kid, but I'll be taking your body." It then threw its liquid form at Izuku. The green-haired boy had no intention of becoming a meat puppet, so he jumped around and dodged with the help of his reflexes and observation. Izuku went over his options. The villain was made of sludge, so physical attacks will barely have an effect. He could run, but then the villain could hurt someone else. He had to take it out, and right now he could only think of one way to do that. Izuku took a quick glance around himself, making sure that no one else was within range. He then stopped and stared down the sludge villain. His spirit pushed out from his body in the form of a wave, going everywhere. Everything stopped for a moment, but then the world began to move once more. The sludge villain fell limp to the ground and lost consciousness. Izuku let out a deep breath. He was lucky that there wasn't anyone around. Otherwise they would have been hit by his conqueror's haki. He was about to leave the area when something else suddenly came out of the manhole. "Have no fear, for I am here," a massive, blonde man said as he landed on the ground, visibly confused as he saw the unconscious sludge villain. "All Might," Izuku exclaimed in typical fanboy fashion. All Might turned to look at Izuku as he asked, "Young man, did you do this?" While pointing at the puddle of green goo, Izuku felt nervous, for he thought that he was in trouble. "Why yeah, sorry," Izuku muttered. All Might then smiled. "It's all right, young man. I must thank you for helping me catch this villain. You must have an amazing quirk." With his proud voice, Izuku was relieved that he wasn't in trouble, but he grew awkward when hearing All Might's comment. "Actually, I'm quirkless," Izuku muttered, while awkwardly scratching the back of his head. All Might was shocked, wondering how he took down the villain. "I see. You must have some good skills then," All Might said, smiling and giving praise to the boy. Izuku continued to scratch the back of his head. "Yeah, you could say that." The hero proceeded to put the sludge villain in 2 empty soda bottles before he signed Izuku's notebook. "Well, I've got to go," All Might said as he began to walk out from the bridge. "Wait," there's some Izuku tried to say, but was cut off by the pro hero. "Sorry, kid. I've got to go," All Might said before he leaped off into the sky, only to find Izuku clinging to his leg. Both the pro and teen panicked until they crashed down on top of a building. All Might began to scold Izuku for what he did, and told him to knock on the door until someone let him in. This is something that I've wanted to know for a long time. I want to be a hero. Just like you, can someone be a hero? Even without a quirk? Izuku asked, but almost had a heart attack when he looked over at All Might. What he saw was a blonde, skeletal man that was surrounded by steam. Izuku screamed in horror, thinking that this was an imposter. But the skeletal man calmed him down and said that he was the real All Might. He then proceeded to explain his injury and how he has a time limit. Izuku was shocked after hearing all of this, for he didn't think that All Might was a person who could be beaten. About your question, if you can be a hero without a quirk, All Might said, knocking Izuku out of his trance. The skeletal man stood up before he continued. There are things that you can't do without a quirk, so I honestly don't think you can become a hero without one. Izuku froze once again. As All Might continued while walking towards the door, you can become a police officer. It's a fine profession. You managed to take down a villain on your own. I'm sure that you can get pretty far with your skills. Then he walked through the door and left. Izuku was still standing in that same spot, repeating All Might's words in his head. It hurt to hear his biggest idol say that he couldn't become a hero. He then clenched his fist. Rayleigh believed that he could be a hero, so he just had to prove it to All Might. He isn't powerless either. He's got his training and his Haki to help him reach that goal. Izuku smiled. His spirit lifted. He was about to leave the roof, but noticed an explosion coming from an alleyway in the distance. Curious, he used observation to try and see what was going on, only to be horrified. What he saw was the presence of many spectators and heroes in that alleyway. They all surrounded what seemed to be a villain with a hostage. Izuku looked closer to identify their presence. It was the sludge villain, and Katsuki was the hostage. Izuku realized that this was his fault. The sludge villain must have escaped when he grabbed onto All Might's leg. Izuku acted quickly and jumped over the railing. He crashed down on the ground, using armament to dampen the fall, and then readied himself to run off. Young man, are you okay? A familiar voice called out. Izuku turned to face it, only to find a deflated and shocked All Might. Izuku immediately realized that he basically revealed his secret. But there wasn't any time for that. The sludge villain escaped. He's in an alleyway down the street, and he has a hostage, Izuku said, filling All Might in on the entire situation. The skeletal man grew an expression of horror as he realized that he no longer had the bottles. He then nodded towards Izuku before they took off. After a while, they both made it over to the scene. There were many who were watching, pros that were trying to handle the situation, and the villain and hostage themselves. Izuku kept blaming himself for being the cause of this, while All Might cursed himself for being unable to do anything. The pros were having a struggle, all of them claiming that their quirks weren't suited for the situation. Izuku looked over to All Might, realizing that he was out of time and there wasn't anything they could do. Izuku looked towards the sludge villain, only to find Katsuki's eyes. He was terrified. He had been a jerk towards Izuku for a long time, but he didn't deserve this. Izuku clenched his fist as he, before even he knew what was going on, ran in. He grabbed his backpack, infused it with a bit of Haki. Then he threw it straight at the sludge villain's eyes. The green liquid staggered as Izuku ran up and pulled Katsuki free. Izuku desperately tried to escape with his friend, but found it difficult when the villain kept attacking. He quickly used observation to try and evade the attacks, and it worked until he slipped and got knocked into the wall alongside Katsuki. Izuku looked up and saw an angry sludge monster slowly approach him. Katsuki also got up, readying his explosions. Right as the sludge jumped on them, both teens braced for an impact, but they were surprised when it never came. Izuku looked up in confusion, only to see a familiar figure standing between him and the sludge villain. Rayleigh OWWW, Izuku said, but let out a shout of pain when the old man punched him in the head. You idiot, how dare you skip out on training? The old man shouted in anger towards Izuku. The green-haired boy cowered in fear as he put his hands up and tried to explain. I'm sorry, I got attacked by a villain in OWWW. Izuku was once again cut off by Rayleigh punching him in the skull. I sensed you when it happened. You still have no reason to be late. The old man proceeded to shout. Then he hit Izuku in the head again. OWW, what was that for? Izuku shouted. Rayleigh had calmed down a little as he answered, nothing. I just wanted to hit you again. Those who were watching, including All Might, didn't know how to react. In their eyes, a random old man jumped into the scene and began to scold one of the teens, while some invisible force seemed to stop the sludge villain from making any form of contact with any of them. The sludge villain began to shout and curse out of frustration. That is when Rayleigh then turned to face the goop. "You're annoying," he said, with a dull voice. Before a wave was expelled from him, making the world stop moving for a while. The wave then disappeared, and the sludge villain fell unconscious to the ground. Everyone looked on in shock. They didn't know what that old man just did, but the sludge villain was now out. Izuku knew what happened. Rayleigh had used Conqueror's Haki without affecting everything in his vicinity. It was something that Izuku couldn't do. "Now, let's get going to our training," Rayleigh said. Izuku didn't retaliate, and the other pros didn't try to stop any of them since they assumed that Rayleigh would do all the scolding for them. But Rayleigh would just tell Izuku to be better next time. Katsuki looked at the backs of both Rayleigh and Izuku as they walked away. The old man had a similar power as the one Izuku used on him when they were 4 years old. Could it be that Rayleigh has been teaching Izuku to properly use his power? Whatever it is, it means that what he experienced all those years ago was real and Izuku had kept it hidden from him. Izuku and Rayleigh continued walking. While holding up a conversation, Izuku talked about how he had tried to train his observation earlier, only to have Rayleigh hit him on the head and say that he hasn't trained enough if he can't avoid his punches. They kept walking undisturbed, until a buff figure jumped around the corner and shouted, "I am here, just barely," before he deflated and spat out blood. Izuku screamed in horror upon seeing this, but stopped when Rayleigh hit him again. "Stop screaming, you idiot," Rayleigh said, as Izuku rubbed his head. "I assumed that you're All Might," Rayleigh then said, as he reached out for a handshake. All Might, realizing that there was no way out of this, decided to shake his hand. "Silver's Rayleigh, Izuku's mentor. It's a pleasure to meet you," Rayleigh said, voice being friendly. All Might smiled as he responded, "The pleasure is mine. I must thank you, Mr. Rayleigh, for jumping in and saving those two." With an equally friendly voice, the old man just smiled broadly as he said, "It's nothing. He's my student after all." With a joyous tone, All Might smiled upon hearing this. Then he turned towards Izuku. "Izuku, was it?" he asked, and the green-haired boy responded, "Yes, Izuku Midoriya." "Well, young Midoriya, I owe you an apology. Back there you showed true bravery, and you acted when not even I dared to do so. That is why I'm proud to say this," All Might then said, before continuing, "Young man, you can be a hero." These words warmed Izuku's heart. He was happy to hear that his idol believed in him, even if he had decided to prove him wrong earlier. "Thank you, All Might," Izuku said, a gentle smile resting on his face. All Might smiled upon hearing those words, before he proceeded, "Now, young Midoriya, I have a question for you. Would you like to become my successor?" Upon hearing the word successor, both Izuku and Rayleigh got confused. All Might then explained that his quirk was called One for All, and that it can be passed on to others. Both Izuku and Rayleigh were shocked by this, and the green-haired boy began to mutter uncontrollably, until Rayleigh hit him again. "You need to stop doing that. Now, answer the man." The green-haired boy looked at his master, as he thought for a bit. Then he looked at All Might, and gave him his answer. "Thank you all for sticking around and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates." Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. It's a very generous offer that you're giving me, All Might, but I'm gonna have to decline," Izuku said, his voice being both awkward and serious. Both Rayleigh and All Might were shocked by this answer. As they motioned for Izuku to explain himself, the green-haired boy gave them a more confident look, as he said, "I'm probably the biggest idiot in the world for declining such an offer, being All Might's successor. Who isn't dreaming that these days?" Before he gave an empty laugh, "I want to be a hero, and I want to be just like you. By taking your power I could easily reach that goal, but I want to earn it. I want to reach it with my own power. I want to be able to feel a certain satisfaction of having reached the top with nothing but my own spirit," the team then said, as he showed his clenched fist to both his listeners. All Might and Rayleigh were frozen with shock. The fact that Izuku decided to make such a decision, while being quirkless, could be seen as idiotic by many. For Rayleigh and All Might, however, it was almost perfect, denying the power of the #1 hero. Just how strong is his spirit to be capable of making such a decision? Rayleigh smiled at Izuku. As he reached his hand out over his head, the green-haired boy prepared himself to get hit again. But it was proven to be unnecessary just seconds afterwards. "You idiot," Rayleigh said. As he patted Izuku on the head, the green-haired boy looked confused, for this is normally where he gets hit. All Might smiled upon seeing this, before he walked up and said, "Very well. Young Midoriya, I'm expecting great things from you. I hope we meet again in the future. Good luck." With a joyous tone, the skeletal man then walked off, leaving the student and master to themselves. Izuku smiled as he watched All Might go, until Rayleigh hit him. "Oh, what was that for?" Izuku shouted. The old man grinned at him, as he said, "I patted you because I was moved by your resolve. I hit you because you are an idiot." Izuku rubbed his skull in response to this. Rayleigh then resumed walking, as he said, "Come on, we've got 10 months to train before the UA entrance exam." The green-haired boy lightened up upon the mention of UA, before he sprinted after his master. For the following 10 months Izuku trained like there was no tomorrow. Rayleigh wouldn't just put him through excruciating physical training, but also training for his spirit and will. This included getting thrown into harsh environments with the goal of surviving, fighting dangerous and monstrous animals, or just fighting and getting pummeled by Rayleigh. Eventually Izuku managed to improve his armament Haki, while also getting better at using his observation. Right now both him and Rayleigh were standing in a forest, as if they were waiting for something. Izuku was only half awake, due to the horrible exhaustion that he felt. He forced himself to be awake though, otherwise Rayleigh would hit him with more force than usual. The green-haired boy forced his eyes open, when suddenly he felt the ground shaking. It didn't take long to register what it was. Something big was approaching them both. The shaking grew bigger, and eventually its source revealed itself. From the trees came a monster-sized bear, violently growling for blood. Izuku was wide awake at this point. Who wouldn't be? Rayleigh looked at him and simply said, "You know what to do." Before he took 2 steps back, Izuku nodded at his master. Before he took 2 steps forward, the bear fixed its attention onto the green-haired boy. As it growled even more, it then lifted one of its paws to attack. Izuku stood still, unamused by what was happening. He sent his spirit out as a wave, and the world around him seemed to stop for a second. Everything went back to normal afterwards. As if nothing had happened, the bear stopped moving and showed nothing but pure terror in its eyes. It slowly lowered its paw back to the ground, trembling as it did. Izuku walked up to the bear and petted it gently. The bear calmed down and seemed to let out a yawn of satisfaction. Rayleigh smiled at this advancement. Izuku needed to use his Conqueror's Haki to tame the beast. That way he would prove that he could control it. The only thing that was affected by his spirit was the bear. So this was a total success. Congratulations. You can now control your Conqueror's spirit. How do you feel? Rayleigh asked, with a broad smile over his face. Izuku turned his tired eyes over to his master, as he answered, "Tired, maybe hungry, but mostly tired." With a very dull voice, Rayleigh kept his smile, as he walked up to the green-haired boy and hit him again. "Good, because the entrance exam starts in just a few hours," he said. Before Izuku could comment about being hit for no reason, the green-haired boy began to panic. He quickly grabbed his things and then ran like there was no tomorrow. Rayleigh watched this panicked chaos unfold before his eyes. Much to his enjoyment, Izuku ran his way to UA with haste, forgetting how tired he was previously. Eventually he reached the gates, and he wheezed violently upon laying eyes on them. He took a deep breath, as he mentally prepared himself. Whatever happened today would decide his future, so he had to bring his A game. Izuku walked forward, determined to not let himself fall behind. That is until his foot slipped on an uneven tile and he began to fall. Literally, Izuku cursed himself while falling. He literally had the ability to see more than almost anyone, yet he couldn't avoid a single misplaced tile. He closed his eyes and prepared himself for impact. This wasn't something he should be allowed to simply get out of. He deserved whatever came next. Izuku waited for the impact, but it seemed to never come. He opened his eyes and noticed something strange. He was floating. Since when could I defy the laws of gravity? Izuku asked no one in particular, with his voice being both dull and confused. Since I came into the picture, a feminine voice answered. Izuku was shocked to receive an answer, as he turned his head towards the person it belonged to. What he saw was a girl with brown hair, smiling at him. "Sorry, I used my quirk on you. It would be bad luck if you fell," she then said, as she placed the weightless Izuku back on his feet. "That wasn't bad luck. It was just me being bad," Izuku said, As he felt his own body weight come back to him, the girl just giggled at this. She was about to speak, but then she heard the announcement about having to hurry to the auditorium. "We better hurry. Good luck," she shouted, before she sprinted off. Izuku stood there for a second. He then decided to sprint, but not before muttering, "She's pretty cute." The explanation in the auditorium was straightforward. Destroy robots to earn points. Different robots give different amounts of points. In the middle of it all, a blue-haired boy stood up and rambled about how the teacher had failed to properly present the coming exam. That issue was solved quickly. When Present Mike explained that there was a fourth robot worth 0 points, and it was difficult to beat, Izuku then made his way over to the fake city and prepared himself for what was about to go down. His body was itching to get started, so he permanently held a stance for when the gate would open. The gate opened without warning, and Izuku immediately rushed through. The other examinees were confused, until Present Mike told them that it had already started and that there are no countdowns in real battles. Izuku sprinted through the field and used armament on his arms to punch the robots to pieces. Eventually, he came up with the idea to infuse pieces of the robots with Haki and use them as weapons. In the monitor room, the teachers were all watching the test go down. They all seemed to be pleased with the various examinees, and some even began to pick their favorites. In the corner of the room, there was a man with blonde hair carefully observing a certain screen. It was the one with a green-haired boy running around and destroying the robots. He was trying to figure out how he did it, how he managed to do the things that he does. But no matter how much he thinks about it, he never finds an answer. They're all doing well at the moment. Let's see how they handle this, one of the teachers announced, as he pushed a massive red button. Izuku was still raking in points like it was nothing. Surprisingly, the exam was much easier than he originally thought, and he doesn't know if he should credit Rayleigh for this feeling. He kept going for some more points, but then he felt the ground rumbling and saw the other examinees run for their lives. Izuku looked at what they were running from and immediately understood. In front of him was a robot that towered over the buildings. Izuku had no intention of fighting it and decided to run, but he stopped when he heard a familiar voice call out for help. Izuku faced the cry and was horrified. He saw the girl that had stopped him from falling, but she was trapped under some rubble. The 0-pointer was approaching her. Soon it would crush her. Izuku was frozen with both horror and anger. That girl was in trouble, yet no one came to rescue her. The green-haired boy started to tremble with his anger, to the point that weak pulses from his spirit were sent out and put the other examinees on their guard. Eventually, he boiled over so much that he sprinted at full speed towards the girl. The 0-pointer was inching closer and closer to the girl, until Izuku got there. He infused his arms with Haki. As he pushed the robot back, the 0-pointer staggered slightly, and Izuku took this opportunity to lift the rubble and carry the girl to safety. The 0-pointer resumed its course, but by then Izuku and the girl had already made it to safety. Then suddenly the exam ended, and the examinees were told to go home. As if on cue with the announcement, an old lady in a nurse outfit came out and asked if anyone was injured. On that note, Izuku carried the girl over to the nurse, who then healed her with a kiss. "Thank you so much," the girl said after Izuku put her down. The green-haired boy grew a little nervous as he answered, "There's no need to thank me. I only did what any hero should do." The girl smiled, and Izuku's cheeks turned a little red. "Well, I'll see you later then," the green-haired boy said, before he walked off. The girl was a little confused, but she smiled over him, being confident that they'll both pass. About a week later, a letter from UA came in. Izuku was nervous, but at the same time he was so eager to see that he tore the whole thing open. Inside the letter was a metal disc, which then displayed a hologram of All Might. The #1 hero explained that he was the newest faculty member of UA. Before he proceeded to review Izuku's results, Izuku managed to get the second highest in villain points, which would be enough to pass, but he then explained that there was a hidden feature called rescue points, and that Izuku had earned someone rescuing that girl, gathering both his villain and rescue points together. Izuku placed first in the entrance exam. The green-haired boy bellowed and cried tears of joy, for he could finally achieve his dream. He then proceeded to call and tell Rayleigh the good news. His master congratulated him, but Izuku could tell by the tone of his voice that he wanted to hit him for reacting the way he did. Almost a week after, Izuku woke up early to properly prepare himself. His mother had made breakfast for him, as he was quick to put his new uniform on. Shortly after, he decided to make his way to UA, and he did so by jogging. It took a while, but eventually he made it over to the massive building. The green-haired boy proceeded to run through the halls in search for the classroom that read 1A. Upon finding the door, Izuku was shocked by the sheer size of it. He wondered if there were giants that went to this class. The green-haired boy then steeled his nerves. Before he slid the door open, what he saw on the other side was a blue-haired boy having a somewhat heated argument with Katsuki. Their argument stopped abruptly. As they turned their eyes to Izuku standing in the now open door, Katsuki just scoffed. Before he turned to the other direction, the blue-haired boy, on the other hand, walked up and introduced himself. "I'm Tenya Ada. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, as he held his hand out for a handshake. Izuku shook his hand as he introduced himself. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. And the pleasure is all mine," Izuku said, as he smiled. Ada returned Izuku's smile with one of his own, before he said, "Midoriya, you managed to see the true purpose of the exam. I must say that as a student you are superior to me." With a casual voice, Izuku felt embarrassed by that comment, but before he had a chance to explain, a familiar feminine voice came up from behind him. "I know that messy hair," it said. Izuku turned around to see the girl that he saved during the exam, and he thought that she looked cute in her uniform. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. Thank you for saving me during the exam," she then said, quite nervously. Izuku smiled at her as he said, "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Once again, there's no need to thank me." With a joyous tone, Uraraka smiled back at Izuku before she began to rant in excitement. "What do you think we're doing today besides orientation? I wonder what the teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody," she said, until she was interrupted. "If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now," a gruff voice said from behind Uraraka. They all looked towards it and saw a very sleep-deprived man inside a caterpillar-like sleeping bag. The man then got out of the sleeping bag as he introduced himself. "I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher." These words made everyone in the classroom freeze with shock. How was this worn-down man their teacher? Aizawa was both unfazed and unamused by everyone's reactions. He then pulled a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag as he said, "Now put these on and meet me outside. We're going to have a test." Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Class 1 stood gathered in the training field, all waiting for Aizawa to explain the test. The sleep-deprived teacher looked at all of his students as he began to speak. "We'll have a physical test, like the ones you've already had in middle school. The difference now is that you'll be able to use your quirks." The class seemed to be surprised by this. As they began talking amongst themselves, the chatter died quickly. As Aizawa spoke once more, "Midoriya," he simply called out. Izuku walked out of the crowd with his stoic expression planted on his face. "You got first place in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball in junior high?" Aizawa then asked. Izuku thought for a second, then he answered, 70 meters. "I think," with a calm voice. "All right, try doing it with your kui," Aizawa said, but cut himself off. The teacher scratched his frown as if he was annoyed. Then he rephrased, "Sorry, I forgot. You don't have a quirk." Class 1 was shocked after hearing this. Many questions raced through their heads. Primary one being how someone without a quirk managed to get first place in the entrance exam. "Anything goes, as long as you stay in that circle," Aizawa then said, before he passed a softball over to Izuku. The green-haired boy walked into the ring and prepared himself. He had already settled on what to do, so he pulled his arm back in preparation for the throw. Izuku took a deep breath. He infused his arm and the ball with Haki before he threw it with all of his might. The throw created a small blast of wind as the ball flew far away. Shortly after, Aizawa received a notification on his phone which marked the ball's landing. A wide grin formed on his face upon witnessing the result, which he then shared with the rest of the class. 680 meters. A boy with yellow hair shouted, "How?" A girl with pink skin then followed, both sounding bewildered. No one believed that Izuku was quirkless at this point, but at the same time they didn't want to question him or their teacher. The entire class was getting excited and fired up. It got to the point that they began arguing about who would be next. This annoyed Aizawa, so he spoke once more. "You think this is all fun and games," he said, and everyone snapped back to attention. "Today you will compete in 8 physical tests to judge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately." Now the entire class froze in horror. "You can't expel us. It's not fair," Uraraka exclaimed, saying what many thought at that moment. Aizawa just got more annoyed. "So natural disasters and power-hungry villains are? No. The world is littered with unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. So go beyond, plus ultra style," the teacher said, and no one dared to talk back. The tests rolled on as they were meant to. With everyone trying their absolute hardest, Izuku was racing against Katsuki in the 50-meter dash, where Katsuki's explosions made him just a tenth of a second faster. In the standing long jump, Izuku managed to reach the end of the sandpit. Izuku then got a decent result on both the grip strength and the repeated side steps. This continued for every test. Izuku got decent results, and was always short of the highest score. That was also shown in the final results. When it was shown that Izuku was placed just behind Katsuki, the results acted as a way of relief for most of the class. They were all relieved over not being in last place. All except for one boy with purple balls for hair. The ball-haired boy shook nervously. He looked as if he was about to both cry and scream at the same time. Izuku, along with some of the other classmates, gave the boy a look of sympathy for his loss. By the way, no one's going home. It was all a logical ruse to make you give it your best, Aizawa then said. While he was grinning, most of the class froze and jumped from their terrible nerves, while the ball-haired boy practically cheered and roared in happiness. Everyone calmed down after a few seconds. As Aizawa dismissed the class, the day ended peacefully with Izuku, Ada and Uraraka meeting up to walk to the train station together. Hey, Midoriya, why does Bakugo call you Deku? Uraraka asked, seemingly out of the blue. Izuku was surprised by this question, and he even blushed a little. Kaken just calls me that to make fun of me, but I honestly stopped caring a while ago, Izuku answered with a calm voice. Ada went on some rant about how Katsuki wasn't being sportsmanlike, but Izuku and Uraraka barely heard any of it. Well, I like Deku. It would make a great hero name, Uraraka then said with a motivating voice. Izuku smiled deeply at this. It was the first time that anyone had ever tried to make that nickname sound good, and it made him happy to hear. All right, you can call me Deku if you want to, Izuku responded, a smile still on his face. Uraraka smiled back at him. Then the three students walked their way to the train station. The next day was pretty uneventful. It consisted of normal classes, and the students started to get used to the school. Eventually, the final class of the day came up. It was hero training, which the students were all excited about. I am here, a proud and booming voice announced from the now open door. Everyone turned to look, and saw none other than All Might dashing through the doorway. The class was excited as All Might began to speak. All right, class, it's time for the most important class in the hero course. You could call it Heroing 101. And today we'll be doing battle training. Everyone cheered in even more excitement when All Might uttered these words. All Might then pulled out a red button, as he said, but first, there's another important part about being a hero, and that is looking good. As he pushed the button, the wall in the classroom opened to reveal 20 suitcases, all holding the students' hero costumes. The class got out of their seats and grabbed their suitcases excitedly before heading out. The students all gathered after just a few minutes. Upon arriving, they complimented each other about their hero costumes. Izuku's costume consisted of a green jacket with a hood that had bunny-like ears. He also had white gloves that covered most of his lower arms. After the chatter quieted down, All Might proceeded to explain the exercise. There would be two teams, one villain team and one hero team. The villain's job is to protect a hidden weapon, while heroes are supposed to capture it. The heroes win if they either secure the weapon or capture the villains. The villains win by either protecting the weapon or capturing the heroes. After the exercise was fully explained, teams were made and drawn. The first round had Izuku and Uraraka as the heroes, against Katsuki and Ida as the villains. Both teams were then sent on their way, villains being given time to prepare before the exercise started. Izuku and Uraraka stood outside and waited. They were both studying the layout of the building, until Uraraka asked a question. So what is your relationship with Bakugo? This question caught Izuku off guard, so he jumped a little. He then recovered himself as he answered, we're childhood friends, but then he started bullying me. He's been acting strange recently. I think he believes that I'm hiding something from him. With a calm voice, Uraraka only nodded at this, but Izuku was stuck in thought. He had a feeling that Katsuki was suspicious of him, and he thinks that it might be because of what happened when they were 4. If not for Rayleigh's words, he definitely could have pretended that his haki was his quirk. But Izuku has to do his best to keep it hidden. Katsuki probably thinks that it is a quirk, and that Izuku has kept it hidden from him. Izuku's train of thought was broken when Uraraka nudged him on the shoulder. She looked either confused or concerned, but Izuku didn't give much of an expression. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, he said, sounding a little sorry. Uraraka didn't seem to care, as she said, it's okay. We're a team after all. With a smile on her face, Izuku could feel some tension leave his body. As he smiled back at her, "Heroes, you may enter the building," All Might announced through the comms. Izuku didn't enter the building immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began searching. After a second, he located where exactly the bomb was. By finding the two flickering spirits of Ida and Katsuki, Uraraka looked at Izuku confused. As he opened his eyes once more, "I found the bomb. I'll distract Kaken while you sneak by and try to secure it," Izuku said, voice being completely stoic once again. Uraraka was shocked over the fact that Izuku claimed to have found the bomb already. As she nodded in agreement to the plan, the two then entered the building. They carefully tread through the halls, observing every turn and corner as they walked by. It was quiet and empty, until Izuku sensed something aggressive approaching them. Izuku quickly threw Uraraka to the side, as he raised his arm while coating it with Haki. From around the corner came Katsuki with a fiery explosion, but it was immediately blocked by Izuku. The green-haired boy then grabbed the blonde boy by the arm before he threw him across the hallway. Uraraka took this opportunity to sneak by, setting the newly established plan into motion. Katsuki growled and grunted like a wild animal as he stood back up and faced Izuku. "How long have you been hiding that power, Deku?" the blonde roared in anger. Izuku didn't flinch after hearing this, as he answered, "What does it matter to you?" With a calm and stoic voice, Katsuki just got angrier and angrier before he said, "Don't you dare think that you're better than me. I'm going to crush you." Izuku was just as untouched as before. He calmly raised his fists into a stance before he said, "Come and get me then." With a cool voice, Katsuki got even more furious. As he charged towards Izuku, Uraraka ran straight to the floor that the bomb was on. She snuck over to the entrance of the room, but her cover was blown when she laughed at Ida's dedication to his role as villain. "Uraraka, is that you?" Ida called out, his voice sounding as evil and villainous as he could manage. Uraraka realized that her cover had been blown, so she revealed herself to Ida. "So Midoriya is fighting Bakugo. That is just too bad for you. I've removed every item in this room, so there's nothing for you to use your quirk on," Ida then said, sounding more villainous than before. Uraraka barely listened as she tried to make a break for it. She sprinted towards the bomb, then she jumped and made herself float towards it. Ida wasn't willing to lose so easily, so he picked the bomb up and sprinted with it to the other side of the room. Uraraka ended up crashing and tumbling onto the ground instead. "I can easily keep this weapon out of your reach until time runs out, hero," Ida then said, manically. While this was happening, the fight between Izuku and Katsuki kept on raging. The two danced violently, both dodging and delivering blows. Izuku used his observation to see any oncoming attacks, so that he could either dodge or counter. At the same time, he was using armament on his fists to deliver heavier punches. The dance went on a little longer, with Katsuki suffering much more damage than Izuku. The green-haired boy eventually managed to grab Katsuki by the wrist. Before delivering a heavy blow to his gut, Katsuki was sent hurtling backwards before he crashed into the ground. The blonde didn't seem like he was going to move for a while, so Izuku took this opportunity to check on Uraraka. "Uraraka, what's your status?" Izuku asked over the comms. It was silent for a while, until Izuku got a response. "I can't get past Ida," she almost shouted. The smallest hint of anger managed to sneak onto Izuku's expression, as he then said, "Hang on, I'm coming," in his own voice that almost shouted. Izuku couldn't hear any form of response from Uraraka, for he noticed something happening. He turned his gaze back to the other end of the hallway and saw that his blonde opponent had stood back up on trembling legs. Izuku got back into a stance and prepared for an attack, but an attack never came. Katsuki was just standing there as if he was waiting, until something clicked in one of his grenade gauntlets. "I think you know how my quirk, explosion, works. I secrete nitroglycerin like sweat and make it blow up. These gauntlets right here collect all of my sweat for future use, and now they're completely full," Katsuki said with a menacing glare as he held one of his fingers around the pin. All Might shouted into the comms for Katsuki to not use it, but the blonde didn't listen and pulled the pin. Izuku crossed his arms in front of his face, with no intention of dodging this attack. A massive fireball was fired from the end of the gauntlet, both shaking and burning the entire building. The hallway was filled with smoke, and All Might began to panic for Izuku to answer over the comms. But no matter how much he screamed, the green-haired boy didn't respond. All Might was completely distraught, and he was about to call the exercise off, until he saw something move in the smoke. He stopped himself and waited for the dust to clear. What he saw shocked not only him, but also everyone that bore witness to it. Izuku was still standing there, arms crossed, as if nothing had happened. Some sort of black aura was covering his forearms, which didn't seem to have a single scratch on them. He then lowered his arms, showing the exact same cool expression that he held before the blast. Katsuki was suddenly gripped by fear. How could anyone survive that? And how could he do it without suffering any type of damage? Izuku cracked his neck once, before he looked at Katsuki and said, "Let's end this, shall we?" With a cold voice, he then dashed across the hall, until he stood right in front of Katsuki. The blonde didn't dare to do anything, until Izuku knocked him out by chopping him in the neck. Having finished his battle with Katsuki, Izuku went on his way to help Uraraka, but right as he was about to walk, All Might announced, "Hero Team wins." Izuku was confused, until he used his observation to see that Uraraka was standing next to the bomb. The massive explosion must have distracted it long enough for Uraraka to secure the victory. Katsuki was carried out on a stretcher, while the other three reunited at the entryway before heading over to the monitor room. There, Izuku was overwhelmed by questions from his classmates. They all wondered where he learned to fight, how he survived that fireball, and if he really is quirkless. Izuku's expression grew a little awkward as he tried to answer all of them. "My master, Rayleigh, taught me everything that I know. I used one of the techniques he taught me to survive that fireball. And yes, I am quirkless," he said, both lying and telling the truth at the same time. The exercise continued as it should have with the other teams. Everyone showed off some incredible feats, but one stood out more than anyone else. It was someone with an ice quirk, who won within seconds by freezing the entire building. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on this individual, for he was very strong. The day then went on as normal. The students finished up whatever needed to be finished before they headed home. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka so they could walk to the station together. They were talking about the events that had transpired that day, and how fun it was. What they didn't know was that someone was watching them from a distance. More specifically, he was watching Izuku. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Izuku have gotten so strong out of nowhere? What happened? The observer clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought, while trying to make sense of it all. "Damn it, Deku," the observer grunted, as his gaze locked itself onto the pavement below. Uraraka was standing next to the bomb. The massive explosion must have distracted it long enough for Uraraka to secure the victory. Katsuki was carried out on a stretcher, while the other three reunited at the entryway before heading over to the monitor room. There, Izuku was overwhelmed by questions from his classmates. They all wondered where he learned to fight, how he survived that fireball, and if he really is quirkless. Izuku's expression grew a little awkward as he tried to answer all of them. "My master, Rayleigh, taught me everything that I know. I used one of the techniques he taught me to survive that fireball. And yes, I am quirkless," he said, both lying and telling the truth at the same time. The exercise continued as it should have with the other teams. Everyone showed off some incredible feats, but one stood out more than anyone else. It was someone with an ice quirk, who won within seconds by freezing the entire building. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on this individual, for he was very strong. The day then went on as normal. The students finished up whatever needed to be finished before they headed home. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka so they could walk to the station together. They were talking about the events that had transpired that day, and how fun it was. What they didn't know was that someone was watching them from a distance. More specifically, he was watching Izuku. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Izuku have gotten so strong out of nowhere? What happened? The observer clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought, while trying to make sense of it all. "Damn it, Deku," the observer grunted, as his gaze locked itself onto the pavement below. Class 1 stood gathered in the training field, all waiting for Aizawa to explain the test. The sleep-deprived teacher looked at all of his students as he began to speak. "We'll have a physical test, like the ones you've already had in middle school. The difference now is that you'll be able to use your quirks." The class seemed to be surprised by this. As they began talking amongst themselves, the chatter died quickly as Aizawa spoke once more. "Midoriya," he simply called out. Izuku walked out of the crowd, with his stoic expression planted on his face. "You got first place in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball in junior high?" Aizawa then asked. Izuku thought for a second, then he answered, 70 meters. "I think," with a calm voice. "All right, try doing it with your kui," Aizawa said, but cut himself off. The teacher scratched his frown as if he was annoyed. Then he rephrased, "Sorry, I forgot. You don't have a quirk." Class 1 was shocked after hearing this. Many questions raced through their heads. Primary one being how someone without a quirk managed to get first place in the entrance exam. Anything goes. As long as you stay in that circle, Aizawa then said, before he passed a softball over to Izuku. The green-haired boy walked into the ring and prepared himself. He had already settled on what to do. So he pulled his arm back in preparation for the throw. Izuku took a deep breath. He infused his arm in the ball with Haki. Before he threw it with all of his might, the throw created a small blast of wind as the ball flew far away. Shortly after, Aizawa received a notification on his phone which marked the ball's landing. A wide grin formed on his face upon witnessing the result, which he then shared with the rest of the class. 680 meters. A boy with yellow hair shouted, "How?" A girl with pink skin then followed, both sounding bewildered. No one believed that Izuku was quirkless at this point, but at the same time they didn't want to question him or their teacher. The entire class was getting excited and fired up. It got to the point that they began arguing about who would be next. This annoyed Aizawa. So he spoke once more. "You think this is all fun and games," he said, and everyone snapped back to attention. "Today you will compete in 8 physical tests to judge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none and will be expelled immediately." Now the entire class froze in horror. "You can't expel us. It's not fair," Uraraka exclaimed, saying what many thought at that moment. Aizawa just got more annoyed. So natural disasters and power-hungry villains are. No. The world is littered with unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness. If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink. So go beyond, plus ultra style, the teacher said, and no one dared to talk back. The tests rolled on as they were meant to, with everyone trying their absolute hardest. Izuku was racing against Katsuki in the 50-meter dash, where Katsuki's explosions made him just a tenth of a second faster. In the standing long jump, Izuku managed to reach the end of the sandpit. Izuku then got a decent result on both the grip strength and the repeated side steps. This continued for every test. Izuku got decent results and was always short of the highest score. That was also shown in the final results. When it was shown that Izuku was placed just behind Katsuki, the results acted as a way of relief for most of the class. They were all relieved over not being in last place. All except for one boy with purple balls for hair. The ball-haired boy shook nervously. He looked as if he was about to both cry and scream at the same time. Izuku, along with some of the other classmates, gave the boy a look of sympathy for his loss. "By the way, no one's going home. It was all a logical ruse to make you give it your best," Aizawa then said. While he was grinning, most of the class froze and jumped from their terrible nerves, while the ball-haired boy practically cheered and roared in happiness. Everyone calmed down after a few seconds. As Aizawa dismissed the class, the day ended peacefully with Izuku, Ada and Uraraka meeting up to walk to the train station together. "Hey, Midoriya, why does Bakugo call you Deku?" Uraraka asked, seemingly out of the blue. Izuku was surprised by this question, and he even blushed a little. "Kaken just calls me that to make fun of me. But I honestly stopped caring a while ago," Izuku answered with a calm voice. Ada went on some rant about how Katsuki wasn't being sportsmanlike, but Izuku and Uraraka barely heard any of it. "Well, I like Deku. It would make a great hero name," Uraraka then said with a motivating voice. Izuku smiled deeply at this. It was the first time that anyone had ever tried to make that nickname sound good, and it made him happy to hear. "All right, you can call me Deku if you want to," Izuku responded, a smile still on his face. Uraraka smiled back at him. Then the 3 students walked their way to the train station. The next day was pretty uneventful. It consisted of normal classes, and the students started to get used to the school. Eventually, the final class of the day came up. It was hero training, which the students were all excited about. "I am here," a proud and booming voice announced from the now open door. Everyone turned to look and saw none other than All Might dashing through the doorway. The class was excited as All Might began to speak. "All right, class, it's time for the most important class in the hero course. You could call it Heroing 101. And today we'll be doing battle training." Everyone cheered in even more excitement when All Might uttered these words. All Might then pulled out a red button, as he said, "But first, there's another important part about being a hero, and that is looking good." As he pushed the button, the wall in the classroom opened to reveal 20 suitcases, all holding the students' hero costumes. The class got out of their seats and grabbed their suitcases excitedly before heading out. The students all gathered after just a few minutes. Upon arriving, they complimented each other about their hero costumes. Izuku's costume consisted of a green jacket with a hood that had bunny-like ears. He also had white gloves that covered most of his lower arms. After the chatter quieted down, All Might proceeded to explain the exercise. There would be 2 teams. One villain team and one hero team. The villain's job is to protect a hidden weapon, while heroes are supposed to capture it. The heroes win if they either secure the weapon or capture the villains. The villains win by either protecting the weapon or capturing the heroes. After the exercise was fully explained, teams were made and drawn. The first round had Izuku and Uraraka as the heroes, against Katsuki and Ida as the villains. Both teams were then sent on their way, villains being given time to prepare before the exercise started. Izuku and Uraraka stood outside and waited. They were both studying the layout of the building, until Uraraka asked a question. So what is your relationship with Bakugo? This question caught Izuku off guard, so he jumped a little. He then recovered himself. As he answered, we're childhood friends, but then he started bullying me. He's been acting strange recently. I think he believes that I'm hiding something from him. With a calm voice, Uraraka only nodded at this, but Izuku was stuck in thought. He had a feeling that Katsuki was suspicious of him, and he thinks that it might be because of what happened when they were 4. If not for Rayleigh's words, he definitely could have pretended that his haki was his quirk. But Izuku has to do his best to keep it hidden. Katsuki probably thinks that it is a quirk, and that Izuku has kept it hidden from him. Izuku's train of thought was broken when Uraraka nudged him on the shoulder. She looked either confused or concerned, but Izuku didn't give much of an expression. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, he said, sounding a little sorry. Uraraka didn't seem to care, as she said, it's okay. We're a team after all. With a smile on her face, Izuku could feel some tension leave his body. As he smiled back at her, heroes, you may enter the building, All Might announced through the comms. Izuku didn't enter the building immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began searching. After a second, he located where exactly the bomb was by finding the 2 flickering spirits of Ida and Katsuki. Uraraka looked at Izuku confused. As he opened his eyes once more, I found the bomb. I'll distract Kaken while you sneak by and try to secure it, Izuku said, voice being completely stoic once again. Uraraka was shocked over the fact that Izuku claimed to have found the bomb already. As she nodded in agreement to the plan, the 2 then entered the building. They carefully tread through the halls, observing every turn and corner as they walked by. It was quiet and empty, until Izuku sensed something aggressive approaching them. Izuku quickly threw Uraraka to the side, as he raised his arm while coating it with haki. From around the corner came Katsuki with a fiery explosion, but it was immediately blocked by Izuku. The green-haired boy then grabbed the blonde boy by the arm before he threw him across the hallway. Uraraka took this opportunity to sneak by, setting the newly established plan into motion. Katsuki growled and grunted like a wild animal as he stood back up and faced Izuku. How long have you been hiding that power, Deku? The blonde roared in anger. Izuku didn't flinch after hearing this, as he answered, what does it matter to you? With a calm and stoic voice, Katsuki just got angrier and angrier before he said, don't you dare think that you're better than me. I'm going to crush you. Izuku was just as untouched as before. He calmly raised his fists into a stance before he said, come and get me then. With a cool voice, Katsuki got even more furious. As he charged towards Izuku, Uraraka ran straight to the floor that the bomb was on. She snuck over to the entrance of the room, but her cover was blown when she laughed at Ida's dedication to his role as villain. Uraraka, is that you? Ida called out, his voice sounding as evil and villainous as he could manage. Uraraka realized that her cover had been blown, so she revealed herself to Ida. So Midoriya is fighting Bakugo. That is just too bad for you. I've removed every item in this room, so there's nothing for you to use your quirk on, Ida then said, sounding more villainous than before. Uraraka barely listened. As she tried to make a break for it, she sprinted towards the bomb. Then she jumped and made herself float towards it. Ida wasn't willing to lose so easily, so he picked the bomb up and sprinted with it to the other side of the room. Uraraka ended up crashing and tumbling onto the ground instead. I can easily keep this weapon out of your reach until time runs out, hero, Ida then said, manically. While this was happening, the fight between Izuku and Katsuki kept on raging. The 2 danced violently, both dodging and delivering blows. Izuku used his observation to see any oncoming attacks, so that he could either dodge or counter. At the same time, he was using armament on his fists to deliver heavier punches. The dance went on a little longer, with Katsuki suffering much more damage than Izuku. The green-haired boy eventually managed to grab Katsuki by the wrist before delivering a heavy blow to his gut. Katsuki was sent hurtling backwards before he crashed into the ground. The blonde didn't seem like he was going to move for a while, So Izuku took this opportunity to check on Uraraka. Uraraka, what's your status? Izuku asked over the comms. It was silent for a while, until Izuku got a response. I can't get past Ida, she almost shouted. The smallest hint of anger managed to sneak onto Izuku's expression, as he then said, hang on, I'm coming, in his own voice that almost shouted. Izuku couldn't hear any form of response from Uraraka, for he noticed something happening. He turned his gaze back to the other end of the hallway, and saw that his blonde opponent had stood back up on trembling legs. Izuku got back into a stance and prepared for an attack. But an attack never came. Katsuki was just standing there as if he was waiting, until something clicked in one of his grenade gauntlets. I think you know how my quirk, explosion, works. I secrete nitroglycerin like sweat and make it blow up. These gauntlets right here collect all of my sweat for future use. And now they're completely full, Katsuki said with a menacing glare as he held one of his fingers around the pin. All Might shouted into the comms for Katsuki to not use it, but the blonde didn't listen and pulled the pin. Izuku crossed his arms in front of his face, with no intention of dodging this attack. A massive fireball was fired from the end of the gauntlet, both shaking and burning the entire building. The hallway was filled with smoke, and All Might began to panic for Izuku to answer over the comms. But no matter how much he screamed, the green-haired boy didn't respond. All Might was completely distraught, and he was about to call the exercise off, until he saw something move in the smoke. He stopped himself and waited for the dust to clear. What he saw shocked not only him, but also everyone that bore witness to it. Izuku was still standing there, arms crossed, as if nothing had happened. Some sort of black aura was covering his forearms, which didn't seem to have a single scratch on them. He then lowered his arms, showing the exact same cool expression that he held before the blast. Katsuki was suddenly gripped by fear. How could anyone survive that? And how could he do it without suffering any type of damage? Izuku cracked his neck once, before he looked at Katsuki and said, let's end this, shall we? With a cold voice, he then dashed across the hall, until he stood right in front of Katsuki. The blonde didn't dare to do anything, until Izuku knocked him out by chopping him in the neck. Having finished his battle with Katsuki, Izuku went on his way to help Uraraka, but right as he was about to walk, All Might announced, Hero Team wins. Izuku was confused, until he used his observation to see that Uraraka was standing next to the bomb. The massive explosion must have distracted it long enough for Uraraka to secure the victory. Katsuki was carried out on a stretcher, while the other three reunited at the entryway before heading over to the monitor room. There, Izuku was overwhelmed by questions from his classmates. They all wondered where he learned to fight, how he survived that fireball, and if he really is quirkless. Izuku's expression grew a little awkward as he tried to answer all of them. My master, Rayleigh, taught me everything that I know. I used one of the techniques he taught me to survive that fireball. And yes, I am quirkless, he said, both lying and telling the truth at the same time. The exercise continued as it should have with the other teams. Everyone showed off some incredible feats, but one stood out more than anyone else. It was someone with an ice quirk, who won within seconds by freezing the entire building. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on this individual, for he was very strong. The day then went on as normal. The students finished up whatever needed to be finished before they headed home. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka so they could walk to the station together. They were talking about the events that had transpired that day, and how fun it was. What they didn't know was that someone was watching them from a distance. More specifically, he was watching Izuku. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Izuku have gotten so strong out of nowhere? What happened? The observer clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought, while trying to make sense of it all. Damn it, Deku, the observer grunted, as his gaze locked itself onto the pavement below. Uraraka was standing next to the bomb. The massive explosion must have distracted it long enough for Uraraka to secure the victory. Katsuki was carried out on a stretcher, while the other three reunited at the entryway before heading over to the monitor room. There, Izuku was overwhelmed by questions from his classmates. They all wondered where he learned to fight, how he survived that fireball, and if he really is quirkless. Izuku's expression grew a little awkward as he tried to answer all of them. My master, Rayleigh, taught me everything that I know. I used one of the techniques he taught me to survive that fireball. And yes, I am quirkless, he said, both lying and telling the truth at the same time. The exercise continued as it should have with the other teams. Everyone showed off some incredible feats, but one stood out more than anyone else. It was someone with an ice quirk, who won within seconds by freezing the entire building. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye on this individual, for he was very strong. The day then went on as normal. The students finished up whatever needed to be finished before they headed home. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka so they could walk to the station together. They were talking about the events that had transpired that day and how fun it was. What they didn't know was that someone was watching them from a distance. More specifically, he was watching Izuku. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could Izuku have gotten so strong out of nowhere? What happened? The observer clenched his fist and gritted his teeth in frustration at the thought, while trying to make sense of it all. Damn it, Deku, the observer grunted, as his gaze locked itself onto the pavement below. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. The next morning was a peculiar one. The gates of UA were swarmed by the press and media stopping to try interviewing the students. They would only ask about one thing: All Might. Izuku pushed his way through the reporters without saying a single word to any of them. He was visibly annoyed by this, and even considered using his Conqueror's Haki to get rid of them. But he didn't, because he could practically feel Rayleigh's imaginary fist hit him over the head for even thinking about it. It took some time, but Class 1 eventually managed to get to their classroom in time. All right, class, Aizawa said, snapping everyone to attention. I went over your results from yesterday's exercise, and you all performed well. Aizawa then turned his expression towards Katsuki, as he said, Bakugo, you're talented. Don't waste it on something so petty. With a calm and dull voice, Katsuki only grunted as a response. The sleep-deprived man then turned his expression towards Izuku, as he said, Midoriya, grabbing the green-haired boy's attention. Everyone looked at Aizawa in some form of anticipation, wondering why he took so long to continue his words. Your performance was a thrill and a half, the teacher said. No one knew how to react to this. Not only was it unexpected, but everyone thought that they were hallucinating when they saw a faint smile on Aizawa's face when speaking. Moving on, Aizawa then said, breaking everyone out of their shock with his usual dull and tired voice, you need to pick a class representative. I don't care how, but make sure that it's settled before my nap ends. He then said, before he crawled into his sleeping bag. The class was relieved to hear that they just needed to do normal school stuff, which immediately turned into a war of words for the role of class rep. Eventually they settled on a voting system, where the results came in quickly. Izuku was elected to be class rep, while Yaoyorozu was elected to be vice rep. Most of the class seemed to be pleased with how things turned out, all except for Katsuki, who was having an eruption. Izuku wasn't bothered by Katsuki's temper. He seemed to be just as calm and stoic as usual, almost treating the role of class rep like something small. But behind that cool layer was an unstable and trembling mess of nervousness. Shortly after the election, Izuku, Ida, and Uraraka went to have lunch, during which Ida spoke about his reasons for being a hero. He also talked about his elder brother and how he really looks up to him, but he was interrupted by the sound of an alarm. The trio stood up as they heard one of their upperclassmen say that someone had broken into campus, which hadn't happened before. They started to evacuate, but Izuku didn't get very far before he was pushed around and squashed by the flood of students. The same happened to Ida, who was pushed up against the window. When looking through it, he saw that it was only the press that had triggered the alarm. Ida realized what he needed to do, as he forced his face off from the glass. Uraraka, use your quirk and make me float, he shouted through the crowd, hoping that the brunette would hear him. Uraraka answered Ida's call by stretching her arm over the rushing stream of students. In an attempt to reach the blue-haired boy's hand, they struggled to reach each other, trying to keep their balance at the same time, but eventually they managed to do it. Ida started floating weightlessly towards the ceiling, before he started to use his mufflers to propel himself forward. The blue-haired boy started to move, but in doing so he found himself flipping violently. Ida started to get dizzy, but he managed to reach the wall before it grew too severe. Everyone calm down. It's just the press outside, the blue-haired boy shouted across the entire hallway. Everyone stopped moving, as they either turned their attention to Ida or the windows. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best, the blue-haired boy then shouted, barely balancing himself on an exit sign. Everyone calmed down quickly, as the sound of police sirens sent a steady wave of relief across the school halls. Later that day, Izuku passed the role and duties of class representative to Ida. The blue-haired boy wanted to decline, but Izuku didn't let him do so. The next day, everyone in Class 1 awaited anxiously for Heroics class to begin. Aizawa walked up to the podium, as he said, all right class, today we'll be doing rescue training at an off-campus facility. With his usual tired voice, the students cheered in excitement. but were immediately silenced by Aizawa. The sleep-deprived teacher sighed. As he then said, I know you guys are excited about costumes, but remember that you haven't gotten used to them and they might hinder your abilities. As he pressed a button to reveal everyone's hero costume, once again. It didn't take long for the class to get changed. Therefore, they quickly boarded the bus that was supposed to drive them to the facility. Along the way, they talked about their quirks, until the topic of Izuku's abilities came up. Midoriya, are you sure that you don't have a quirk? Basui asked, which was a question that most had. Izuku looked as calm as ever, as he simply answered, Yay, I'm pretty sure. The class almost expected this answer. So Kaminari took the opportunity to ask another question. Then how did you get first place in the entrance exam? This was another question that many wanted the answer to. But Izuku's answer wouldn't satisfy their need. I worked hard and used some techniques that my master taught me, the green-haired boy said, just as calmly as before. You've mentioned your master before. Who is he? Ida then asked. Izuku didn't expect this question, but he still remained calm as he answered. His name is Silvers Rayleigh. He's an old man in his early 80s. And I think he's quirkless too. The entire class was both confused and shocked. When they pictured Izuku's master, they indeed thought of some old man, but they would never think that he was 80 years old. This made them question what Izuku actually learned from him. The green-haired boy noticed everyone's confusion, so he spoke up. Don't underestimate him. That man, despite his old age, is easily one of the strongest people that I know, he said, voice showing some form of determination. The class wanted to ask more questions, but they were stopped by Aizawa. Quiet down, we're here, the tired teacher called out. The students exited the bus in a calm manner. Before they walked into the massive facility, inside they were met by someone who looked like an astronaut. The Pro Hero 13. The students who recognized the hero started to get excited, while Aizawa walked up and asked where All Might was. The teachers lowered their voices as they spoke, but Izuku still understood enough to realize that All Might had used too much of his time. The teachers then stopped conversing. As 13 walked up to the students, she explained that the facility was called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short, and explained how it was made to simulate different types of disasters for rescue training. The hero proceeded to explain about how quirks are dangerous weapons that can kill just as easily as they can rescue. But Izuku was barely listening to a single word that came out of 13's mouth. He was distracted by something, and he didn't know what it was. It was as if his senses and his observation Haki had picked up something peculiar coming from the center of the facility. Izuku began to walk towards the stairs, just to see what it was about. Midoriya, you may not have a quirk, but it's still important that you list, Aizawa annoyingly called out to Izuku, only to have the green-haired boy cut him off by saying, quiet, with a passive-aggressive voice. Aizawa, as well as everyone else, was shocked after hearing this. Izuku had managed to disrespect 2 teachers in less than a minute, and people found that impressive in a bad way. The green-haired boy didn't care, however. He just proceeded his walk until he reached the edge of the stairs. He looked towards the center of the USJ, and he didn't need observation Haki to know that something was wrong. What he saw was a massive mass of black mist that seemed to fluctuate, as if it was alive. What happened next just confirmed the bad feeling inside Izuku's gut. From the black mist came dozens of menacing figures, all looking like villains. Izuku turned his expression to the visibly angry Aizawa, as he said, should I assume that those guys are part of the exercise? With a calm and cold voice, Aizawa went from angry to confused, as he turned his eyes towards the center of the USJ. What he saw made his eyes widen as he quickly reached for his goggles under his scarf. 13, get the students outside. We've been compromised. Those are real villains, the teacher shouted, making the rest of the class go into panic mode. Aizawa looked towards Izuku with a skeptical look. He wondered how Izuku knew that the villains were coming in, because he was standing in a spot where he shouldn't have been able to notice it, but he quickly shrugged it off. As he turned back to the class, Kaminari, try to contact the outside, he said, and the electric boy responded by tinkering with his communications device. The tired teacher then put his goggles on, as he turned his gaze towards the villains. Will you be all right? Izuku asked, with a hint of concern being present in his voice. Aizawa didn't look at Izuku, as he answered, I'll be fine. Now go. Before charging in to fight the villains, Izuku and the rest of the class started rushing towards the exit, when suddenly the mass of black mist started covering it. The mist formed a wall. As it spoke, it's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains. We decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello, the looming figure said, as 2 long and yellow eyes formed on it. The class shook in fear after hearing the ominous voice of the villain. Don't you think that this is a perfect place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to draw his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today. Yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some change of plans that we could not have foreseen, the villain then said, sounding more ominous than before. Izuku was terrified. He could practically feel his body shaking. This was different from the training that Rayleigh had put him through, because now his master wasn't there to make sure that nothing bad happened. But if it was one thing that his training did teach him, it was to always keep calm and try to properly address the situation. In this case, they needed to get past this villain. But to do that, they needed to find and exploit his weak point. Izuku took a deep breath and let his mind fall into tranquility. He focused first on the presence of his classmates, but then he focused on the villain. It was dark, and Izuku could feel how dense it was. Everything about it spoke of evil, as if he knew nothing else. And that alone sent chills down Izuku's spine. But he kept going. He couldn't stop until he found what he was looking for. Eventually, he stopped at what looked to be some form of metal that reminded him of a collar, and he smiled. This was the only part of the villain's body that appeared to be solid, so it was the only part that could take damage. Oh well. It doesn't matter. I still have a role to play, the villain then said, breaking Izuku out of his zone. The green-haired boy was ready to charge at the villain, aiming for its weak point, but found that both Katsuki and Kirishima managed to beat him to it. The teens attacked the Tower of Mist, sending a powerful explosion towards it. A massive cloud of dust filled the area, and the class seemed to be relieved. Izuku, however, didn't share that relief, for neither Katsuki nor Kirishima had hit the weak point. As if on cue with Izuku's last thought, the Tower of Mist revealed himself through the dust. The class stared at the villain, and despair returned to their expressions. Idiots, Izuku muttered to himself, aiming it at both the blonde and the red-haired boy. Izuku then decided that he needed to act, but the villain seemed to share that thought as it spread its mist-like body over the entire area. The class was engulfed in the darkness, and some were teleported away into different locations. When Izuku came out of the darkness, he was met with the sensation of cold water. He looked around himself, only to find that he had landed in an area with a lake and a ship. This wasn't a good place to stay, so Izuku began swimming towards the ship. After taking just a single stroke, he stopped himself. He could feel that something bloodthirsty was approaching him from behind at rapid speeds, putting him on guard. Izuku turned to face the approaching entity, only to find a shark-like villain swimming towards him with its jaw open. Izuku raised his fists, coating them with Haki, and prepared to fight the water demon, when it suddenly was knocked away by a green figure. Izuku turned his eyes towards it, only to see his classmate Tsuyuasui. Midoriya, the frog girl called out, before she wrapped Izuku up with her tongue and dragged him to the ship. Shortly after, Asui arrived with Minda before she also climbed up to the deck. Thanks, Asui, Izuku said calmly. The frog girl gave a blank expression as she bluntly responded, "Call me Tsu," and Izuku only nodded. The water then shifted and made some noise, making Izuku turn his attention towards it. What he saw was an army of water-based villains, all grinding their teeth and wait for their prey. Bastards, Izuku muttered to himself. Both Minda and Asui turned their heads towards Izuku in confusion, as they asked, "What was that?" Izuku quickly changed his gears, as he turned his expression back to his companions. "We should get out of here, unless that guy was bluffing. They intend on killing All Might," Izuku stated. "Those villains won't be able to do anything against All Might," Minda then responded. Izuku ignored Minda's comment, as he kneeled and continued to speak. "Regardless, I'm pretty confident that they don't know what our quirks are. If they did, Tsu would have been thrown straight into the fire zone." Both Minda and Asui thought for a second, until they realized that Izuku was right. The two then proceeded to explain their quirks, Frog and Pop-Off, before they proceeded to make up a plan. The only problem was that the villains had decided to interrupt them mid-discussion by damaging the ship. Izuku got annoyed by this, as he walked up to the railing and bellowed, "You're annoying," as his spirit erupted and exploded into a wave that stretched over the villains and created powerful waves in the water. Then sound returned to the surrounding world. As the wave died down, what remained of the villains were a bunch of unconscious bodies, floating like dead fish in a pond. Asui and Minda stared at Izuku in a mixture of shock and fear, while the green-haired boy face-bombed after calming down a little. He had done something he wasn't supposed to do, and he would have to confront Rayleigh about it. Izuku let out a sigh of relief before he turned back to his companions. "Well, that escalated quickly. Looks like we don't need a plan anymore. We might as well go and check on how Mr. Aizawa is holding up." he said, expression as blank as possible. The other two only nodded in response, both too afraid to object. The trio snuck over to the sidelines of what could only be described as a battlefield. Aizawa was fighting every villain on his own, barely pulling through at this point. Exhaustion was getting through to him, and he could barely keep his quirk active anymore. The villains took this as an invitation. As one with hands all over his body began charging towards Aizawa, the hero noticed, but only managed to block the villain's attack with his elbow. You shouldn't push yourself, Eraserhead, the villain said with a sadistic smile. As Aizawa's elbow suddenly started to crack and crumble into dust, Aizawa jumped back while grunting in pain, only to find that he walked into something. He turned around, but was immediately pinned to the ground by the massive figure. Izuku watched the scene in horror. Aizawa was being held down by a massive bird-like creature, breaking what looked to be every bone in his body. Blood pooled under the teacher's broken body, and Izuku could no longer sit back and watch. Izuku infused his arms with Haki before he charged the beast. Upon reaching it, he punched it straight into the face, knocking the monster back. Izuku then acted quickly, picking up Aizawa before dashing away from the danger. The villain stared Izuku down, violently scratching his neck, before he said, "That was an impressive punch, you brat. Unfortunately, it'll all be for naught." With his sadistic voice, Izuku then watched in horror as the monster stood back up without a single scratch on it, while Izuku was being terrified by the monster. Both Asui and Minda had managed to join his side. The green-haired boy broke out of his trance and noticed his companions. This situation was bad. Aizawa had been fatally injured, and they were facing a monster that seemed to be immune to punches. Izuku then steeled his nerves as he settled on a plan. You take Aizawa to safety. I'll hold them off until then, Izuku told Asui and Minda, as he carefully handed the broken teacher over to them. The two wanted to object to the plan, but their words got caught in their throats when they saw Izuku's expression. He was determined, and his mind wouldn't ever be changed. Namu, get them, the villain shouted, and the beast charged as commanded. Izuku raised his fists in response, coating them with Haki, before he also charged at the so-called Namu. Minda and Asui took this opportunity to leave the area. While Izuku was entering a knuckle brawl with the Namu, he used observation to evade and counter any attacks. Then he used armament to increase the damage from his own. The two fought and brawled without any sign of stopping, neither one being willing to give in. But Izuku would soon notice that no matter how much he hit it, no matter how hard he hit it, the Namu wasn't contracting any lasting damage. It was as if it had a powerful defense against attacks, and it could quickly heal any damage that it actually took. Nothing Izuku did had any effect. Nothing he did seemed to matter. But he still refused to give up. The brawl continued with blood and sweat, until a deciding factor happened. Izuku misplaced his feet, and as a result he lost his footing. The Namu took this opportunity and threw a powerful punch towards its green-haired opponent. Izuku didn't have enough time to dodge, so he coated his arms with Haki before using them as a shield. The impact was made, and Izuku's guard was broken as he slid backwards. The beast wasn't finished, however, and charged once more. It threw another powerful punch, and this time Izuku couldn't block. The green-haired boy took the punch straight to the jaw, which sent him flying. Izuku had taken some damage from that attack, but he negated most of it by coating his jaw with Haki. The green-haired boy then landed on his feet, before he fell to his knees in exhaustion. He was about to curse the green-haired brat, but was interrupted by a mass of mist forming next to him. Tamura Shigaraki. One of them got away, the living cloud said. Shigaraki scratched his neck in even more frustration this time, as he said, Kirigiri, we can't fight a bunch of pros, as anger being clear in his voice. The mist shuddered in understanding, until it narrowed its eyes before speaking. Yes, that may be true, but they won't arrive for quite some time. Shigaraki suddenly stopped scratching his neck, as a deep and maniacal smile formed on his obscured face. Yes, so we kill all of the hero brats that are here, starting with the exhausted one over there, he then said, as he pointed a finger towards Izuku. This just got much worse. Izuku was now exhausted, and his opponent was barely breaking a sweat. He was clearly outclassed, and the villains were going to kill both him and his classmates for it. Izuku forced himself back onto his feet as he raised his guard, refusing to give in even in this situation. The Namu responded by letting out a strained and feral cry. Before raising its claws, they stared each other down, not breaking eye contact for even a second, until Shigaraki shouted, Get high, Shigaraki shouted, but was cut off by a loud crashing noise. Everyone, including both villains and students, looked towards the source of the sound and found that it came from the entrance. The doors had been flung open, revealing a figure standing there. Everyone expected to see All Might, or any hero for that matter. But the person who now stood before them was neither of what they expected. He was a tall old man, around his 70s, with long silver-white hair, a sword, and a goofy smile on his face. Izuku couldn't decide whether to look surprised or happy, for he barely needed a glance to know who this man was. The old figure scanned the situation around the USJ, his goofy smile still on his face, as he said, "Now, what in the world is going on here? Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." All Might stood there quietly with a shocked expression. He simply couldn't wrap his head around what Izuku and Rayleigh was explaining to him. Spiritual energy, will, and a power that can be used without a quirk. The symbol of peace found it hard to take the master and student seriously. This Haki that they were talking about sounded too fictional in his ears. How can someone, without a quirk, make himself near indestructible with nothing but willpower? All Might looked at the duo, wearing a perplexed expression as he spoke. "Sorry, but I don't believe a single word that you're uttering. Are you trying to pull my leg?" Izuku and Rayleigh both wore blank expressions, until they looked at each other and shared some slight annoyance. The silver-haired geezer then stood up from his seat, looking straight at All Might. "All right, Blondie, buff up," he said, voice showing hints of that annoyance from before. All Might looked on confused as he obeyed Rayleigh's demand. "Good, now punch me in the face with as much strength as you can," the silver-haired geezer then said. The blonde was even more confused now, but he quickly became bewildered when he realized that Rayleigh was being serious. "What?" All Might exclaimed. Rayleigh didn't change his expression at all. He just crossed his arms as he boldly uttered, "Hit me." All Might looked around the room, only to find that Izuku was barely holding in his laughter. That is when he spoke against the old man. "No, I'm not hitting an 80-year-old, but he was cut off by the now aggressive voice of Rayleigh. "Hit me," the geezer shouted. All Might had enough of this argument, so he decided that it was Rayleigh's fault if he hurt himself. He reeled his fist back, charging up properly, before he threw it into the old man's face. A slight gust of wind exploded outwards, as the window panes shook from the sudden blast. When they stopped shaking, one could see the result of the collision, and it proceeded to shake both Recovery Girl and All Might down to their cores. Silver's Rayleigh, the quirkless geezer of almost 80 years, hadn't moved a millimeter. He was completely unaffected by the punch. He hadn't even blinked or broken his expression. He just stood there with All Might's fist still in his face. As a smile crept up on him, All Might was also completely still, until he started to tremble. The trembling quickly turned into a violent shake as he took a deep breath, before bellowing in pain and agony. Recovery Girl watched in panic and shock as the #1 hero held his fist with his other hand while jumping around the infirmary. "What was that?" the screaming hero asked, before he proceeded to grunt in pain. Rayleigh just gave his trademarked smile as he answered, "That was armament Haki. I used it to cover my face before your fist made contact." With his usual voice, All Might was now in disbelief. For a second he thought that he was hitting a block of solid iron, not a man's face. He just couldn't believe that this, the thing that almost made him break his hand, was the result of Haki. "So you can make yourselves unbreakable, see almost everything, and knock people out just by looking at them?" All Might then asked, painfully grunting between most of the words. Izuku and Rayleigh looked at each other, before Izuku answered, "Yes, but its power depends on how strong our will is." With a calm voice, All Might only responded by nodding and briefly uttering, "I see," voice still showing his pain. The master and student looked at each other once more, before they burst out laughing. The room remained like this for a while, with Izuku and Rayleigh laughing while All Might kept grunting, until Recovery Girl cleared her throat to get their attention. Everyone turned their heads towards her as she stood by the infirmary door and said, "You have visitors," before sliding it open. What waited behind the door surprised Izuku. Almost everyone in Class 1 was waiting there, and they all rushed in while calling Izuku's name. "Deku, are you okay?" Uraraka almost shouted, showing how worried she was for him. Izuku just smiled at the brunette as he said, "I'm fine, I'm just tired, and got a scratch on my arm." As he held up his bandaged left arm, Uraraka sighed in relief, before a smile crept up on her face. "I can't believe that you managed to defeat those villains." And you looked so cool while doing it, the brunette suddenly said, smiling brightly. Izuku's cheeks turned a slight shade of pink when he heard the compliment, as he scratched the back of his head while muttering, "Thanks, but I wouldn't have made it if I didn't have help." Izuku then pointed towards his master, who was giggling at Izuku's pinkish cheeks. The class turned their attention to the old man, as he introduced himself. "Silver's Rayleigh. Nice to meet you all." The class carefully inspected the old man from top to bottom. They already knew that he was Izuku's master, but they were curious over a few things. "For how long have you been training Midoriya?" Ada asked, which seemed to be what most of the class wanted to know. Rayleigh just smiled at them as he answered, "I've been training him since he was 4 years old." With a calm voice, the class was shocked now. The fact that Izuku had been trained in things like combat since he was 4 years old only explains why he could hold his own against a villain. But it was also incredible, because they couldn't even begin to imagine how much pain he must have gone through to reach his current skill level. "What exactly did you teach to Midoriya?" Ida then asked, wondering how Izuku managed to become so strong without a quirk. He wouldn't get a satisfying answer though, as Rayleigh simply answered by saying, "I taught him what he needed to surpass those with quirks." Ada was a little shocked to hear this. It was true that Izuku needed to surpass those with quirks if he ever wanted to become a great hero. He had already surpassed a few of his classmates in some categories, but Rayleigh's words sounded as if they held a bigger goal, that Izuku wanted to surpass even the strongest pro heroes. The class continued to chat with Izuku and his master, asking them many questions about their training and fighting style. The class was so into the conversation that they almost failed to notice someone walking up behind them. "I'm glad to see you all in good shape," that person said, voice being inhumanly bright. The class turned their attention towards the source of the voice, only to see a white bear-like mouse speaking to them. The class immediately recognized this creature as the principal of UA, Nezu. Nezu looked around the infirmary until he walked over to both Izuku and Rayleigh. He looked at them both until he spoke. "Mr. Rayleigh, young Midoriya, on behalf of UA, I must thank you both for protecting our students and teachers," a bear-like creature said. As he bowed his head slightly, both Rayleigh and Izuku shook it off, as the former responded, "There's no need for that. And you know it," the old man said, with a broad smile on his face. Nezu only nodded as a response, before he turned to the rest of Class 1A. "Since you're all here, I might as well inform you that the school will be closed for tomorrow so that we can run a proper investigation," he said, not breaking away from his previous expression. The class had mixed responses to this. Some were sad while some were happy. Izuku was neither sad nor happy. He just thought that he would use this free time to train and get stronger. "Don't even think about it," Rayleigh said, looking straight at Izuku. The green-haired boy gave a look of confusion, as Rayleigh continued, "You've been through a near-death experience. Take some time to rest and we'll continue training once school starts again." Izuku was shocked to hear those words come from his master's mouth. Rayleigh is usually a person that encourages Izuku to train even after breaking his body, so hearing even utter anything related to resting caught Izuku off guard. Rayleigh then continued to catch his student off guard by patting his head while saying, "You impressed me today, so you deserve some rest." With a wholesome voice, Izuku's confusion quickly turned into a bright smile, bleeding with joy. Class 1A, primarily Ada and Uraraka, were both surprised and happy to see their normally stoic classmate give off such a bright smile. 2 days passed, and Class 1A was already back in the classroom. They were all mingling and talking about various things before the teacher would arrive. Izuku just sat at his desk in silence. He had mostly followed Rayleigh's order to rest, but he found that to be difficult, so he ended up doing some light muscle training just so that he wouldn't get too bored. His left arm was recovering nicely, although he still wore a bandage over it. The class kept chatting with each other while sitting at their desks. Some of them wondered who was going to teach them, but that question was quickly answered when the door flung open. "Good morning, class," a bandaged and mummified Aizawa said, as he entered the classroom. Everyone looked shocked, for they believed that Aizawa would be recovering for much longer. "Sir, are you okay?" Ashido asked, but Aizawa tiredly answered, "I'm fine. Recovery girl just went overboard on her treatment, but my health isn't important, because your fight isn't over yet." The class felt a bit of tension within the air. The way that Aizawa had spoken those last few words made it feel like something big was about to happen, and some believed that it would be another villain attack. "The UA Sports Festival is coming up," the teacher then said, breaking the tension within everyone. The class calmed down, as some started getting excited while others questioned if it was a good idea. "Sir, is it really a good idea to hold the festival after the villain attack?" Minda asked, voice being filled to the brim with panic. The sports festival is too big of an event to be cancelled. And it's our way of showing that a villain attack won't affect us. The hero agencies will be watching your performance. So it's your opportunity to prove yourselves, Aizawa answered, voice being just as tired as before. The class got even more excited than before. They began to cheer and roar, ready to prove their worth. Aizawa began walking towards the door. As he said, class dismissed, then he suddenly stopped, before looking straight at Izuku. Midoriya, I wish to speak with you in private, the mummified teacher said, before walking out of the classroom. Izuku quickly got out of his seat, following Aizawa. Once outside, the two stopped in the hallway, where the mummified teacher spoke. You're quirkless, which means that you need to prove yourself more than the others, he said, voice tiredly stating the facts. Izuku looked as stoic as ever, as he responded by saying, I know, you don't need to tell me that. With a calm voice, Aizawa was unfazed by this. As he continued, we decided to let you use any support item of your liking, to give you a fighting chance against your opponents, he said. Izuku was a little surprised to hear this. It was pretty known that support items weren't allowed without the proper paperwork, and the teachers were willing to let Izuku use whatever he wanted. Their choice was understandable too, since quirklessness is a handicap that normally stops a person from reaching greater heights. That is how things play out for most quirkless people. But Izuku is not like most quirkless people. The green-haired boy returned to his usual stoic expression, as he said, that is a very generous offer, but I have to decline. With a calm voice, Aizawa's eyes widened, for he had expected a much different response. You do realize that your chance of winning will be critically reduced if you decline, the teacher said, voice now filled with his shock. Izuku looked a little annoyed, as he answered, do you have no faith in me whatsoever? Or do you just underestimate me? Showing some of his annoyance, Aizawa was even more shocked to hear this response. But Izuku continued before he could say anything. If I win by using support items, it only proves that I can't do anything without help. I'm quirkless, so I need to show the world that I can stand up and win when the odds are stacked against me. The green-haired boy continued, his face now showing a hint of determination. Aizawa was impressed. The idea of letting Izuku use support items was to help him. But the teen thought so far as to say that performing well without any form of help is a better way to prove your worth. Not only that, it also meant that Izuku was very confident in his abilities. Are you saying that you will win the festival, even without our help? Aizawa then asked, waiting in anticipation for the answer he wanted. Izuku looked at him with a smile, as he answered, of course. Why wouldn't I? Much to Aizawa's pleasure, the mummified teacher smiled through his bandages, so that Izuku could see it, as he said, then I can't wait to see what you can do. With a voice that perfectly reflected his smile, Izuku smiled back at his teacher, showing more of his confidence. All right, you can go back to class now, Aizawa then said, breaking the silence of the moment. Izuku obliged. As he slowly made his way back to the classroom, he slid the door open, only to be met by powerful roars and bellows of excitement. It all looked slightly bizarre to Izuku, since everyone was so fired up. But the thing that surprised him the most was the feral Uraraka waving her fist around while shouting, I'm gonna do my best. With a feral voice, she then noticed Izuku, as she shouted, Deku, I'm gonna do my best, with an even louder voice. Izuku didn't know what to think of this situation. On one end he wondered what he had walked into, while on the other his cheeks turned a little pink as he quietly muttered, a complete personality shift, but still cute somehow, to himself, so that no one else could hear it. The students had 2 weeks to properly train for the festival, and Izuku wasn't going to let that time be for naught. He and Rayleigh got to work immediately, but it was very excruciating and gave slow progress. A week and a half has already passed, but Izuku still can't manage to reach the results that they're looking for. The training focuses on improving observation haki in combat-related situations, so that no one will be able to sneak up and hurt him like Shigaraki had done. This training, however, was one of the most painful and cruel things in the world. They were in a forest, and Izuku was already in a lot of pain. He was wearing a blindfold, and was forced to dodge Rayleigh's oncoming attacks. The old man was hiding his presence, making it near impossible to sense him. As he bashed Izuku in the head with a haki-infused club, Izuku was struggling really hard. They had done this for hours, and Izuku was already covered in blood and had numerous bumps on his head. It was hard, but Izuku never gave up regardless of how much pain he felt. Oh, the green-haired boy shouted, with a lot more pain than usual, as Rayleigh bashed his club into his skull. Again, Rayleigh shouted, and Izuku forced himself back into position. The session then continued, and it started off quite decently. Izuku dodged the first attack, but was caught off guard by the second one. "Oh!" he exclaimed when the club made contact with his head. And Rayleigh only shouted, again. As a response, Izuku was once again back into position, trembling from exhaustion. This time he showed more improvement, dodging as much as 3 attacks until Rayleigh landed another hit. "Oh!" he shouted for a millionth time. And Rayleigh responded with, again, for a millionth time. Izuku forced himself into position, but his exhaustion was too great. He could almost feel himself turn weightless, and on the verge of blacking out. It felt like he had removed invisible ankle weights, while also losing his energy. The green-haired boy didn't know what this feeling was, but he didn't question it too much. In the middle of him feeling this, he could for some reason feel an attack coming his way. So he did everything he could to dodge. It took almost everything he had, but the attack missed him by a hair, and he could somehow feel that Rayleigh was smiling. Izuku was confused by what he just felt, and the fact that Rayleigh was standing still without hiding his presence anymore. So he took his blindfolds off. Surely enough, Rayleigh was smiling. "I was hiding my presence, and you began dodging just a split second before I started attacking," the old man said, still smiling. Izuku was shocked to hear this. In his head he was barely dodging that attack, but reality said that he had done something similar to precognition. The green-haired boy quickly shook it off, however, because he felt that Rayleigh wanted him to explain how he did it. "Honestly, I don't know how I did it. I just felt that attack coming, and I felt that you were smiling," Izuku said, while scratching the back of his head. Rayleigh's smile grew even wider as he said, "I believe that you're gaining the ability to sense people's emotions. Soon you might be able to see into the future." With a joyous voice, Izuku was shocked to hear his progress put into words, but he still failed to understand Rayleigh's meaning with it. The old man only giggled at his student's ignorance as he told Izuku what he meant. "You're ready for the sports festival." Izuku's shock grew deeper. Then it turned into joy as he smiled. He was glad that he managed to make some important progress before the festival started. And a proper observation Haki is going to be really useful. Izuku's gaze turned to his lower left arm. It was no longer covered in bandages, but what it had instead was a scar that took similar shape to the roots of a tree. It was from the decay that Shigaraki had briefly used on him, and it served to remind him that the villain was still out there hurting people. He clenched his fist hard as he quietly muttered, "You won't get away from me next time, and you will never mark my body ever again." To both the scar on his arm and the man who gave it to him, Rayleigh could see that Izuku was determined to bring Shigaraki in. So he only nodded at his student after barely hearing those words. Izuku only nodded back at his master before they both started to walk out of the forest. "Don't forget about the opening speech," Rayleigh then said. Izuku shook slightly as he remembered that he's supposed to hold the opening speech for the festival. "Right. I forgot about that," the green-haired boy said, voice almost being empty and oblivious. Rayleigh got a little annoyed after hearing this, as he knocked Izuku over the head with the Haki-infused club. "Oh, what was that for?" Izuku shouted in both pain and a hint of anger. But Rayleigh answered by saying, "Because you're an idiot." With his own hint of anger, Izuku sighed, as he didn't bother to argue with his master. He was too tired, and he knew why Rayleigh called him an idiot. The green-haired boy almost voiced his agreement to his master's recent statement, as the two of them slowly made their way out of the forest. "Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." The crowds were roaring, and the stadium was packed full. Cheers and bellows filled the air, even when nothing was happening. The day had come, and spirits were about to be tested. The sports festival was finally in motion. The stadium was livid and filled to the brim. Many different faces, pros and many more, were seated to observe what was about to play out. One of these faces wasn't a pro hero, or even associated with UA at all. It was the face of an elderly man with silvery hair and a trademarked smile. He was observing the stadium carefully, using more than just his eyes. He also couldn't wait for things to start, for he wanted to watch his student fight his heart out. "Mr. Rayleigh, how are you doing?" someone called to the old man, prompting him to turn and face it. What Rayleigh saw was a familiar skeletal figure with blonde hair, wearing a suit. "Blondie, good to see you," Rayleigh answered the deflated hero. All Might smiled at the silver-haired geezer before he asked, "So, are you excited?" With a joyous voice, Rayleigh's smile grew wider as he answered, "Of course, I want to see Izuku win." with a loud voice. All Might giggled at the reaction, finding it amusing. Before he spoke once more, I heard that young Midoriya didn't want to use support items. Can he still win? The blonde hero asked, being a little more skeptical now. Rayleigh suddenly wore a blank expression. As he turned his gaze towards All Might, he stared at him for only a few seconds, before he smiled and giggled as if the skeletal man had said something ridiculous. All Might looked at Rayleigh in a state of confusion, before the silver-haired geezer responded with a question of his own. Does your hand still hurt? All Might was thrown off by this answer, only to tremble and enter a cold sweat. He immediately remembered that he nearly broke his hand just by punching Rayleigh's Haki-infused face. The deflated symbol of peace looked at his trembling right hand, still remembering the pain, as he realized that Izuku could potentially deliver that pain to his opponents. Well, there's your answer, Rayleigh then said, taking the blonde man's sudden silence as a yes. Class 1 had all gathered in the locker room, waiting in anticipation for the festival to officially begin. Some of them were chatting about various subjects, some were firing themselves up, and some were trying to calm their own nerves. In the middle of it all, however, was a certain green-haired boy. He seemed to be calm and collected, at least on the outside. On the inside he was feeling a little bit nervous, but he was actively suppressing it while he was stretching. The only thing that kept him nervous was the fact that he would stand in front of thousands of people, both in the stadium and on people's televisions, and hold some sort of opening speech. Midoriya, someone called out, making the green-haired boy turn his attention towards the source. What he saw was none other than his ice-using classmate, Shoto Todoroki. Need something, Todoroki? Izuku asked calmly, stretching his shoulder as he did. Todoroki looked at Izuku coldly, not flinching a millimeter. As he continued to speak, we all saw what you did during the villain attack, and I think that we all can agree on the fact that you're not normal for a quirkless person, he said with a cold voice. Izuku raised a brow at this, as he looked around to see what the others thought of it. Most of them agreed, and Izuku didn't need to use observation haki to see that. Yeah, so? Izuku then asked calmly, as his gaze slowly returned to Todoroki. The ice user didn't change his expression, as he said, you're strong, I'll give you that, but I will still defeat you and take the #1 spot. The entire class went silent after hearing this, interpreting it as a declaration of war. Izuku, however, was as calm as before. He quit stretching, then he walked closer to Todoroki and said, you'll try, with a cold voice. The class was even more stunned now. Not only had Todoroki declared war, but Izuku also accepted it with confidence. The room fell silent once more, until the loud bellow of an explosive blonde could be heard. Hey Deku, icy hot, don't you dare leave me out of this. I will defeat you both, Katsuki roared, causing some to shiver. Both Izuku and Todoroki were unaffected by the explosive blonde. They just looked at him with identical cold eyes. More words were intended to be said on Izuku's part, but he didn't get the chance when President Mike announced for everyone to enter the stadium. The students complied happily, and Izuku decided that he would save his words for the opening speech. President Mike announced all the classes as they entered the stadium, crowds mostly cheering at the entry of the hero course. Izuku felt only a little nervous about standing in front of so many people, but kept it hidden when he imagined Rayleigh bashing his skull over it. Now our freshman representative, Izuku Midoriya, will hold the opening speech, Midnight announced to the crowd, earning a few cheers. Izuku sighed as he slowly made his way up to the podium. Everyone looked at him, feeling a little skeptical. They didn't find Izuku that impressive. As such, they wondered why he was the representative. The green-haired boy shared a mere glance with the audience, and that was enough to silence them all. His aura was like a furious tidal wave, engulfing everyone in violent pressure. His spirit was strong, so strong that they refused to believe that he was solely responsible for it. Izuku continued to scan the crowd, until his gaze stopped at a certain silver-haired geezer. He then took a deep breath, and firmly spoke into the microphone. There isn't much to be said, and I'm pretty sure that you're all eagerly waiting for us to start, so I'll just say 3 things. First, to all of you that are watching, make sure to enjoy watching us battle our hearts out. Second, to all of you that are participating, everyone's watching, so you better give it your all. Lastly, to my competitors, you can challenge me all you want, but I won't lose, Izuku said, before quickly pausing for breath. Everyone thought that it was a solid, wholesome speech at first. Then some of the students got annoyed as they heard Izuku say that he was going to win. The green-haired boy turned his gaze back to the audience before finishing the speech. Let's have a great festival, he shouted into the microphone. The audience was silent for a second, until they began applauding the green-haired boy. Some of the other students were still heated after hearing the part about winning, but Izuku didn't care as he calmly walked away from the podium. That speech sure was something, All Might muttered, unsure of what to actually say. Rayleigh heard his words and uttered, "Perhaps I ought to beat him until he learns how to write a good speech." With a half-questioning, half-annoyed voice, he wanted to hear Izuku say something spectacular and inspiring. But the green-haired boy had just told the audience to watch him win. The silver-haired geezer cracked his knuckles. Just as midnight announced the first event, it was an obstacle race. The students would race each other in an obstacle course around the stadium. Whoever comes first wins. The students all got into position, firing themselves up for the race. Rayleigh watched from a distance until he raised an eyebrow. He looked closer until he almost burst out laughing. All Might looked at the silver-haired geezer in confusion as he said, "Wow, UA is very perceptive." Before continuing his laughter, All Might looked a little more confused this time as he asked, "What are you talking about?" Rayleigh wiped a tear from his eye as he looked at All Might and answered, "I noticed the first obstacle, and Izuku is a lost cause if he falls for it." With a smile still on his face, All Might didn't really know what to think about this. He just saw a master smiling and laughing about how his student might be worthless, as if he knew what was going to happen. The skeletal man then snapped out of it when he realized that the race was about to start. Both Rayleigh and All Might locked their gazes onto Izuku, waiting to see what he would do. Izuku was calmly waiting, stretching both his arms and legs as he did. Occasionally, he used his observation haki to try and figure out what everyone else was thinking, but only found that most were showing some malice towards him. He also noticed something else: the gazes of two awfully familiar old men being locked onto him. But Izuku was unbothered by all of this, for he was only focused on his victory. He then got into a stance, prepared to start at any moment, until he noticed something odd ahead of himself. He noticed something about the corridor they had to run through. How narrow it was. He didn't need observation haki to know that the contenders wouldn't be able to fit in there. Therefore, it must be the first obstacle. "Start!" Present Mike roared through the speakers. And the students didn't wait for a second. Everyone began hauling towards the corridor, not stopping to think. This resulted in everyone cramping and getting stuck, all except for one. Izuku ran a little slower than everyone else to make sure that he wouldn't get stuck in the mass of students. After that, he simply jumped between the walls of the corridor, passing the obstacle, before he took off running through the rest of the course. The audience looked shocked, and both Present Mike and Aizawa commented on how Izuku managed to see the first obstacle. Rayleigh even smiled from a distance as he exclaimed, "My student isn't a lost cause." With a joyous tone, Izuku kept running, not stopping for anything. At some point, he realized that the other students had somehow broken free, and that they were hot on his tail. The green-haired boy sped up, not willing to lose his lead. Eventually, he came across the second obstacle, which consisted of the 0-point robots from the entrance exam. This came as a surprise to Izuku, but it wasn't enough to stop him. He simply used observation haki to avoid any attacks, and occasionally used armament haki to block any form of damage. Present Mike was impressed by Izuku's performance, as he commented, "Wow, looks like that green-haired student of yours is performing well. Just what type of quirk does he have?" With his loud voice, Aizawa sat next to him in his mummified form, as he tiredly answered, "His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he's quirkless," so that everyone could hear. Present Mike and the entire audience went silent after hearing this. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that the person who had just said that he would win was quirkless. All was in shock, except for a certain silver-haired geezer who was smiling. Izuku kept going like nothing was happening, passing through the canyon no time. Eventually, he made it to the minefield, and decided to slow down to carefully walk and navigate through it. It worked for a while, until he heard an angry voice roar at him from behind. "Deku, get back here!" it roared, and Izuku didn't need to turn around to know that it was Katsuki. He quickly used observation haki, only to see that Katsuki was approaching him rapidly with his explosions. Next to the blonde was Todoroki, running on a path of ice. This sight made Izuku realize that he didn't have time to slow down, so he took off running once more. Under normal circumstances, a person wouldn't be able to avoid the tightly placed mines while also running at top speed. But Izuku isn't normal. The green-haired boy ran at top speed while using observation haki to find the placements of the mines ahead of time. That way he could run without worrying about misplacing his feet. On the few occasions that he did misplace his feet, he used armament haki to avoid the damage. while also using it as a boost. Todoroki and Katsuki were hot on Izuku's trail. But it wasn't enough. Eventually, the green-haired boy cleared the minefield. And from there it was just a free path to the finish line. Izuku ran into the stadium once more, cheers and applause showering him as he got first place. Shortly after him was a furious Katsuki in second place, and a cold and stoic Todoroki in third. After some time, both Ida and Uraraka made it to the finish line, and they immediately began praising Izuku for getting first place. Rayleigh kept observing his student from afar, his smile growing wider by the second. "That training really paid off," he exclaimed, sounding as proud as a dark king on his throne. All Might looked at him curiously as he asked, "What kind of training?" Rayleigh showed his smile to the skeletal man as he gladly answered him, "I put blindfolds on him while I bashed his skull open with a club. It paid off, because now he has improved his observation Haki." Before he laughed like a maniac. All Might's sweat dropped after hearing those words come out from Rayleigh's mouth. The way that the old geezer had said it made it seem like a joke, and that scared him. It made him realize that Rayleigh must be insane in some way, which in turn could have rubbed off on Izuku. The students quickly gathered, waiting for midnight to announce the next event. The R-rated hero spun the wheel until it stopped. The next game was going to be a team cavalry battle, and midnight proceeded to explain the rules. The students would make up teams. Each team would have a point value based on the member's placement in the obstacle race. The last piece of information was one that made Izuku shake on the inside. Whoever came first in the obstacle race is worth 10 million points. Izuku could feel how everyone stared at him, intent on taking him down. Everyone then scattered to build their teams, as Izuku tried to make up a plan. "So all I need to do is run away until the time runs out, and I'll win," he muttered to himself. "Yeah, that sounds about right," a feminine voice answered cheerfully. Izuku was slightly startled by the response, for he didn't notice anyone standing there. The green-haired boy then turned to face the source of the voice, only to be surprised once more. "Uraraka, what are you doing here?" he asked, making his surprise known. Uraraka looked at him with a smile as she answered, "I came to join your team, Deku." "You said it, we win if we run away." With a cheerful voice, Izuku was about to question her decision, but was cut off when a girl came up and introduced herself. "Hey, I'm Mei Hatsum. I'll be joining your team," she said, without a care in the world. Izuku wanted to question her decision also, but was once again cut off by another person. That person was none other than Fumikage Takoyami. "Midoriya, will you let me join your team?" the bird-like teen asked, voice being as calm as the night. Izuku felt slightly overwhelmed as he calmly exclaimed, "Can you all tell me why you want to join my team, knowing that everyone will target us at all times?" The three looked confused until Uraraka answered, "I think it's better to team up with people that you know," with a joyful voice. Then Hatsum followed up by saying, "If I'm in your team, the cameras will always be on me and my babies." With an excited voice, Izuku calmly nodded at her statement, until Takoyami stated his reason. "You're competent, and you know what you're doing." Izuku was suddenly trapped in a state of shock. One wanted to join because of friendship, the second wanted the spotlight, and the third had trust in his abilities. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the results as he said, "All right, building a team was way easier than I imagined. Let's win." With determination in his voice, the others smiled back at him as they nodded in affirmation. After a few more minutes, all the teams were made and fully set. Everyone had their own plan in the works, and they were ready to go. "Start," Present Mike announced, once again prompting the students to attack. Izuku and his team were quickly surrounded by numerous teams, all going straight for the 10 million points. "Looks like Team Midoriya is already in a pickle. What will they do?" Present Mike commented, perfectly mirroring reality as it was happening. Izuku was completely silent, bangs covering his eyes. To the outside it looked like he was gritting his teeth in frustration, unsure of what to do. Reality, however, said otherwise. The green-haired boy raised his glare towards his attackers, showing them nothing but cold rage, before he uttered, "You're all in the way." With frustration, Izuku's words were followed by a wave of spiritual energy firing and engulfing everyone in the area. It was strong, but not strong enough to knock anyone unconscious. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, and sound returned to the world once more. Everyone, from contestant to audience member, was completely motionless. The only thing that they imagined this to be was Izuku's aura, and it was terrifying. They didn't know how it worked, but the mutual feeling that it caused was to stay away from Izuku. Rayleigh watched this happen, expression stern, while the skeletal man next to him was practically shaking. "Was that?" All Might tried to ask with a trembling voice, But Rayleigh answered before he could finish. Conqueror's Haki. Yes, but it's weaker than usual, he said, voice being as stoic as Izuku usually is. All Might was a little frightened by this sudden change of mannerism, while also being confused. Aren't you going to get angry about him using it in front of so many people? The skeletal man asked. Still trembling a little, Rayleigh sighed, as if he didn't like what came next. Before he answered, we agreed on something while training for the festival. If Izuku is to win, he needs to be able to use all of the weapons at his disposal. In other words, before he paused for a second, he can use his Conqueror's Haki, but not at its full power. He then finished. Meanwhile, Izuku's team was having it fairly simple. The use of his Conqueror's spirit at the beginning had made it easy for them, because no one was trying to attack them. This led to the first 20 minutes or so being uneventful. But that quickly changed, out of nowhere. A huge wall of ice appeared and separated Team Midoriya from the other teams. They weren't alone, however, for the person responsible for the sudden glacier was standing not far away from them. The green-haired boy wore a cold expression as he stared down what seemed to be the only team that was unaffected by his spirit. There you are. Took you long enough to get here, Izuku said, showing no sign of falter in his voice. The bicolored attacker answered with a cold expression of his own. As he said, I'll be taking those points off your hands now. Before expelling a frosty breath, Izuku didn't feel intimidated in the slightest. If anything, he felt annoyed. He let the slightest hint of frustration bleed into his expression and voice as he responded to the ice user's claim. Let's see you try. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Izuku stood prepared with his team, staring down his bicolored adversary. On the opposite side of the stretch was Team Todoroki, all patiently waiting for an order to attack. Silence filled the air until it grew thick. That is when it was broken. Todoroki shot a stream of ice towards Team Midoriya, but to no effect. Left, Izuku shouted, prompting his team to maneuver and dodge the attack. Todoroki got a little annoyed, until he shot another ice barrage. Right, the green-haired boy shouted, and his team obeyed. Todoroki's annoyance grew wider by the second, for it seemed that Izuku was able to see through any attempt he made at immobilizing them. The bicolored boy gave another order to his team before they charged towards Team Midoriya. Izuku gave only one look before he gave an order of his own. Left, he shouted, right before he raised his voice a second time. Takoyami, prompting the bird-like teen to maneuver Dark Shadow. This was a close call, for Team Midoriya had dodged the charge before barely blocking off Kaminari's lightning attack. Both teams staggered backwards as they tried to formulate a strategy. Izuku knew that Dark Shadow wouldn't be able to handle another lightning attack, but he also knew that Kaminari would be out of commission for a while. Todoroki was getting more and more frustrated by the second. Nothing worked. It was as if Izuku could see everything that was happening. The bicolored teen clenched his fist as he settled on a plan. Izuku may be able to see everything, but he shouldn't be able to keep it up forever. All Team Todoroki needed to do, if they wanted that headband, was to continuously attack Team Midoriya until the green-haired boy can't tell what's happening. Todoroki gave another order to his team before they charged towards Izuku once more. The green-haired boy saw this coming and responded by giving his team their own orders. This continued on for a while. Team Todoroki kept failing their attempts at attacking, all because Izuku kept maneuvering his team perfectly. Todoroki had miscalculated when forming his plan. It was true that Izuku had a limit to how much he would be able to see, but the bicolored teen didn't take Izuku's most recent training into account. In other words, Izuku can literally do this all day. Team Todoroki took another step back, just as it was announced that only a few minutes remained. Todoroki didn't know what to do at this point. There wasn't nearly enough time to form a plan, and even if he did have enough time, it would most certainly not work. The bicolored teen had faced many great and terrifying things in his life, but he never imagined that Izuku Midoriya's impregnable defense would be one of them. Todoroki grit his teeth even more than before, almost feeling helpless in this situation. That is until one of his teammates spoke up. Everyone, I have a plan. It'll put me out of commission for the remainder of the match, but I'm certain that it'll definitely get us those 10 million points. Ida shouted as he carefully watched the moves of Team Midoriya. Todoroki regained his composure as he calmly responded, care to fill us in on this plan? Ida was silent for a second, for he was still staring at Izuku. The green-haired boy was observing them, analyzing every move that they made. He may have worn a neutral expression, But the green-haired boy still made it clear that he was in control of the situation at all times. Ada noticed this, and he became determined to prove his adversary wrong. Midoriya is able to observe and react to our attacks even when we're perfectly coordinated. So we need to grab that headband before he has a chance to react, Ada told his team, making sure that Izuku wouldn't hear any of it. The remaining members of Team Todoroki roughly understood what their blue-haired companion meant. So far they've been focused on exhausting Izuku by using multiple coordinated attacks. What they needed to do was deal one attack that he had no hope of defending against, even if he could see it coming. In other words, they needed to be faster. I agree. Let's do it, Ida. Todoroki then responded, prompting his teammates to begin preparation. Izuku carefully observed the other team with his observation, until he saw something that caught his interest. He could see Ida's emotions stirring. Same for the rest of his teammates. This, along with everything else that he saw, put Izuku on his guard as he called out to his team, "Be ready, they're planning something," prompting everyone to carefully focus on Team Todoroki. Both teams stared at each other, until a weird blue light emitted from Ida's legs. Izuku's eyes went wide as the blue-haired boy bellowed, "Recipro burst," before taking off. A powerful gust of wind shot by the entirety of Team Midoriya, leaving everyone speechless. Team Todoroki was now behind Izuku, having moved at speeds that were nearly imperceivable. The audience stared wide-eyed at the two teams, expecting Team Midoriya's points to drop to 0. What happened instead shocked everyone down to the core. What they saw was blood flying about, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The audience looked closer and saw where it had come from. It was Todoroki, and the broken fingers on his right hand. The bicolored teen slowly looked over at his broken hand before he screamed in agony, "That was a good trick. You nearly got me." A dull voice that people then realized belonged to Izuku said. Everyone's gaze locked onto the green-haired boy as his team slowly turned around to face their opponents. "But you have to be much faster than that if you intend on taking this headband from me," Izuku then said, as Team Todoroki finally got a good look at him. He had his right arm up towards them, and they could clearly see blood smeared onto it. It didn't take long for the team to figure out that the blood belonged to Todoroki, and what this meant. Somehow, in some way, Izuku was faster, even when Ida moved at a speed that almost no one could react to. Izuku had managed to defend. Not only that, but his arm didn't feel normal. Todoroki's hand had made a collision with Izuku's arm, but it didn't feel like an arm. If the bicolored boy didn't know what he made contact with, he would have believed that his hand had crashed into a metal post. Team Todoroki were at a loss for words. How did Izuku just do that? They kept asking themselves this question, but only Todoroki put it into words that everyone agreed upon. "There's no way that he's quirkless," the bicolored boy grunted, as more and more pain entered his system. Izuku looked at the opposing team with a cold expression. The truth is that he wasn't faster than Ada. Far from it actually. He had only used his observation and saw the attack coming long before it happened. This gave him enough time to defend. He felt a little bad for Todoroki, but at the same time he thought that the bicolored boy had it coming. The green-haired boy lowered his right arm before he spoke to his team. "They're out of commission. Ada can barely move. Kaminari is zapped. Yaoyorozu is reaching her limit, and Todoroki has to use his flames if he wants to attack. We can just leave them be and wait for the time to run out," he said, and his team responded by nodding and walking away. Team Todoroki gritted their teeth in frustration, for what Izuku had said was all true. Ada's recipro burst had left him unable to use his quirk. Kaminari was still suffering the drawback from his own quirk, and Yaoyorozu was already tired. The only one of them that could do anything was Todoroki. He could technically use his ice, but if he did, he would cause unnecessary pain and harm to his broken hand. The bicolored teen would have to use his flames to continue, but for some reason he refused to use his left side. Team Midoriya continued walking away from Team Todoroki. The calm had returned, until a loud bellow was heard zooming through the sky. "Deku!" it shouted, and everyone already knew that it was a very angry Katsuki. Team Midoriya turned towards it, only to see the angry blonde flying through the air towards them. They all prepared to defend, waiting for Izuku's orders. They were surprised, however, when the green-haired didn't say a word. He just looked at the blonde, as if he was waiting for something. Katsuki was furious. As he approached his target at rapid speeds, he was determined. He was going to get those 10 million points. He was going to crush Deku. He kept nearing from the skies, until his gaze landed on something. It was Izuku's eyes. He saw something strange in them. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it was familiar. It was like that day when they were 4 years old. When he was hit by that odd power, this was enough to throw Katsuki off. As he began to fall towards the ground, he was quickly saved by Shiro, who pulled him back to their team. Team Bakugo then acted. As they prepared themselves for another launch, Katsuki, however, didn't launch himself again. His teammates looked at him in confusion before they saw something that shocked them deeply. He was trembling. Katsuki Bakugo was trembling without stopping. Time is up, President Mike then announced. Stopping all teams in their tracks, Izuku stopped glaring at Katsuki. As he and his teammates breathed sighs of relief, Midnight quickly went over the scoreboard. Team Midoriya came in first, Team Bakugo in second, Todoroki in third, and Shinso in fourth. Todoroki was told to go and see Recovery Girl about his hand. But before leaving, he told Izuku that they needed to talk in private afterwards. The green-haired boy wondered what it was all about, but he didn't question it too much. Katsuki was still in shock, and his teammates were unable to reach out to him. He was still trembling, and he still didn't know what was going on. It was as if something inside him had shattered. All because he locked eyes with Izuku. The blonde didn't know what was happening to him, because it was something he wouldn't accept. Katsuki Bakugo wouldn't accept the fact that he is, without a doubt, utterly terrified of Izuku and his mysterious power. After the cavalry battle ended, everyone got a break so that they could go and eat lunch. It was during this time that Izuku and Todoroki had this so-called private talk. The bi-colored teen had just been healed by Recovery Girl, and his right hand looked like it had been mummified. "You brought me here. Now what?" Izuku said to the ice user, voice being cool. Todoroki's expression seemed conflicted between anger and cold intimidation. As he spoke, "I don't buy it, Midoriya," he said, with an equally cold voice. Izuku was a little confused, as he motioned for Todoroki to elaborate. "You may have our classmates and teachers fooled, but you can't fool me. You're not quirkless, are you?" the bi-colored boy said, a hint of annoyance revealing itself in his voice. Izuku was caught off guard by this, but he really shouldn't have been. The things that one can do with Haki are superhuman, and looks like a quirk to most people. It was just a matter of time before anyone would notice this. But Izuku wasn't planning on revealing his secret anytime soon. "I don't know what to tell you, Todoroki. I'm quirkless. No more, no less. But may I ask you a question now? Did you get a brain freeze during the cavalry battle? Or were you born that way?" Izuku then said with a cold voice. Todoroki was caught off guard by this response, but he quickly regained his composure before speaking again. "Fine, continue with your deceit, but know that I will defeat you no matter what," the bi-colored teen said, voice showing a weird mixture of anger and cold. Izuku raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as he asked, "What makes you say that? Brain freeze?" With a calm voice, Todoroki's expression remained stern. As he began to explain, he told Izuku about his childhood, how he was abused by his father, how his mother suffered, and how she poured boiling water over his eye. Above all, he told Izuku one thing, that he was created to surpass all might. Izuku was gripped by shock and sympathy, but he didn't let it show. He didn't want to imagine how much pain Todoroki had been through, and how much he still suffers. "I will win this festival, and I will do it with only my ice. I refuse to use that bastard's power," Todoroki then said, referring to his father. Izuku lowered his gaze slightly, as he quietly muttered, "I see, you were born with incredible power, and the purpose of using said power, yet you reject half of it out of resentment. That's a pretty sad existence, isn't it?" Todoroki's blood ran cold upon hearing this, as if he was offended by Izuku's words. The green-haired boy ignored him, as he decided to address something that had bothered him for the entirety of the conversation. He turned his gaze to the supposed empty end of the hallway, before he called out, "I know you're there, Kaken. Show yourself already." Shortly after the command was made, the blonde boy stepped out into the light. Izuku looked at him with a cold expression. As he carefully observed him, Katsuki was clearly shocked by the fact that Izuku knew. But the green-haired boy didn't care about that too much. "Did you plan on eavesdropping on us all day?" Izuku asked, voice being colder than ice. Katsuki didn't answer. He just looked uncertain for some reason. The green-haired boy got a little annoyed as he spoke his next words. "Look, if you came here to tell us that you'll win, I'm just gonna saw," Izuku said, letting his anger show, but cut himself off mid-sentence when he looked into the blonde's eyes. He saw something that he didn't expect to see. It was something that he knew didn't belong, for it simply wasn't what Katsuki was like. What Izuku saw in his childhood friend was fear in its purest form, and he soon realized that he was the cause of that fear. "Is everything all right, Kaken?" Izuku then asked, sounding genuinely concerned this time. The blonde just looked away upon hearing this, as he quietly muttered, "I'm fine. I won't let you beat me, Deku." Before he walked off, Izuku kept looking in that direction. Still concerned, he didn't know why Katsuki was so afraid of him. Therefore he couldn't stop worrying for him. The green-haired boy then turned his gaze back to Todoroki, who looked either shocked or confused, as he said, "Listen here. Brain freeze, you can't win with just half of your power. If you want a chance at defeating me, you should use your flames." With a cold voice, Todoroki's expression of shock grew wider, for he could feel the menacing aura that was surrounding Izuku. "Now then, I think we're done here. I'm hungry," the green-haired boy then said, before he walked off and left Todoroki behind. The lunch break ended shortly after, and everyone gathered back in the stadium. Midnight quickly went over how the third round would play out, during which Ajiro and a member of Class 1B backed out. A matching was then made, and Izuku would face a student named Hitoshi Shinso in the first round. The green-haired boy was about to go and prepare for the match, when he was stopped by Ajiro. "Midoriya, watch out for Shinso's quirk. I don't know how it works, but I know that I lost control over my body just after responding to one of his questions," the tailed boy said, almost looking a little worried. Izuku, however, was rather fascinated. A quirk that can basically brainwash you just after a verbal response. That can be a very terrifying weapon for both villainy and heroism. That said, what will Shinso do if his opponent just decides to stay quiet? "So he's useless, as long as I zip it," Izuku then stated, quite boldly. Ajiro was shocked, but he then realized that it was just that easy. "Thanks, Ajiro. I really appreciate it," Izuku then said, smiling brightly, before he left to enter the arena. He then made it just in time, and Present Mike announced them both with passion. The audience roared wildly, eager to watch the quirkless victor of all the previous games. Izuku just stared his opponent down, as if something was bothering him. He faintly remembered some of the words that Shinso had shared with his class before the festival, and they annoyed him slightly. "Begin," Midnight then shouted, which prompted Shinso to start talking. "Hey, you're Ajiro's classmate, right? Don't you think he's idiotic to just drop out like that?" the purple-haired boy said, grinning as he did. Izuku got only a little annoyed by this, but it wasn't enough to make him talk. The green-haired boy then raised two of his fingers up to his lips, before closing them with an imaginary zipper. Shinso saw this action and began to panic slightly. It wasn't just that Izuku showed his intention of staying silent. He was also affected by the terrifying aura that was radiating from the green-haired boy. Izuku then took a step forward, before he began to slowly walk over towards Shinso. The purple-haired teen tried everything from asking questions to throwing nasty insults, but nothing made the green-haired boy talk. Izuku then stood right in front of his opponent, as Shinso began to cower and brace. But then something weird happened. Shinso had prepared himself to get punched in the face, but a punch or a fist never came. What he felt instead was a burning and throbbing pain in his cheek, as he heard the sharp sound of a snap. If no one was looking, they would have thought that the sound had come from a whip. But that wasn't the case this time. Everyone looked and saw that the noise had come from Izuku's open palm, as it collided with Shinso's cheek at high speed. Everyone, from spectator to student, and even referee, were shocked upon witnessing this. They couldn't believe, or they didn't want to believe, that Izuku had just slapped Shinso across the face. The green-haired boy looked at his adversary with a dead serious expression, as he, with an ominous voice, said, "Are you going to keep babbling nonsense, or will you at least try to put up a fight?" Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Everything stood silent, as the tension kept rising in the air. Izuku just stared his opponent down without any remorse. As he spoke, "Well, what's it going to be?" he said, as narrowed his eyes. Shinso was completely stiff. He just couldn't move. Whenever he looked anywhere near Izuku, he felt himself being choked. It was as if Izuku's aura had wrapped itself around him. The purple-haired boy kept staring at the slowly approaching Izuku, until he felt another burning slap across his other cheek. "I'm still waiting for an answer here," the green-haired boy annoyingly said, before he proceeded to shove his opponent back. Shinso lost his footing and landed on his back, still frightened by the mere presence of Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked more annoyed, to the point of being angry. His opponent looked just about ready to give up, and that just angered him. "I don't understand people like you. You expect that everything should just be handed to you on a silver platter, that you don't need to work hard and earn it," Izuku said, almost on the verge of bellowing. Shinso didn't know how to react. For the green-haired boy suddenly began to lecture him. You're the one to blame for not being in the hero course. I, a quirkless person, made it here because I worked hard enough. It's not just me either. Everyone in the hero course worked themselves to death just to get to this point. So why shouldn't you do the same? Izuku then said, keeping his annoyed look. Shinso just had his entire world flipped upside down. What the green-haired boy said was true. He didn't earn it. Everyone in the hero course had worked hard to earn their place. And the quirkless boy before him only stood as a manifestation of that hard work. Shinso then clenched his fist as he stood up on his trembling legs. You're right. Now let me answer your question. I will fight, and I intend to win, the purple-haired boy then shouted. As he raised his fists, Izuku only smiled upon hearing this, remembering to not answer any of Shinso's questions. The crowd began to roar in excitement, for the fight seemed to begin for real now. Shinso stared at his green-haired adversary down, waiting for the right moment. Both teens were just still. Until one acted, Shinso began charging, determined to hit Izuku in the face. The green-haired boy didn't even flinch, as he responded by throwing a punch of his own. His fist was covered with Haki. As it crashed straight into Shinso's face, the purple-haired boy didn't even get to lay a single finger on his opponent before he fell to the ground and lost consciousness. The whole arena went silent until midnight announced, Shinso is unable to continue. Midoriya advances to the second round before the audience began to cheer. It was an uneventful match, but it was still cool that it was finished with just one punch. Izuku looked at the unconscious Shinso in front of him and smiled. The purple-haired boy had been misguided up until now, but he could still become a great hero. Work hard, get stronger, then come and face me again, Izuku muttered, hoping that Shinso would somehow hear those words even when unconscious. The other matches went on in one way or another. Todoroki ended his match instantly by freezing the entire stadium, looking more angry than ever before. Uraraka tried her hardest against Katsuki, but still ended up losing. Now it was time for the second round, and Izuku was facing Todoroki immediately in the first match. The green-haired boy walked through the halls, slowly making his way down to the arena. He was undisturbed until he sensed someone around the corner with his observation Haki. Izuku readied himself, thinking it was some sort of threat, but calmed himself a little when he saw who it was. From around the corner came a figure that was clad in fire, wearing a passive-aggressive expression. It was the number 2 hero. Endeavor, you're Midoriya, right? He asked, voice sounding just as passive-aggressive as his expression. Izuku was a little thrown off by this, but he didn't let it show as he answered, yeah, with a calm voice. The flame hero didn't change his expression as he continued to speak. You're pretty good, even though you're quirkless. Your next match is against my son. Make him use his flames. Izuku got a little annoyed to hear this. Endeavor wasn't asking him anything. He was ordering him around. Shoto was made to surpass all might, but he's being rebellious. He's rejecting the power that I gave him, and it's time for him to be taught a lesson, the flame hero then said, as he was flaring up slightly. Izuku was now angry. Not only did Endeavor order him around, but he also had the guts to treat his own son so poorly. Izuku tried to contain his anger as he walked past the flame hero. You're so pathetic, he then said, while his back was turned against Endeavor. The flame hero was angered upon hearing this, as he said, what did you say? You brat. Izuku was still unfazed by this. As he spoke, Todoroki is not you, and he's not an object that you can force your agendas onto, he said coldly, before he turned to face Endeavor once more. I already told him that he wouldn't win without using his flames, so know that if he does use them you'll have no part in it. That alone will show just how much of a failure you are, he then said, before walking away towards the fighting ground. Endeavor was furious upon hearing this, so much that he possibly could burn the entire stadium to the ground. The flame hero was so angry that he readied himself to attack Izuku from behind, but he stopped himself. It wasn't because he had calmed down or decided that it wasn't worth it. It was something else. The flame hero was frozen, feeling this overwhelming aura encompass and shake his very core. He almost didn't want to believe that this aura had come from Izuku, because its sheer power reminded him of someone else. How are you almost as strong as All Might? He muttered, as he watched the green-haired boy calmly walk away. Izuku then made it to the fighting ground, where Todoroki was patiently waiting for him. The two teens stared each other down, each with a cold glare. This is what they've both been waiting for, to finally settle things. Begin, Midnight shouted, and so they did. Todoroki began by firing an ice attack at Izuku. The green-haired boy responded by breaking the ice with a Haki-infused punch. Then came another ice attack, only to meet the same fate. This exchange continued for a while, always showing the same result. Rayleigh observed the match from afar. Wearing a skeptical look, it looks like they're evenly matched. A deflated All Might then said. Rayleigh didn't break his expression. As he said, they're both holding back. That Todoroki kid isn't using both sides of his quirk. And Izuku isn't using the full extent of his haki. But why is that? All Might looked slightly shocked upon hearing this. Until he realized that it was true. Todoroki wasn't using his flames for some reason. And Izuku is said to be capable of a lot more than just this. Rayleigh kept thinking and thinking, wondering what his student was trying to do. He inspected both competitors multiple times, until he finally found a flaw to Todoroki's approach. It was at that point that Rayleigh realized what Izuku was doing. And he smiled. I see, he's tiring him out, the silver-haired geezer then said, sounding excited. All Might looked at him in confusion. As he asked, what do you mean? Rayleigh turned his head towards his blonde companion. As he began to explain, Izuku entered the ring with a plan. He found Todoroki's weakness, which is that he gets frostbite by using his ice too much. Izuku is stalling the match until his opponent can't continue, because he knows that his defense and endurance is superior to his opponent's. All Might was shocked upon hearing this, for he hadn't even realized it yet. This only proves one thing. Izuku is a competent fighter that always seems to be in control of the situation. Well, he might be after something else, Rayleigh then said. As he turned his gaze back to the match, All Might was once again confused. For what could Izuku possibly be after besides victory? The teens continued their long exchange of ice and destruction, until it slowly stopped. Todoroki was reaching his limits, for he was already trembling from the cold. Izuku just stared him down with a cold glare. As he asked, well, brain freeze. Will you use your flames already, or are you just going to forfeit? Todoroki looked annoyed upon hearing this. As he bellowed, did my father talk you into this? Anger being clear in his voice. Izuku was still unfazed. As he answered, he tried to order me, but I just told him to shove it. I'm here on my own accord, to tell you that you're an idiot. What's the point of holding back if it makes you lose? With a cold voice, Todoroki was even angrier now. As he roared, what about you? Aren't you holding back as well? In pure anger, Izuku was as calm as ever. As he answered, yes, why would I burn the forest when hunting a rabbit? This sentence shook Todoroki. What Izuku meant was that he could easily end this match whenever he wanted. But he chose to hold back and do this. The bicolored teen was more angry than ever before. As he shot another ice barrage at Izuku, you won't make this easy. How typical, the green-haired boy said, before he jumped to avoid the attack. He then advanced upon Todoroki, and the bicolored teen was too frozen to avoid in time. Izuku closed the gap between himself and Todoroki. Before he delivered a haki-infused punch to his gut, the ice user was thrown back, before he crashed and slid across the ground. Wake up, Todoroki, it's your damned quirk. Not his. Use it to become the hero that you want to be, not the weapon that he wants. Izuku then shouted, getting so livid that weaker waves and pulses of his spirit shot out from him. Todoroki didn't know how to react to this, for Izuku's words had brought back memories. He remembered all the things his mother used to say to him, things that he thought he had forgotten. It was at that moment that the bicolored teen realized something. Izuku was right. It's his quirk, and he's not going to let his father decide his destiny. As that last thought entered the teen's mind, steam was emitted from his left side. It grew more and more intense, until a wild burst of flame formed itself. The ice that had formed itself on his body melted. As he shouted, this is my power, and I'll use it to become my own type of hero. With a smile on his face, Rayleigh smiled even more upon witnessing this advancement, for his hunch had been correct. This is what Izuku was after. That is why he was smiling right now. The green-haired boy smiled broadly. As his opponent spoke up, let's finish this, Midoriya, and was answered by Izuku raising his fists and roaring back, with pleasure. Todoroki, the two teens then readied their attacks. Izuku covered both his arms and legs with haki, before charging into battle with observation into high gear. Meanwhile, Todoroki was firing an abundance of ice while also shooting his flames. The two then clashed. Not holding back any longer, Izuku kept charging towards his opponent, but was quickly engulfed by the flames. He kept pushing, and so did his bicolored opponent, until the ring was engulfed by a massive explosion. That was then followed by a powerful wave. Few knew what this wave was, but soon a few spectators began to pass out, then it slowly disappeared. The dust cleared ever so slowly, only to reveal one single man standing. It was Izuku, and he barely had a single scratch on him. Everyone was frozen with shock. Even more so when they saw that Todoroki was unconscious and buried into the wall. Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the third round, Midnight then announced. And the crowds began to cheer and roar. Rayleigh knew what happened. Izuku had used Conqueror's Haki at a level that was near its full strength. But it must have been a subconscious activation during the final clash. This, however, didn't make things any better, and so the silver-haired geezer was more angry than happy with his student. Endeavor was also watching the match, from beginning to end. He wanted to roar when his son had used his flames. But he couldn't. Izuku's words were still ringing in the back of his head. And that was more than enough to stop him from doing what he wanted to do at that moment. Todoroki then woke up, only to find himself in the infirmary. He felt exhausted, both cold and burned, but he didn't get to think too much of it before someone spoke up. Wakey wakey. Brain freeze. Todoroki was immediately brought to attention. As he turned his head towards the person speaking, what he saw was his previous opponent. Izuku Midoriya. Sleep well? Izuku asked, as he was smiling. Todoroki looked as calm as ever. As he asked, what are you doing here? Izuku just smiled even more. As he answered, just checking on you. That was a pretty big blast, you know. Todoroki looked a little amused as he heard this. Before he answered, I know, and I should be congratulating you for your victory. Izuku kept holding his smile. As he simply answered, you don't have to. Save it for when I win the festival instead. Before laughing a little, Todoroki smiled. Before he laughed along, the atmosphere was warm between the boys. As they were friendly and laughed together, Izuku then stopped laughing. Before he spoke once more, that was a good match. We should do it again sometime, he said. Before he extended his fist towards Todoroki, the ice user looked at it in shock. As if it was some sort of alien from another planet, but he then gathered himself. Before he gave Izuku a fist bump while saying, yeah, definitely, with a gentle smile of his own. Izuku only giggled a little. Before he began walking towards the door, he then stopped just short of the door. Before he turned to Todoroki and said, I thought you'd like to know. Almost our entire class was here earlier to check on you when you were asleep. With a calm voice, Todoroki was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect anyone to be there. But apparently his entire class had been there to see him. The ice user smiled over the fact that his classmates had cared about him. As he nodded towards Izuku, the green-haired boy nodded back, and was about to walk through the infirmary door when Todoroki spoke again. Hey, Midoriya, the ice user called out. And Izuku turned his gaze towards him. I still don't believe that you're quirkless, Todoroki then said, voice being as calm as before. Izuku was a little shocked to hear this. Although he shouldn't have been, the green-haired boy hasn't done anything to prove that he is quirkless. And the events in the match didn't help his case. However, Izuku just shrugged it off, as he smiled while saying, you may believe what you want, brain freeze. It doesn't change anything. With a calm voice, Todoroki was taken aback by this. He didn't expect this answer. But he quickly realized that it was true. Maybe Izuku has a quirk. Maybe he doesn't. Either way, it doesn't matter. He can still do the things that he does, stand up to powerful quirks. It doesn't matter if it's a quirk that makes him this powerful. Todoroki then smiled at his green-haired friend. Before he nodded, Izuku smiled back. Before he left the infirmary, he then began to walk through the hallways, somewhat joyful. He was happy that Todoroki finally had been free of his shackles. And he wanted to fight him again someday. Izuku kept walking through the hall, until he suddenly stopped. He could feel something with his observation Haki. That someone was watching him. He then used it to look closer, until he recognized who it was. Izuku's mood had suddenly been ruined. As he muttered, you watch me from a distance and listen in on my conversations, but you're too scared to confront me. To himself, clearly irritated. Before he continued his walk, the observer realized that he had somehow been found out. He didn't know why he decided to stalk Izuku, but he couldn't shake that feeling every time he looked at him. He just started to tremble. And he didn't know why. Izuku's aura was so intense. And it was so powerful. How is he quirkless? Is he even human? The observer covered his face with one of his hands as he, with a trembling voice, muttered, what the hell are you, Deku? Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Oh, what was that for? Izuku shouted, after rubbing his head. In front of him stood none other than his master, Rayleigh, and he was not happy. You know why I did it. You used it at almost full power while fighting that Todoroki kid. The silver-haired geezer responded, holding his clenched fist in front of himself. Izuku looked at his master with a look of confusion. he understood that Rayleigh was referring to his conqueror's Haki. But the green-haired boy couldn't recall using it during his match with Todoroki. "What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, visibly confused. Rayleigh looked shocked at first, until he noticed that the green-haired boy wasn't playing dumb. "Oh," Izuku exclaimed, as Rayleigh hit him more furiously than before. "You moron, you didn't even notice," the silver-haired geezer shouted, angrier than ever before. Izuku had nothing to say against his master, for he was right. The fact that Izuku lost control of his conqueror's Haki, even for just a second, was not good. He is basically a bomb, and he needs to be able to control the output of his blast if he doesn't want to cause too much unnecessary damage. "Next time you lose control over it, you're getting the club," Rayleigh then said, sounding more ominous than before. Izuku began to shiver at the mere mention of the club, because all he could think of was the pain he suffered during the blindfolded training. The green-haired boy continued to shiver in silence, until Rayleigh hit him again. "Oh, what was that for?" Izuku shouted, sounding a little frustrated now. Rayleigh just sighed, before his signature goofy smile returned to him. "There, now I'm calm," the silver-haired geezer said, and Izuku only felt more annoyed. Rayleigh then proceeded to walk away from his student, after saying, "Your next opponent is that Ada kid. I think we both know better than to underestimate him. But you won't need to use any conqueror's Haki." With a calm voice, Izuku managed to calm down a little before he responded, "I know, you don't need to tell me that," with a calm voice, before he went to prepare for the match. After a proper preparation, both competitors had gathered in the ring. Ada stared at Izuku with burning determination, because he wanted to win. The cavalry battle had left a scar on him, for the green-haired boy seemed to be able to defend against his reciprocal burst. But he was still determined to win. It didn't matter if his opponent could defend. He would just be faster. Izuku was still as calm as ever. He looked unamused, as if he was already bored. But that was just a facade. On the inside, he was preparing himself for anything, using observation to try and figure out what his opponent is thinking and planning. He does have something to his advantage, though. A bluff. Izuku could sense that Ida was making him seem like something he isn't, that he is much stronger than he actually is. The blue-haired boy probably thinks that Izuku was faster than him in the cavalry battle, and the green-haired boy could definitely use this to his advantage. "Begin," Midnight shouted, and both competitors sprung into action. Ada began charging immediately, and Izuku stood guard. The blue-haired boy sent a kick towards Izuku's side, but the green-haired boy simply blocked it with an armament-infused hand. Ada then followed with another kick to Izuku's other side, only for it to meet the same result. This exchange continued for a while. Ada kept sending his powerful kicks, and Izuku either blocked or just avoided them. Then Ida suddenly changed his angle, attempting to kick Izuku over the skull. The green-haired boy saw this coming, but was shocked to see what was happening. In the middle of swing, Ida's legs began to emit a blue flame. This almost made Izuku panic, as the blue-haired boy shouted, "Recipro burst," before the kick suddenly turned into a blur, before crashing into Izuku's skull. A loud bang could be heard, and it was followed by the already familiar sound of bones breaking. Everyone looked to the ring in fear, thinking that Ida had accidentally cracked his opponent's skull open, only to be shocked. The force had pushed Izuku down to his knees. But that was all. He then stood back up, as if nothing had happened. He then looked over to Ida, who was in a lot of pain. He was balancing himself on one foot, because the other one was broken. Ida's plan was simple and effective. By throwing kicks at a certain rhythm with a certain speed, he made Izuku notice a form of pattern and fall into tunnel vision. That way he could make sure that the green-haired boy wouldn't be able to avoid the reciprocal kick, for it was activated at an unexpected time. It was a good plan, but there was one factor that would make its downfall. That factor being none other than the bluff. It was because of the bluff that Ida had to make such a hasty plan, and it made him miss one very important detail. He forgot that his own teammate, Todoroki, had tried to do something similar to what he just did. He tried to make direct contact with Izuku's body at high speeds, only to break himself while trying. The audience was shocked, but among them was someone that didn't share that feeling. It was Rayleigh, and he didn't know what to think of this. He was a little shocked, but that was only because of the fact that Ida had been dumb enough to attempt something like that. "Wow, what an idiot," Rayleigh boldly said, as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Izuku looked at Ida in genuine shock as he spoke. "Did you seriously try to kick me over the skull?" the green-haired boy asked, but he wouldn't get a response from his opponent. Izuku just got more annoyed, as he said, "You idiot," before charging at Ida. The blue-haired boy didn't have enough time to move, before he received a powerful kick to the template. The kick didn't have any haki in it, but it was still enough to knock Ida unconscious. "That is how you kick someone," Izuku then said. As Ida's unconscious body hit the ground, Ida is unable to continue. Midoriya advances to the final round, Midnight then announced. Before the audience began to roar and bellow, Rayleigh looked at his student with the same confliction as before. Before All Might asked, "Did young Midoriya use Haki to block that kick to the head?" In slight confusion, because he was unable to tell what was happening, Rayleigh just sounded a little tired. As he answered, "No, his skull is just really sturdy. Turns out that bones get stronger after taking some sort of punishment over a long period of time." This revelation made All Might confused, until he realized something. Rayleigh wasn't afraid to hit Izuku with an excessive amount of force. Even when it served no practical purpose, could Izuku's skull have become super sturdy thanks to all that abuse? The blonde hero looked towards the silver-haired geezer for some form of confirmation on that last thought. But he saw something else. He saw that Rayleigh was suddenly giggling while loosely swinging his fist in the air. This was enough for a confirmation, but it also served to scare the blonde. He was afraid of both Rayleigh's abuse and Izuku's well-being. The time had finally come. The match that would decide everything. The final round was here. And it was between Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya. Katsuki was trying everything to make himself fully prepared. But nothing seemed to be working. He tried to be angry when thinking about Deku. But his mind was filled with something else instead. He didn't see a weak and annoying weakling. Instead, he saw something unearthly that reeked of death. The blonde couldn't shake this, for he didn't know what it was. He felt his spirit trembling whenever he thought of Deku. And he just couldn't stop it. Why was this happening? What is this feeling? Those are questions he asked himself, but denied the answer. He knew what this was deep down, but he refused to admit it. He refused to admit that it was fear, and that Deku was the source of it. Katsuki tried to shake these thoughts out of his head before walking his way down to the ring. Upon arriving, he noticed that Izuku was already there, patiently waiting for him. He looked calm, unamused, and almost passive-aggressive. He looked as if he was ready to unleash hell. And it didn't help to cure Katsuki's fear. "Begin," Midnight shouted, and so it began. The first one to act was Izuku, who opened by charging and throwing a punch to Katsuki's stomach. The blonde didn't have enough time to react, and took it full force. Katsuki then tried to counter, but it would amount to nothing. His explosion connected with nothing. As he received another heavy blow to the head, Katsuki staggered backwards. As his vision started to get blurry, he could barely balance himself, and the world seemed to twist and turn into a nightmarish whirlpool. The blonde then began to shiver, while rubbing his arms as if he was freezing. An expression of pure terror was deeply plastered onto his face. As his body hunched over and cowered, what he saw could only be explained as a demon from the darkest pits of hell. He saw Izuku, but there was no way that he was human. The green-haired boy wore his usual calm expression, while his shadow stood up and took an odd shape behind him. The shadow didn't reflect his silhouette like it usually did. Instead, it took the shape of various monsters that Katsuki has seen before. In it, he could see a shadow of the sludge villain, along with the silhouette of the Namu from the USJ. On top of that, he could see the shadow of Rayleigh, along even All Might. Katsuki saw all of these shadows behind Izuku, as if he was a much greater threat than all of them. The blonde trembled more violently than before, until Izuku moved again. The green-haired boy had dashed and hit Katsuki in the gut once more, before throwing him into the ground. The blonde was lying on his back, still cowering in fear. The green-haired boy towered over him with a menacing glare. Before he reeled his fist back, Katsuki closed his eyes and waited, for he didn't want to look at this anymore. He waited, and he could almost feel the fist approaching him at rapid speeds. Until something happened. Katsuki opened his eyes once more, and was shocked to see that Izuku's fist had stopped just centimeters over his face. The world around him seemed normal once again. As he heard the green-haired boy speak, "What the hell happened to you, Kaken?" Izuku said, sounding a little angry. Katsuki looked at the green-haired boy, only to see that his expression was a weird mixture between anger and concern. "Why are you terrified all of a sudden? What do you have to be afraid of?" Izuku then shouted. Katsuki still didn't respond, and Izuku just got more annoyed. "You challenged me, Kaken. You wanted to face me. I wanted to face you too. But I have no interest in fighting a man who is afraid of his own shadow," the green-haired boy said, before he took a few steps away from Katsuki. The blonde sat himself up as he looked at Izuku. "You have 10 seconds to get back up. 10 seconds. Before I walk out of this ring and forfeit the match," the green-haired boy said, before proceeding to slowly walk towards the edge of the ring. Katsuki's fear was quickly drowned out by bewilderment. He was going to forfeit, just like that. One part of Katsuki felt relieved, but another felt angry. He was angry over the fact that Izuku would even say something like that. That he had the balls to do so, more importantly. He hated the idea of letting Izuku win. Katsuki's expression quickly turned into one of rage. As he stood up and fired an explosion, the blast was aimed right next to Izuku, missing him by a hair. The green-haired boy didn't even flinch. As he stopped and slowly turned back to Katsuki, "Get your ass back here and fight, Deku," Katsuki shouted. Sounding as angry as he usually did, the green-haired boy smiled ever so slightly after hearing this. As he said, "There you are. I was waiting for you to arrive. Now we can actually fight." Katsuki heard this comment by Izuku and grinned as he said, "Let's do this, Deku," before taking a stance. Izuku also grinned as he responded with, "Hell yeah, Kaken," before taking a stance of his own. Rayleigh smiled upon witnessing this. While it was dumb to help your opponent win in a battle, he still liked what he was seeing. What he saw showed that both fighters cared, and that they refused to give up on each other. Izuku gave Katsuki a chance to be his rival, and the blonde didn't hesitate to grab that chance. "Finally, now they can fight for real," the silver-haired geezer said. As he continued to watch the match, the fighters charged at each other, both adamant to win. Izuku had covered both arms and legs with Haki, while Katsuki used his explosions. Eventually they clashed. And one thing was made clear immediately. Izuku had the advantage in strength, speed, and many other categories. This fact made the audience immediately believe that Katsuki had no hope of winning. The duel raged on with intensity. Izuku held the upper hand at the beginning, but slowly it became noticeable that they were equal. Then the almost impossible happened. Katsuki began to control the fight as if he was the superior one. Now the spectators didn't know what was happening. Even the number one hero himself was confused. "I don't get it. Young Midoriya is clearly superior in almost every field. So why is he being pushed back?" the blonde hero asked. Letting his confusion be known, Rayleigh stood next to him and continued to smile. As he answered, "You can't tell. It's because of that Bakugo kid. He's a genius." All Might was even more confused, as he prompted Rayleigh to explain. "He's learned since his last fight with Izuku, and he knows better than to challenge his opponent at their own game." The silver-haired geezer then explained. All Might was still confused, until he took a closer look at the battle. Katsuki wasn't throwing his attacks at random. It was clear that every single one of them was carefully planned and calculated. Then it hit him. Katsuki was indeed a genius. The blonde knew that he couldn't hope to match Izuku. He was clearly outmatched in every field. But this didn't mean that he couldn't win. He would just have to be smart and respond to Izuku's attacks with their natural counter. By doing it this way, he could negate the gap between them, and he could take control of the battle. Rayleigh's smile grew wider as the battle went on. He was smiling over the fact that his student had found someone he could let loose with, someone that could properly rival him. Katsuki continued his assault over Izuku, growing more violent as time passed. The green-haired boy was backed into a corner, and nothing he did seemed to be working. The blonde then sent an explosion into Izuku's stomach, making him stagger and fall to his knees. Katsuki didn't let this opportunity slip. As he decided to finish it, the blonde used his explosions to spin himself at high speeds, until he shouted, "Howitzer impact," before firing what was arguably the biggest explosion he's ever made. The entire stadium shook from the impact, as the massive fireball engulfed the green-haired boy entirely. The audience, mainly Class 1 and All Might, were horrified. They thought that Izuku had been seriously hurt, or even killed for that matter. Their worries stopped, however, when a powerful wave was sent out in all directions. It was similar to the one that appeared during the second round, except this one was far more powerful. The entire stadium shook under the pressure that it created, and almost half the audience fell unconscious. Not even Midnight, Cementos, and Present Mic could fight against this incredible force. Katsuki recognized this power, for he had felt it before. It was exactly the same as the thing he had experienced when he was 4 years old, except now it was way stronger. The blonde couldn't fight it for much longer either, as he too fell unconscious. Then the wave suddenly vanished, and everything seemed to be back to normal. The audience was stunned to silence. No one dared to even utter a sound. Then they could see something stand up in a cloud of smoke. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was Izuku, and he was still conscious. "All right, that was bizarre," Aizawa then said through the speaker. After taking the mic, the tired teacher almost sounded shell-shocked, as he then proceeded to say, Midnight is unconscious. But I think it goes without saying that Izuku Midoriya won the match. The audience was still silent after hearing this. But they quickly picked up the pace and began to cheer for the winner of the sports festival. Izuku looked for Katsuki until he found him unconscious on the floor. The green-haired boy walked up to the blonde. Before he picked him up, Izuku then proceeded to carry Katsuki out of the ring, making the audience cheer even more because of the sportsmanship. Rayleigh was still awake during all of this, but he wasn't cheering. He was silent and completely still. He didn't say a word, but one could still tell that he was angry if not furious. The silver-haired geezer then left the stands, as if he was off looking for something. After everyone regained consciousness and was informed of the match results, the award ceremony began. Ada had to leave due to family issues, so Takoyami was alone on the third-place pedestal with a bronze medal. Bakugo was standing on the second-place pedestal passive-aggressive, as All Might gave him his silver medal. Then he walked up to Izuku and gave him his golden medal. The stadium cheered and bellowed, congratulating the many contestants. After the ceremony, Izuku was swarmed by his classmates. They all congratulated him, while also asking how he managed to do certain things and if he actually was quirkless. The green-haired boy started to get annoyed by the constant question about him having a quirk, but he didn't get to voice that annoyance when Todoroki spoke up. "Hey, Midoriya," he said, his voice being as cold as always. Izuku looked at him, a little confused, before the bi-colored teen continued. "Well done," he said, as he smiled and raised his hand for a fist bump. Izuku smiled back at the ice user, as he said, "Thanks, brain freeze," before giving Todoroki a fist bump. "Hey, Deku," an angry voice, recognized as Katsuki, then shouted. Izuku turned towards him and was surprised by what happened next. The blonde also held his hand out for a fist bump, as he said, "You did well, but I'll be taking that medal from you next time," with his usual voice. Izuku was shocked to hear this, but he gave Katsuki a smile and said, "Thanks, and I'd love to see you try," before fist bumping him as well. The class then returned to their gleeful conversing, quickly returning to the topic of Izuku having a quirk. This was stopped, however, when an old voice shouted, "Hey, Izuku," quite angrily. Izuku recognized this voice, and he began to tremble because he knew what it meant. The class turned to the source of the voice, only to find an angry Rayleigh swinging a massive club in one of his hands. "Remember what I said before your match with that Ada kid," the silver-haired geezer then said, as he waved the massive club around playfully. Izuku already knew what was coming, so he smiled awkwardly while putting his hands up and saying, "Hey, let's talk about this," with a trembling voice. Rayleigh just looked more annoyed, as he said, "I'm done using my words with you. It's clear that they don't get through that thick skull of yours. I'll have to beat it into you," with a furious tone, before charging towards Izuku. The green-haired boy panicked, as he screamed and ran away. "Please, have mercy," he shouted, but his master only answered with a cold, "You know better than to beg me for mercy." Class want to watch this entire scene play out until they all burst out laughing. They laughed so hard that they had tears in their eyes. Even Todoroki and Katsuki did so. Somewhere they knew that this was actually cruel, and that they shouldn't be laughing, but they just couldn't help themselves. Izuku, arguably one of the strongest students in their class, who rarely shows his emotions, was running in fear. He was actually running away with his tail between his legs, because he was terrified of what his master might do to him. The class continued to laugh uncontrollably, even when the master and student were long gone. They all continued to laugh together. Head boy walked up to the blonde. Before he picked him up, Izuku then proceeded to carry Katsuki out of the ring, making the audience cheer even more because of the sportsmanship. Rayleigh was still awake during all of this, but he wasn't cheering. He was silent and completely still. He didn't say a word, but one could still tell that he was angry if not furious. The silver-haired geezer then left the stands, as if he was off looking for something. After everyone regained consciousness and was informed of the match results, the award ceremony began. Ada had to leave due to family issues, so Takoyami was alone on the third-place pedestal with a bronze medal. Bakugo was standing on the second-place pedestal passive-aggressive, as All Might gave him his silver medal. Then he walked up to Izuku and gave him his golden medal. The stadium cheered and bellowed, congratulating the many contestants. After the ceremony, Izuku was swarmed by his classmates. They all congratulated him, while also asking how he managed to do certain things and if he actually was quirkless. The green-haired boy started to get annoyed by the constant question about him having a quirk, but he didn't get to voice that annoyance when Todoroki spoke up. "Hey, Midoriya," he said, his voice being as cold as always. Izuku looked at him, a little confused, before the bi-colored teen continued. "Well done," he said, as he smiled and raised his hand for a fist bump. Izuku smiled back at the ice user, as he said, "Thanks, brain freeze," before giving Todoroki a fist bump. "Hey, Deku," an angry voice, recognized as Katsuki, then shouted. Izuku turned towards him, and was surprised by what happened next. The blonde also held his hand out for a fist bump, as he said, "You did well, but I'll be taking that medal from you next time." With his usual voice, Izuku was shocked to hear this, but he gave Katsuki a smile and said, "Thanks, and I'd love to see you try," before fist bumping him as well. The class then returned to their gleeful conversing, quickly returning to the topic of Izuku having a quirk. This was stopped, however, when an old voice shouted, "Hey, Izuku," quite angrily. Izuku recognized this voice, and he began to tremble because he knew what it meant. The class turned to the source of the voice, only to find an angry Rayleigh swinging a massive club in one of his hands. "Remember what I said before your match with that Ada kid," the silver-haired geezer then said, as he waved the massive club around playfully. Izuku already knew what was coming, so he smiled awkwardly while putting his hands up and saying, "Hey, let's talk about this." With a trembling voice, Rayleigh just looked more annoyed, as he said, "I'm done using my words with you. It's clear that they don't get through that thick skull of yours. I'll have to beat it into you." With a furious tone, before charging towards Izuku, the green-haired boy panicked, as he screamed and ran away. "Please, have mercy," he shouted, but his master only answered with a cold, "You know better than to beg me for mercy." Class wanna watch this entire scene play out, until they all burst out laughing. They laughed so hard that they had tears in their eyes. Even Todoroki and Katsuki did so. Somewhere they knew that this was actually cruel, and that they shouldn't be laughing, but they just couldn't help themselves. Izuku, arguably one of the strongest students in their class, who rarely shows his emotions, was running in fear. He was actually running away with his tail between his legs, because he was terrified of what his master might do to him. The class continued to laugh uncontrollably, even when the master and student were long gone. They all continued to laugh together. "Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." Class 1 had a few days to rest after the sports festival, and some needed it more than the others. Those days passed fairly quickly, and the students would be gathered in the classroom once more. They all talked about various things, like how people recognized them from the festival, until the classroom door flung open. They all turned their heads towards the door, only to find Izuku standing in the entryway. The green-haired boy had multiple bruises, and was wearing bandages over the head and parts of his face. The entire class looked at him in silence, until they all burst out laughing. "Yeah, go ahead, keep laughing at my misery," the green-haired boy tiredly said, before he slowly walked into the classroom. The class just kept on laughing, as Katsuki then said, "Oh, I will. You deserve it, you bastard," before proceeding to laugh more. Izuku was slightly annoyed upon hearing this, as he slammed his hand onto Katsuki's desk while saying, "What was that, Kaken? Want me to beat you up again?" With a slightly aggressive tone, Katsuki just grinned at Izuku, as he said, "Beat me up? You got beat by a grumpy old man with a stick." Before he and the class laughed once again, Izuku just looked tired now, as he responded, "That grumpy old man beat up All Might by essentially doing nothing." With a tired voice, the entire classroom went silent upon hearing this. Not even Katsuki commented on it. They all just stood wide-eyed, until Kaminari voiced everyone's thoughts. "You're joking, right?" he asked, almost sounding a little worried. Izuku turned his gaze towards Kaminari, looking unbearably tired, as he answered, "Look at me, does it look like I'm joking?" With a tired voice, the class was now silent in respect. At first it was a funny joke, the idea of Izuku getting beat up by an 80-year-old man, but the fact that this old man beat up All Might, when not even breaking a sweat, changed things. They instead began to respect Izuku, because he survived a beating where the old man was actively trying. "Good morning, class," a tired voice then said. As it entered the classroom, the students realized that it was Aizawa, and quickly returned to their seats. The tired teacher carefully observed the classroom, until his gaze landed on Izuku. "Midoriya, are you okay? You look like a hammered nail," Aizawa said, sounding a little worried. Izuku only looked a little annoyed upon hearing this, so he responded, "Great observation, teach, but that's not important." So please continue with what you were going to say. Sounding annoyed, Aizawa decided to drop it. As he continued, you all performed well during the festival. And I've gathered all of the offers you've received from various agencies, the tired teacher said, before he pressed a red button. On the screen behind Aizawa it read the many offers that some students got. Todoroki got the most offers. Behind him was Katsuki, which was then followed by Izuku. The class was shocked to see this kind of result. And Katsuki was having a mini eruption, both Izuku and Todoroki. However, we're not surprised at all. My father probably had something to do with this, the bi-colored teen said. Right before Izuku commented, I'm still quirkless. Did you honestly expect anything else? With a calm voice, Aizawa then proceeded to explain that everyone would be doing internships with a pro hero regardless if they got any offers or not. He also explained how they would work, but was cut off by someone entering the classroom before he could finish speaking. It was none other than Midnight. As she said, you'll have to pick your hero names, but remember that the names you pick now could be stuck with you forever. The entire class got excited about the idea of picking hero names. As Aizawa just went to sleep, Midnight then explained what a hero name should be like and what it should represent. The class began immediately, starting with names that were weird or rejected. Eventually, some picked more normal names. While Ada and Todoroki just used their first names, Katsuki came up with 2 different names. But both were rejected immediately. Izuku was one of the few that took a long time thinking, because he didn't know what to use. He simply couldn't think of a name that summed up what he wanted to be. Then he suddenly remembered what Katsuki called him out of spite. And he remembered that a certain someone thought it sounded like a hero's name. The green-haired boy wrote the name on his whiteboard before he walked up and presented his name. I'm the conquering spirit, Deku, Izuku said. As he showed his whiteboard, the class thought that it sounded cool. But they also wondered where it came from. Why the conquering spirit? Kaminari asked, right before Ishido asked, and what does Deku even mean? Izuku looked at his class. As he smiled slightly, the first part is, in a way, what I strive to be, while the other is something that a friend of mine came up with. He then said, his face still smiling. Both Uraraka and Katsuki were shocked to see this. As the former smiled while the latter grinned slightly, the rest of the class then continued to pick their hero names. Except for Katsuki. Before moving on to the next subject, the school day ended shortly after. And everyone began thinking of what agencies to pick. Izuku went through his pile of offers, thinking that he had finally settled on one. Until the door flung open. I am here, a loud voice shouted. And everyone recognized it to be All Might. Izuku didn't even flinch at the entrance, for he was too busy. Young Midoriya. May I have a word with you? The blonde hero then said. A wide smile still plastered on his face. Izuku heard this, as he looked up from his papers and said, Oh, All Might, sure. I'll be right behind you, sounding like he just noticed that All Might was there. The blonde hero didn't think too much of this ignorance before he and the green-haired boy entered the hallway. So, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Izuku asked, shortly after closing the classroom door. All Might looked at Izuku as he answered, I came to tell you that you got another offer from a pro hero. Izuku looked a little confused upon hearing this. As he commented, I already have a few to choose from. What makes this one any different? Making his confusion known, the blonde hero looked at Izuku with a conflicted expression. As he answered, it's from a pro hero called Gran Torino. He used to be a teacher here at UA. And you could say that he's my master. Izuku was slightly shocked to hear this. He was even more confused now. What does All Might's master want with him? There was another thing he noticed. He noticed how All Might's voice changed while talking about this person. As if he was terrified. Izuku then looked down and saw something that just confirmed his suspicion. Damn it, legs, stop shaking. All Might grunted as he tried to stop his legs from trembling with fear. Izuku just pinched the bridge of his nose as he, with a somewhat trembling voice, said, So, I'm not the only one with a scary old man for a master. Before giggling awkwardly, All Might was still trembling. As he responded, it would appear so. But I wish I had your old man. With a voice that was still trembling, Izuku stopped trembling upon hearing this. As he said, That's my line, Blondie. With a more serious voice, the blonde hero stopped trembling upon hearing what the green-haired boy said. As he slowly composed himself, Anyway, what do you say? The blonde hero then asked. Sounding calmer now, Izuku thought for a second, until he decided that he might be able to learn something. I think I'll take you up on that offer. Gran Torino it is, the green-haired boy said, trying to sound cheerful. All Might smiled, but it was conflicted with a hint of worry. Are you sure that you're up for it? He has no mercy, you know, the blonde hero said, sounding a little concerned. Izuku just looked at him with a blank expression. As he said, I've faced a living mass of sludge, a monstrous bear, 3 deadly villains, and a living stick of dynamite. Yet the only thing in this world that scares me is my silver-haired demon for a master. I think I can handle myself. With an equally blank voice, All Might had nothing to say. He just nodded before saying, all right, good luck, young man. Before taking off with haste, Izuku stood in place, visibly confused, before he said, that man sure knows how to run. To no one in particular. Yeah. I wonder where he's off to. A feminine voice then responded. Izuku jumped upon hearing this. As he turned to face the source of the voice, it was Uraraka. And she was standing in the doorway. Uraraka. For how long have you been standing there? Izuku asked, sounding a little panicked. The brown-haired girl just smiled awkwardly. As she answered, long enough to know that it only takes a silver-haired demon to scare you. With a somewhat cheerful voice, Izuku just sighed, as he then said, yeah, I should add you and your ability to appear out of nowhere to that list. With a calm voice, Uraraka blushed slightly upon hearing this. As she said, anyway, wanna walk to the station together? Sounding a little stressed out, Izuku looked a little confused by her reaction. As he answered, yeah, sure, before they both began to walk away from the classroom. A few days passed, and it was time for everyone to leave for their respective internships. Izuku tried to talk to Ida before leaving, because he became worried after hearing about what happened to his brother. Sadly, he didn't get the chance to speak with the blue-haired boy, and instead decided to try and keep an eye on him. The green-haired boy then traveled his way over to Gran Torino's place, only to be confused upon arriving there. What he saw was a half-run-down building, almost looking like it was abandoned. Izuku tried to shove off his confusion. As he tried to enter the building, the door opened smoothly, only to reveal a weird scene. On the floor was an old man, covered in what seemed to be blood, and not moving. Anyone would immediately panic upon witnessing this. But not Izuku. He just looked unamused, as he said, I know you're not dead. So stand up, old man. With a calm voice, the old man started to move upon hearing this, until he stood up and said, of course I'm not dead. I'm not that old. Before he brushed himself off, the old man then looked at Izuku with a weird expression. As he asked, who are you? Izuku's expression was as calm as ever, as he quickly answered, I'm Izuku Midoriya, codenamed Deku. I was supposed to do an internship with Gran Torino. With a calm voice, the old man smiled, satisfied with the answer, as he then said, then you've come to the right place. I am Gran Torino. With a calm voice of his own, Izuku was a little surprised. Although he shouldn't have been, the old man was wearing what looked like a hero's outfit, and somewhat matched All Might's description. Well then, let's get started, Gran Torino then said, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. The old man then dropped his cane, as he continued by saying, let's see what you go for. With a slight grin, Izuku looked confused upon hearing this, as he asked, pardon, making his confusion known. Gran Torino just cracked his neck, as he responded, let's spar. You win if you land a single hit on me, the old man said, still grinning. Izuku looked surprised at first, but he quickly returned to his calm expression as he said, all right, but don't blame me if Yoba was cut off by Gran Torino, who launched an attack mid-sentence. Izuku managed to dodge, only barely, before he said, that was a cheap shot. Old man, sounding a little agitated, Gran Torino looked at the green-haired boy, a little impressed, as he said, so you managed to dodge that. Impressive. Let's see how you'll handle this. Before jumping in for the attack once more, the old man jumped between the walls of the room, building up more speed as he attacked Izuku from every angle. The green-haired boy just kept evading every single hit, using his observation to keep up with Gran Torino. He didn't try attacking a single time, because he was still waiting for the right moment. Izuku kept narrowly avoiding the hits repeatedly, until the right moment finally came. The green-haired boy infused his arm with Haki. Before he threw his punch, the old man didn't have enough time to react. As he took the punch straight to the face, Gran Torino was sent into the wall, grunting in pain as Izuku slowly walked up to him. If you hadn't cut me off earlier, you would have heard me telling you not to blame me for getting injured, the green-haired boy said, sounding a little ominous. Gran Torino coughed after hearing this, before he said, I didn't see that one coming. I'm impressed. Now tell me, why didn't you accept one for all? With a curious voice, Izuku didn't expect this question. He already suspected that Gran Torino knew about One for All. But he didn't expect to be questioned about his decision. He remained calm, however, as he answered, simple. I don't want to reach the top with borrowed power. Gran Torino was even more impressed by this response. Yes, trying to reach the top without a quirk is astronomically difficult. But Izuku has already proven that it is possible. The old man smiled, as he then said, incredible, you even managed to hit me without any form of help. Sounding more impressed than before, Izuku just looked a little tired upon hearing this. As he commented, don't even try. I can tell that you're holding back. Gran Torino looked surprised for a second, before he laughed and said, so you noticed, all right then. I won't hold back anymore. Before launching off once again, Izuku tried to avoid it, but didn't have enough time. The retired hero had indeed been holding back, because now he was moving so fast that Izuku couldn't even begin to dodge. The green-haired boy was being hit over and over again, being forced to shield himself with his Haki-infused arms. Eventually it stopped, and Gran Torino spoke once again. You continue to impress me, even when you can't avoid the attacks. You still manage to persevere, but how long will it take until you drop to the ground? The old man said. As he was carefully inspecting Izuku, the green-haired boy panted and breathed heavily, until he spoke against the retired hero. No, old man, that's not what you should be asking, he said, stopping to wheeze a little. Gran Torino was shocked to hear a response. Then the green-haired boy continued, you should be asking yourself, how long will I be able to hold out before he knocks me to the ground? Izuku said, letting a hint of rage and determination seep into his voice. Gran Torino was once again shocked, but he quickly shrugged it off before getting into a stance. The two then charged at each other, determined to knock the other to the ground. Meanwhile, on a rooftop far away, stood a menacing figure. He was hiding in the shadows, while carefully scanning the area around him. He was searching, observing everyone's moves with more than just his five senses. The figure was looking for his next victim, someone to kill and set another example. However, his observation was cut short by something. He could sense something strange, something powerful. But it was far away. It was incredibly far. It couldn't even be in the same city, yet he could sense it so clearly. The crimson-clad figure almost gulped upon analyzing that this presence was a living person. But he refused to accept that it was anything but a monster. The figure then began to tremble, both out of fear and bloodlust, as he muttered his cold and intense words to that monstrous presence in the distance. You, what the hell are you? Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Izuku and Gran Torino kept sparring for a long while, and it was brutal. Eventually they stopped to rest, only to continue the next day. It started off one-sided, with Gran Torino landing multiple hits on Izuku. But that changed soon enough. It took some time, but Izuku got used to Gran Torino's movements and began dodging almost all of them. It wasn't that he was matching Torino's speed, he just got better at observing and preparing for his moves. The two continued this hellish sparring, neither willing to let the other win. But they eventually tired themselves out. At the end of it all, they both lied down on the ground, breathing and panting heavily. Gran Torino was impressed by Izuku. Not only did he have incredible vitality, he was also able to see and quickly adapt to his moves. The retired hero wiped the sweat off his forehead, as he said, how ironic. We're both on the ground. In between his panting, Izuku just looked towards the ceiling, as he answered, yeah, I guess it's a tie. Between his own panting, Gran Torino grinned slightly upon hearing this, until he spoke once more. Tell me, kid, how did you get so strong? The retired hero asked, still panting between his words. Izuku didn't expect this question, but he remained calm as he answered, hard work and hellish training. I have to thank my master for all of that. Quite calmly, Gran Torino was intrigued, so asked more questions. Who is your master? And what is he like? The retired hero asked, not panting anymore. Izuku remained calm upon hearing this, as he answered, his name is Silver's Rayleigh. He's almost 80 years old and quirkless. He is easily one of the strongest and scariest people I know. He even made All Might scream in pain by just looking at him. With a calm voice, Gran Torino was almost speechless. He wondered why Izuku was so tough even though he lacked a quirk. But he got his answer now. The fact that he got trained by someone so strong only explained everything. And he could imagine that Rayleigh had even less mercy than he did. Let me guess, you think this is a massage compared to what your master puts you through on a daily basis? The retired hero stated, expecting Izuku to say that it was accurate. What he didn't expect, however, was for Izuku to take a dead serious tone while saying, "No, that's an understatement. My master's training is the very definition of hell. This is heaven compared to that." While looking straight at Gran Torino, the retired hero was startled by Izuku's eyes at first, seeing just how serious he was when saying that, until he grinned and said, "All right, kid, challenge accepted. I'm gonna make that geezer's training seem like heaven when compared to mine." With a determined and almost comedic voice, Izuku just laughed upon hearing this, as if he heard the worst joke in human history. As he said, "Yeah, good luck with that. I'm rooting for you." Before he continued to laugh at the idea of anyone being more cruel than Rayleigh, Gran Torino just grinned after hearing this, as he sat up and said, "Well, get some rest. We're heading out for some action at nightfall." With a joyous voice, Izuku sat up after hearing this, as he responded by asking, "I'm not against it, but are you sure that it's a good idea?" With a somewhat curious voice, Gran Torino just continued to grin at him, as he answered, "Yes, you'll build some weird habits if you only spar against me." With the same joyous tone, Izuku didn't argue against it, because the retired hero was right. The only reason Izuku hadn't picked up any weird and limiting habits from Rayleigh's training was because he didn't spar with just Rayleigh. The green-haired boy had been forced to fight against numerous deadly things, such as monstrous animals. "All right, I can't argue with that," Izuku then responded, quite calmly, before standing up and stretching. After some time, Izuku and Gran Torino headed out in the night. They immediately got on a train that was headed towards Hasu, wanting to find a spot with a lot of action. While on the train, Izuku picked up his phone and began texting Ida. He was still worried for him, but the blue-haired boy didn't respond. Izuku was about to send another message, until his observation picked up something really bad approaching the train at high speed. The green-haired boy didn't stop to think. He just dropped his phone as he grabbed anyone that was dangerously close and shouted, "Get down," before jumping away. Just half a second after shouting, something crashed into the side of the train. Izuku turned to look at it, and could almost recognize it. It looked like the Namu from the USJ, except this one had a different color and body structure. "That was close. Thanks for the save, kid," Gran Torino shouted, right before he jumped into combat with the Namu. Izuku was about to join him, but realized that the retired hero managed to take it out with just one hit. Izuku was shocked, for he remembered the Namu to be much tougher than that. "I need to go and help. You stay put," Gran Torino then shouted, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy was confused on what the retired hero meant, but didn't get to ask when he just leaped away. Izuku was still confused, until he actually looked outside. He could see fires raging in the distance, along with the sound of an occasional explosion. Izuku was horrified, for he now realized what the Namu was doing there. It was at that moment he decided that he couldn't just stay. He had to do something. "Yeah, there's no way that I'm just gonna sit back and watch the city burn down," he then muttered, quite angrily. Before he leaped out of the train, Izuku leaped between rooftops, making his way towards the fire. While running, he kept his observation on constantly, in case he happened to stumble across a Namu, but he found it hard to concentrate, because he kept worrying about Ida. The blue-haired boy didn't answer any of his messages, and Izuku hoped that he hadn't been caught up in that destruction. Shortly after, Izuku arrived at the scene. It was chaos, with Nomus running rampant and heroes trying to stop them. One Namu charged towards an unprepared hero, but Izuku interfered. The green-haired boy leaped towards the charging Namu, infusing his arm with Haki, before he punched it over the head and into the ground. The hero turned around, revealing himself to be Manuel, and looked shocked. He then looked at Izuku and said, "Kid, who are you?" With his shock showing in his voice, Izuku just looked at him with a stoic expression, as he answered, "I'm Deku. I'm an intern from UA. I came to help." With a stoic voice, Manuel calmed down after hearing those words. He then thanked Izuku and told him to just stay in the back, before turning back towards the flames. Izuku barely listened to Manuel, for he was getting worried. He used his observation to look as far as he could, but it still wasn't enough. The green-haired boy just couldn't find Ida, and he almost began to panic about it. "Manuel, Izuku started to say, but immediately cut himself off. His observation sensed another danger coming in, but it wasn't approaching him. This danger was quickly approaching Manuel. So the green-haired boy rushed over to him and yelled, "Duck!" right as he dragged the hero down to the ground. Just half of a second after ducking, a sword swung right over Manuel's head. Izuku quickly prepared himself, as he dragged Manuel a few steps back. you managed to avoid that. Impressive, an ominous voice said, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. The green-haired boy turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a man with a red scarf and a sword staring at him. "Who are you?" Izuku shouted, quite angrily. The man didn't even flinch, as he smoothly answered, "I call myself Stain, but others call me the hero killer." Izuku was now frozen in place, for he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was right now standing face to face with one of the most dangerous men in the country, and he had tried to kill him even. "I came here looking for something, and decided to kill that fake while I had the chance," Stain then said, almost sounding a little annoyed. Izuku grew angry upon hearing this. He didn't care much about what the hero killer was searching for, but he was mad to hear him speak about murder. "That won't happen. I won't let you hurt him, or anyone else," Izuku responded, clearly showing his anger. What Izuku failed to notice was that his spirit was being shot out in weak waves, and Stain was reacting to them. The hero killer smiled, for he was satisfied with the green-haired boy's response. There was something else too. He felt that this kid reminded him of something he felt just recently. That is when it hit him. This boy was that powerful thing he sensed the day before. Stain's smile grew even wider as he said, "Good answer. You're worth keeping alive, unlike that armored kid I just skewered," showing his satisfaction with his voice. Izuku froze upon hearing this, for Stain said something that rang a bell. That armored kid is what rang a bell, because it reminded him of someone. It reminded him of the person he had been looking for. Ida. Izuku suddenly clenched his fist, as a burning flame of rage lit up within him. "You, what the hell did you do to Ada?" Izuku shouted, showing his malice through his tone. Stain stopped smiling as he was about to answer, but was interrupted when Manuel got up and regained his senses. The hero killer noticed this, as he quickly dashed towards the shadows. "You bastard, get back here," Izuku shouted, as he ran after Stain. Manuel shouted for Izuku to stop, but the green-haired boy was too angry to hear any of it. Izuku kept following Stain's presence until it disappeared. The green-haired boy went to the last place that it was sensed, a dark and secluded alleyway. Izuku slowly entered the alleyway, too angry to think about what he was doing. "It's funny, you know, I sensed your power yesterday, and it sent chills down my spine. You're easily as strong as All Might, and you even show the colors of a true hero," Stain's voice uttered, echoing through the dark alleyway. Izuku tried to find Stain, but he couldn't. It was as if the hero killer had turned into a shadow, without a presence to track. The green-haired boy realized that he was in a bad spot, so he slowly picked his phone up and texted his coordinates to all of his contacts. He wasn't sure if Stain saw him do that, but he hoped that it went unnoticed. "You are a true hero. So tell me, why did you take the bait? Why did you follow me here?" Stain's voice echoed, becoming more and more like a nightmare. Izuku stopped where he was and carefully thought over the hero killer's words. He had claimed that Izuku was as strong as All Might, and that he had sensed him the day before, but how would he know that? Izuku was at Gran Torino's place at that time, while Stain was still in Hasu, unless the hero killer had managed to quickly pass by. There's no way for him to know this. Izuku thought about this hard, until he realized something. There was a way to sense someone from a distance, and Izuku was capable of doing it. This method could also be used to measure a person's strength, unless said person was hiding his presence. The green-haired boy trembled upon this realization. Unless Stain had a weird quirk, he might be able to use Haki. If this was true, it meant that he was also extremely good at it, for not even Izuku can sense a person that's in a different city. "Are you going to answer me?" Stain said, voice sounding more ominous than before. These words knocked Izuku out of his thoughts. As he thought of an answer, he had chased Stain out of anger, because the hero killer had hurt Ida. Izuku clenched his fist as he answered, "Honestly, I don't know. In the back of my head I knew it was a trap, but I still chased you. I was, and still am, furious. You hurt my friend. Do you honestly think that I'll let you get away with that?" With a furiously cold voice, Izuku didn't know what Stain was thinking, but his words must have made an impact. The hero killer hadn't responded. He hadn't even said a word. "So you're after revenge, to kill me? That's not the way of a hero," the hero killer then said. Izuku could actually sense Stain now, for he wasn't hiding his presence anymore. The green-haired boy turned around, only to see the hero killer standing there. Izuku looked annoyed upon hearing Stain's words, as if he had been insulted. Before he said, "Who said anything about revenge or murder? I came here to stop you from hurting anyone else. My friend only motivates me to do so." With a somewhat annoyed voice, Stain was impressed by these words, for he had expected something else. The hero killer then smiled, before drawing his sword and saying, "All right then, let's see how strong you really are." Before charging towards Izuku at high speeds, the green-haired boy barely had any time to react, but he managed to avoid Stain's swing. The hero killer then followed with another attack, only to have Izuku narrowly avoid it. The fight continued like this for a while. Izuku continued to use his observation to avoid Stain's onslaught, but there was no end to it. Stain never seemed to get tired and was hyper-aggressive. Izuku decided that he couldn't keep this up and decided to counter. He deflected one of Stain's attacks, pinning the hero killer in a bad position, before he threw a Haki-infused punch towards his face. The punch was perfect. There was no way it could be avoided. But Izuku was shocked to see what happened. Stain had managed to avoid the attack perfectly, and even counter-attack. The green-haired boy used armament to negate the damage before he took some distance. Izuku was almost horrified. Stain shouldn't have been able to avoid that attack, but he somehow managed to do so. The green-haired boy could only imagine that Stain's observation Haki must be incredible. But this was almost at a different level. Izuku calmed himself down as he tried to properly address the situation. If Stain could use Haki, which he most certainly could, it was way stronger than his. His observation is incredible, but Stain hasn't shown any sign of armament Haki. Izuku could probably overpower the hero killer with armament. Assuming that Stain is weaker in that category, the green-haired boy took another stance and readied himself. He had to make a plan, and that was to overwhelm his opponent to the point that he couldn't avoid everything. Izuku then charged into battle, thinking that this is what his opponents in the sports festival must have felt when fighting him. Stain avoided Izuku's first punch until another came. The hero killer avoided the second one, and the one after that. This kept going on for a long time, result not changing one bit. Izuku couldn't land a single hit on Stain, no matter how hard he tried. Eventually, the hero killer managed to graze Izuku with one of his knives, drawing a drop of blood. The green-haired boy went in for another hit, but suddenly fell to the floor. He couldn't move. It was as if he had been paralyzed. He looked up towards Stain, seeing how he was licking his blood from the knife, and realized what had happened. Stain must have used a quirk that allowed him to paralyze someone by tasting their blood. Izuku was down on the ground, struggling to get back up. He didn't understand what was happening, how Stain managed to avoid everything. It was as if the hero killer knew exactly what he was going to do, and at what point he would do it. This sent another chill down Izuku's spine, for he remembered something that Rayleigh told him at one point. The old geezer had told him that advanced observation could be used to see into the future, and it got Izuku thinking. Stain knew exactly what to do and how to avoid, even when it seemed impossible. He didn't know if it was true, but it could be assumed that Stain could see into the future. The hero killer took multiple steps towards Izuku, ready to inflict more damage. The green-haired boy tried to get up, but couldn't. The hero killer eventually got close enough and swung his sword towards Izuku's neck. The blade collided and made a metallic creak, but it didn't show the result that Stain was expecting. Izuku's neck was undamaged, and the blade had shattered. Stain was shocked, but before he could do anything, he jumped back just before a stream of fire flew towards him. "Midoriya, send more details next time you're in trouble," a familiar voice shouted. Izuku turned towards it and saw none other than his classmate Shoto Todoroki. The green-haired boy let out a sigh of relief as Todoroki made an ice structure to slide Izuku towards him. "Who is this guy?" Todoroki asked, sounding as cold as ever. Izuku quickly snapped to attention as he answered, "Well, that's the hero killer," with a calm voice. Todoroki was shocked to hear this. Before he said, "It doesn't look like we're leaving without a fight. Is there something I should know about him?" With the same cold voice, Izuku took a breath as he answered, "He has the ability to paralyze you by tasting your blood." And Izuku stopped himself from speaking that last part, for he wasn't sure of what to say. If he told Todoroki that Stain might be able to see into the future, the ice user would definitely ask too many questions, and he couldn't just tell Todoroki about Haki. "In what?" Todoroki then asked, almost sounding annoyed. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and decided that he needed to tell Todoroki something. "Don't ask me how, but I think he can see into the future," Izuku said, trying to leave out as much as possible. Todoroki raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was shocked to hear that Stain potentially had this power, but he was also skeptical. He wondered how Izuku drew this conclusion, and why he couldn't tell him more. The bi-colored teen shrugged it off, however, as he then said, "Okay, can you move? And how do we fight a man who can see into the future?" With the same cold voice, Izuku began to regain some of his motor functions As he answered, I think I can move now. And I have a plan. It's a bet, but I think I know his limits. Sounding a little strained as he pulled himself up on his feet, the green-haired boy then whispered his plan into Todoroki's ear. Getting a nod from the ice user before he charged back in, Stain was slightly staggered. And he was furious. His manner had changed, and he had become more like a bloodthirsty animal. Izuku charged at the hero killer. Throwing a punch towards his head, Stain saw this coming and dodged to the side. He was about to slice Izuku with one of his knives, but was stopped when he was hit by another fire blast. Stain staggered and almost fell to the ground, while both Izuku and Todoroki smiled at the result. When making the plan, Izuku assumed that Stain could only see the future 1 second at a time, and that there was a form of delay between each use. This assumption had proven to be correct, for Stain was unable to avoid attacks that happened further ahead than just 1 second. The plan was to feint an attack for the first second and then, after it happened, actually attack during the second one. This way Stain couldn't see the attacks coming, and he was backed into a corner. Izuku and Todoroki continued their assault on the hero killer, and it worked. Stain started to slow down from all the damage, which in turn led to him taking more damage. The green-haired boy then decided to end it by throwing a punch towards Stain's gut. The hero killer was unable to avoid it, and was hit by both an ice and flame attack immediately after. Stain then fell limp to the ground. As he lost consciousness, the two teens looked at each other, panting heavily, before they nodded. They then tied the unconscious hero killer up, before dragging him out of the alleyway. Upon reaching the outside, they were immediately met by multiple approaching heroes, such as Gran Torino and Endeavor. They were about to scold the teens, until they saw the unconscious hero killer next to them. Gran Torino was the first to snap out of his shock, and he began scolding Izuku for his reckless actions. The green-haired boy barely listened, however, for he was too tired. He was about to talk back to the Gran Torino, but stopped when his observation picked up something else. He looked and saw a Namu flying towards him at high speeds. Get down, Izuku shouted, before he covered both his arms with Haki. The Namu tried to grab him, but Izuku had other plans. He grabbed hold of the Namu, before slamming it to the ground and delivering a strong blow to its brain. The monster stopped moving, and Izuku straightened himself. The green-haired boy was about to exhale, but stopped when he sensed something else. He quickly jumped into action before even knowing what it was, and managed to stop it. It was Stain. The hero killer had somehow broken loose, and was about to sink a knife into Gran Torino. Izuku held the knife by the blade, stopping its course with his armament Haki. Stain was both shocked and confused, for he didn't know what was happening. He didn't understand how Izuku managed to stop his attack, how he could see it coming. The surrounding pros were forced back by some invisible force, and no one dared to get closer. The green-haired boy stared at Stain with rage in his eyes, as he whispered to him, I know how you do it, how you sense people from far away, how you hide your presence, and how you see into the future. Stain's eyes went wide upon hearing this. Izuku somehow knew about his abilities, ones he thought was part of his quirk. The green-haired boy tightened his grip around the knife, as he said, I know, because I'm the same. I can also do all those things. Same goes for everyone else. The hero killer was now baffled. The power he thought was a quirk was actually something that many others could use. How was that even possible? Stain didn't want to believe Izuku, but he also had no reason to believe that he would lie about this. Izuku then looked angry, as his grip shattered Stain's knife. His spirit then shot out as a wave, stopping the world around him. Stain was closest, so he suffered the full force of this wave. Then it stopped, and everything went back to normal. The green-haired boy dropped the now unconscious Stain to the ground, before dropping to his knees. Everyone stared at him in shock, terrified of what had happened. Izuku looked up, panting loudly, before he said, I am so sick of surprise attacks, before exhaustion got to him, and he fell unconscious. To get up, but couldn't. The hero killer eventually got close enough, and swung his sword towards Izuku's neck. The blade collided and made a metallic creak, but it didn't show the result that Stain was expecting. Izuku's neck was undamaged, and the blade had shattered. Stain was shocked, but before he could do anything he jumped back just before a stream of fire flew towards him. Midoriya, send more details next time you're in trouble, a familiar voice shouted. Izuku turned towards it, and saw none other than his classmate Shoto Todoroki. The green-haired boy let out a sigh of relief, as Todoroki made an ice structure to slide Izuku towards him. Who is this guy? Todoroki asked, sounding as cold as ever. Izuku quickly snapped to attention, As he answered, "Well, that's the hero killer," with a calm voice. Todoroki was shocked to hear this. Before he said, "It doesn't look like we're leaving without a fight. Is there something I should know about him?" With the same cold voice, Izuku took a breath. As he answered, "He has the ability to paralyze you by tasting your blood." And Izuku stopped himself from speaking that last part, for he wasn't sure of what to say. If he told Todoroki that Stain might be able to see into the future, the ice user would definitely ask too many questions. And he couldn't just tell Todoroki about Haki. "And what?" Todoroki then asked. Almost sounding annoyed, Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and decided that he needed to tell Todoroki something. "Don't ask me how. But I think he can see into the future," Izuku said, trying to leave out as much as possible. Todoroki raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He was shocked to hear that Stain potentially had this power. But he was also skeptical. He wondered how Izuku drew this conclusion, and why he couldn't tell him more. The bi-colored teen shrugged it off. However, as he then said, "Okay, can you move? And how do we fight a man who can see into the future?" With the same cold voice, Izuku began to regain some of his motor functions. As he answered, "I think I can move now. And I have a plan. It's a bet, but I think I know his limits." Sounding a little strained as he pulled himself up on his feet, the green-haired boy then whispered his plan into Todoroki's ear. Getting a nod from the ice user before he charged back in, Stain was slightly staggered. And he was furious. His manner had changed, and he had become more like a bloodthirsty animal. Izuku charged at the hero killer. Throwing a punch towards his head, Stain saw this coming and dodged to the side. He was about to slice Izuku with one of his knives, but was stopped when he was hit by another fire blast. Stain staggered and almost fell to the ground, while both Izuku and Todoroki smiled at the result. When making the plan, Izuku assumed that Stain could only see the future 1 second at a time, and that there was a form of delay between each use. This assumption had proven to be correct, for Stain was unable to avoid attacks that happened further ahead than just 1 second. The plan was to feint an attack for the first second and then, after it happened, actually attack during the second one. This way Stain couldn't see the attacks coming, and he was backed into a corner. Izuku and Todoroki continued their assault on the hero killer, and it worked. Stain started to slow down from all the damage, which in turn led to him taking more damage. The green-haired boy then decided to end it by throwing a punch towards Stain's gut. The hero killer was unable to avoid it, and was hit by both an ice and flame attack immediately after. Stain then fell limp to the ground. As he lost consciousness, the two teens looked at each other, panting heavily, before they nodded. They then tied the unconscious hero killer up, before dragging him out of the alleyway. Upon reaching the outside, they were immediately met by multiple approaching heroes, such as Gran Torino and Endeavor. They were about to scold the teens, until they saw the unconscious hero killer next to them. Gran Torino was the first to snap out of his shock, and he began scolding Izuku for his reckless actions. The green-haired boy barely listened, however, for he was too tired. He was about to talk back to the Gran Torino, but stopped when his observation picked up something else. He looked and saw a Namu flying towards him at high speeds. "Get down!" Izuku shouted, before he covered both his arms with Haki. The Namu tried to grab him, but Izuku had other plans. He grabbed hold of the Namu, before slamming it to the ground and delivering a strong blow to its brain. The monster stopped moving, and Izuku straightened himself. The green-haired boy was about to exhale, but stopped when he sensed something else. He quickly jumped into action before even knowing what it was, and managed to stop it. It was Stain. The hero killer had somehow broken loose, and was about to sink a knife into Gran Torino. Izuku held the knife by the blade, stopping its course with his armament Haki. Stain was both shocked and confused, for he didn't know what was happening. He didn't understand how Izuku managed to stop his attack, how he could see it coming. The surrounding pros were forced back by some invisible force, and no one dared to get closer. The green-haired boy stared at Stain with rage in his eyes, as he whispered to him, "I know how you do it, how you sense people from far away, how you hide your presence, and how you see into the future." Stain's eyes went wide upon hearing this. Izuku somehow knew about his abilities, ones he thought was part of his quirk. The green-haired boy tightened his grip around the knife, as he said, "I know, because I'm the same. I can also do all those things. Same goes for everyone else." The hero killer was now baffled. The power he thought was a quirk was actually something that many others could use. How was that even possible? Stain didn't want to believe Izuku, but he also had no reason to believe that he would lie about this. Izuku then looked angry, as his grip shattered Stain's knife. His spirit then shot out as a wave, stopping the world around him. Stain was closest, so he suffered the full force of this wave. Then it stopped, and everything went back to normal. The green-haired boy dropped the now unconscious Stain to the ground. Before dropping to his knees, everyone stared at him in shock, terrified of what had happened. Izuku looked up, panting loudly. Before he said, "I am so sick of surprise attacks," before exhaustion got to him, and he fell unconscious. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. When Izuku woke up, he found himself inside a hospital room, with Gran Torino waiting patiently for him. The retired hero began scolding him immediately, but was cut off when the chief of police entered the room. The police chief started by telling Izuku that Todoroki was okay, and that Ida had been hurt but would recover. The green-haired boy breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon hearing this. Until the chief continued to speak, he told Izuku that he was reckless, and actually had no right to harm the hero killer. He then proceeded to say that Endeavor would get the credit for catching Stain, so that Izuku wouldn't get into trouble. The police chief then lowered his head and thanked the green-haired boy for his efforts, even if no one else would hear about it. Izuku was about to say something, but was cut off by the door flying open. "There you are," an old and annoyed voice shouted. As it entered the room, the green-haired boy turned his gaze towards it, only to see Rayleigh standing in the doorway. "Rayleigh," Izuku exclaimed, only to be cut off by Rayleigh's fist. "You idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed?" the silver-haired geezer shouted. Sounding infuriated, Izuku raised his hands in defense. As he spoke, "Sorry, I'm Waowa," only to be cut off once more. "I don't want to hear your excuses. Be better next time," Rayleigh then shouted, holding his clenched fist over Izuku's head. "Owa, what was that for?" Izuku then shouted. After Rayleigh had hit him for a third time, the silver-haired geezer sighed before he answered, "Nothing. I just wanted to," before lowering his arm. Gran Torino and the others who were watching were all in shock. This random old man just walked into the room and began beating on Izuku, not caring that he was standing in a hospital. The retired hero then regained his composure as he walked up and greeted the man. "I'm Gran Torino. You must be Midoriya's master," the retired hero said, as he reached for a handshake. Rayleigh looked at the man before he smiled and shook his hand. "Silver's Rayleigh. Nice to meet you," the silver-haired geezer then said. Gran Torino smiled at the old man before he said, "You have a fine student, but he's a handful to deal with." With a calm voice, Rayleigh giggled after hearing this, as he said, "Yeah, I know all about that. Words don't get through that thick skull of his." With a broad smile, the two old men then laughed loudly, both on a mutual understanding of what was spoken. Izuku was still rubbing his head from Rayleigh's hits, until his pain was overwritten by confusion. This confusion stemmed from the fact that he couldn't tell whether it was Rayleigh or Gran Torino talking. They sounded too similar. Are they the same person? Izuku thought, his mind overwhelmed by confusion, until he remembered something. He remembered that Stain had been able to use Haki, and he needed to inform Rayleigh about it immediately. The green-haired boy looked towards the two old men before he spoke up. "Rayleigh, can we talk in private?" he said, sounding calm. Rayleigh looked at Izuku curiously, as he asked, "Why? Is something wrong?" Sounding like he was joking, the silver-haired geezer then changed into a serious expression as he saw Izuku's face. The green-haired boy wasn't messing around. He was being dead serious. Whatever it was that he needed to talk about, it was urgent. Rayleigh turned his expression towards the others in the room before he said, "Please, give us some privacy." With a cold voice, they all looked shocked upon hearing this, but they quickly did as the silver-haired geezer told them. Rayleigh then turned back to Izuku, as he asked, "So, what's wrong?" With a serious tone, Izuku looked at his master, as he answered, "It's about Stain." With a serious tone of his own, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, as he responded, "I already know that it was you, and not Endeavor, who beat him. I'm old, not stupid." Almost sounding disappointed, Izuku was unfazed by this, as he said, "It's not that. It's far more urgent. He used Haki." With the same serious tone, Rayleigh's eyes went wide upon hearing this, for it was something he hadn't expected. He knew that there were more Haki users out there, but he didn't know that someone as dangerous as the hero killer was one of them. "You're right, that is far more urgent. Now I'm even more relieved that you're okay," Rayleigh then said, letting his shock be known. Izuku didn't break his gaze upon the silver-haired geezer, as he then said, "Yeah, I was really lucky." I'm pretty sure that he could see into the future. While scratching his chin, Rayleigh's eyes went even wider now. He was certain that Izuku would one day face another Haki user. And maybe face one that could see the future eventually. The fact that he faced another user so early, and that this user happened to be the hero killer and was able to use foresight, only proved to make him more relieved about Izuku's well-being. The silver-haired geezer then calmed himself down before he decided to speak again. I'm speechless. But now it all makes sense, Rayleigh said. As he took a seat and scratched his chin, Izuku looked at him curiously. As the silver-haired geezer continued, I overheard what that Ida kid told the police. He claimed that he had been pinned by the hero killer and was about to be killed, when he suddenly stopped and left as if he was an animal that had caught the scent of more prey. He must have used observation and sensed you from far away, he said, with the same voice as before. Izuku was shocked and relieved to hear this. The green-haired boy then composed himself. As he voiced another thing that bothered him, there was something strange about Stain. It was like he didn't know what it was. It sounds weird, but he probably believed that it was part of his quirk, Izuku said, almost finding it hard to believe his own words. Rayleigh got a weird reaction upon hearing these words. He sighed heavily before he pinched the bridge of his nose. It wasn't that his student's words were idiotic. It was the opposite, in fact. The possibility of this happening had crossed his mind a multitude of times, and it bothered him every time. So people are starting to unlock and discover Haki on accident, thinking that it's just part of their quirk. I knew this day would come, but why now of all times? Stain just proves that the new users lack proper guidance, so they go around and wreak havoc. More villains are gaining these powers. There are already too many evildoers who use it. We would need more heroes with proper training to use Haki. But that means, Rayleigh said, sounding distraught with every word. He didn't even dare to finish his words. But Izuku knew and did it for him. It means revealing the secret to more people. Maybe even the entire world. The green-haired boy finished, picking up on Rayleigh's distraught behavior. The silver-haired geezer looked at Izuku, glad that he understood, before he said, yes, but luckily we haven't gotten to that point yet. The world is changing quickly, especially after last night, but we don't have to make that decision yet. We just have to make sure that the option is on the table when the time comes. With a happier voice than before, Izuku was still a little distraught, until he felt something over his head. It was Rayleigh, and he was patting the green-haired boy. Izuku looked confused, for Rayleigh normally hits him. I should be scolding you for letting the hero killer track you down, but I won't. You survived a battle against what was arguably your toughest opponent yet. That is deserving of praise. Not only that, but you also saved your classmate. If Stain hadn't sensed you, he definitely would have killed that Ida kid. He might not be aware of it, but he wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you, the silver-haired geezer said, smiling broadly as he spoke. Izuku smiled happily upon hearing this. He was glad that his master was proud of him, and that he managed to indirectly save his classmate. Rayleigh then stopped patting Izuku before saying, I should get going. Enjoy this week. It'll be hell when you come back. With a devilish grin on his face, Izuku shivered upon hearing this, until he was reminded of something hilarious. Speaking of which, Gran Torino is trying to make his training more brutal than yours, Izuku said, barely able to hold in his laughter. Rayleigh didn't have the same amount of control as his student, for he just burst out laughing. Yeah. I wish him good luck, the silver-haired geezer said, barely able to speak due to all the laughter. He then turned towards the door. As he said, I'll see you around, Izuku, still giggling a little. Before he left the room, the rest of the internship went on as it should have. Izuku was still being trained by Gran Torino, who tried his damnedest to make it miserable. It was towards the end of the internship that he was onto something, by blindfolding and tying Izuku's limbs up before telling him to dodge oncoming attacks. The old man didn't have enough time to develop this exercise before Izuku had to return to UA. The students all gathered in the classroom, all talking about what they did during their internships. Izuku was mostly stoic and silent, not uttering a single word. He was still thinking about what he and Rayleigh had discussed in the hospital. There was a possibility that they would have to tell people about Haki, and the green-haired boy was trying to decide which of his classmates would be a good pick. If it came down to it, they would have to teach them, regardless if they had the conqueror's spirit or not. But who would be the best choice? Hey, Deku, a feminine voice said, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy jumped as he turned towards the source of the voice. You're Araka. Don't scare me like that, he exclaimed, almost sounding a little panicked. The brown-haired girl looked a little concerned as she responded, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. You were spacing out. I was just wondering what was happening, she said, still sounding a little concerned. Izuku just sighed heavily. He knew that he couldn't tell Uraraka about his thought process or about Stain, so he had to brush it off as well as he could. Thanks, but there's nothing wrong, the green-haired boy said, sounding as calm as possible. Uraraka could still sense that something was off about Izuku. She wondered if something had happened, if he experienced something bad during his internship. The brown-haired girl didn't get to ask him about it. As the door flung open, "Good morning, class," a tired Aizawa said, and everyone took their seats. The tired teacher was then quick to inform everyone about the upcoming final exams. While reminding them to both study and train, most of the class began to panic, mostly about the written portion, while a few seemed to be calm. Izuku was among the calm ones, but he was still struggling internally. It wasn't anything related to the exam, for he was confident in his abilities. It was about having to tell others. He wasn't sure that he could make the right choice, or if the others were anywhere near ready. Time passed, and the practical portion of the exam had arrived. Class 1 had been told that it would be similar to the entrance exam, a battle against robots. They were surprised, however, when they arrived and were greeted by the many teachers of UA. The class looked confused, until Nezu showed up and told them how things would play out. They would be split off into teams of 2. Each team would face off against one of the teachers. In order to pass, they would have to either escape or cuff the teacher before time runs out. Most of the class began to shiver in fear, even after hearing that the teachers would wear extra weights in order to balance things out. Izuku, however, was as calm as ever, even after finding out that he was paired up with Katsuki and was up against none other than All Might. Now then, unless anyone has any more questions, let's begin, Nezu then said, motioning everyone to prepare themselves in some shape or form. Izuku looked towards Katsuki and looked skeptical. It was true that the blonde wasn't nearly as aggressive towards him as he used to, but he wasn't sure if he would listen to a word he said. Kaken, are you willing to listen to a plan? The green-haired boy asked, sounding as stoic as ever. Katsuki glared at him as he answered, depends on what it entails, with a half-aggressive voice. Izuku was genuinely surprised to hear this, for Katsuki would normally not listen. He didn't let his shock last for long, until he began to think. They were facing All Might, therefore their best bet would be to escape. Izuku, however, felt that he wanted something else. He wanted to see how far he's come, and test his abilities on the number 1 hero. It was great, because he could sense that Katsuki felt the same way. Let's just say that I don't plan on running away, the green-haired boy said, sounding as calm as before. Katsuki looked surprised upon hearing this, until he grinned widely. The exams played out, with some students passing while others didn't. Everyone had now gathered in the monitor room in order to observe the last group, Izuku and Katsuki versus All Might. Many of the students began taking bets on what would happen, not caring that almost all of the teachers were watching them do this, until an old and gruff voice could be heard. Has it started yet? It asked. Everyone turned to face it, only to none other than Rayleigh entering the room. Class 1 were about to question his presence, until Aizawa said, so you received my invitation. It's about to start now, with his usual tired voice. The class was shocked to hear this, until they remembered that it made sense since Rayleigh was Izuku's mentor. The silver-haired geezer walked up to the big screen, as he said, I see. So I missed nothing of importance. Quite boldly, everyone got angry upon hearing this, for Rayleigh was outright saying that they didn't matter. Class 1 was visibly annoyed, and some finally realized where Izuku got his attitude from. Aizawa was annoyed, but quickly shrugged it off when he realized something. The old man was Izuku's mentor, therefore Izuku might be the only thing of importance to him. The tired teacher shared a mere glare with his students, until they all went quiet. Mr. Rayleigh, are you sure that Deku will be okay? I know that he's strong, and that his opponent is wearing extra weights, but he's still up against All Might. Uraraka then asked, sounding a little nervous as she did. Rayleigh looked confident at first, but then he looked dumbfounded as he said, he's wearing weights. What the hell is he thinking? Does he have death wish or something? Everyone looked shocked upon hearing this, for they all knew what it implied. Aizawa gathered himself quickly and voiced what everyone was thinking. Are you saying that Midoriya will defeat All Might? Sounding a little shocked, Rayleigh didn't change his expression in the slightest, as he answered, yes. Without a doubt, everyone was still shocked, unsure of what to think. They knew that Izuku was strong, and that he was capable of some incredible things, but he's still quirkless, so how would he be able to defeat All Might? The room was silent, until the exam finally started. Izuku and Katsuki moved up through the city together, both looking as confident as ever. Eventually, a massive gust of wind blew in front of them, forcing them to brace. "All right, heroes, let's see how you handle this," the loud voice of All Might announced, bringing everyone to attention. Izuku looked towards Katsuki until the blonde nodded. The green-haired boy then turned his expression towards All Might. Right as he got closer to him, the blonde hero tried to attack Izuku, but the green-haired boy saw it coming and dodged. Izuku then grabbed onto All Might, throwing him off balance before he shouted, "Now!" On cue with the signal, Katsuki came out with a devilish grin. He readied one of his gauntlets. Before pulling the pin, the blast engulfed All Might, but it also engulfed Izuku. This was their plan. It was to have Izuku bait All Might off balance before shooting him with an explosion. The plan did involve blasting Izuku as well, but almost everyone knew that Katsuki couldn't hurt Izuku even if he tried. The dust cleared, and All Might had staggered. The teens didn't let the pro breathe. As they began repeating the process over and over, the observers in the monitor room were all in awe. Izuku's and Katsuki's plan was a good one, and it was actually bringing All Might down to his knees. So this is what Mr. Rayleigh was talking about. At this rate, they'll actually defeat All Might, Ida commented, sounding just as awestruck as the others. Rayleigh heard this and scoffed, before he said, "Blondie's just toying with them. The real fight is just about to begin." With his usual calm voice, everyone was confused by Rayleigh's statement, until they saw what was happening on the screen. Izuku was about to throw All Might off balance once more, but something changed. The number one hero grinned as he pushed Izuku back with a powerful blow. The green-haired boy jumped back, barely dodging, but his teammate wasn't as lucky. Katsuki was caught out by All Might, as he was thrown into a wall and knocked unconscious. "Your partner is out of the game. What will you do now, hero?" All Might then said, sounding as villainous as he could. Izuku took a look around as he addressed the situation. The plan had been compromised, and he was facing All Might. The most logical thing to do is to try and escape, but that is not what Izuku wanted to do. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The chance to test your strength against the number one hero. And the green-haired boy was going to take that chance. Izuku looked towards All Might, wearing a grin of his own, as he said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm gonna knock your teeth out." All Might took this as an invitation and charged at Izuku. The hero threw punches from all directions at blinding speeds, each of them being enough to break something. Izuku was just dodging all of them almost effortlessly, using his observation haki to see the attacks. Rayleigh smiled upon witnessing this, for the internship had made Izuku stronger. The spars with Gran Torino and his battle with Stain had made Izuku better at avoiding deadly hits, even though it wasn't as brutal as Rayleigh's. Gran Torino's training had paid off nicely. Izuku kept avoiding All Might's punches like there was not tomorrow, until he had enough. He ducked under the hero's extended arm as he delivered a haki-infused punch straight into All Might's face. The hero was knocked back slightly, until Izuku ran up and continued throwing punches and kicks towards the hero. All Might took almost all of the hits, and it didn't help that Izuku's arms and legs were covered with armament haki. The hero took more and more damage from Izuku's blinding barrage, until it was too much. Eventually he was knocked back, before he crashed into the ground. The observers were all stunned and silent, for they didn't know how to react. All Might, the number one hero, had been knocked down by a mere kid. Not just any kid either. It was a quirkless kid. "You're kidding, right?" Kaminari then asked nervously, as if he risked his life by even making a sound. "My eyes must be deceiving me. Did he seriously just do that?" Yaoyorozu then said, sounding just as nervous as Kaminari. The room was silent once more, until Aizawa spoke and said what no one dared to say. "No way, he did it. He just defeated All Might in a bare-knuckle brawl," the normally tired teacher said, while his eyes were wide open, as if some sort of relief had been spilled. The room went wild. The students began cheering for Izuku, and the teachers didn't stop them from making noise. Aizawa was genuinely impressed, for Izuku always found a way to leave everyone awestruck. The tired teacher then turned to see Rayleigh's reaction, only to stop smiling. The silver-haired geezer wasn't smiling. It was as if he knew that it wasn't over yet. Aizawa looked towards All Might on the screen, until a cold shiver ran down his spine. He saw something that made him realize what Rayleigh had found. All Might was still grinning. He was still conscious. The blonde hero jumped back onto his feet again, causing everyone in the monitor room to go silent. They watched All Might approach Izuku slowly, before stopping a good distance away from him and saying, "That was impressive. You're way stronger than I ever imagined, but something's bugging me. You could have easily passed the exam by escaping. So why did you choose to stay and fight?" Izuku looked surprised to hear this, until he grew annoyed. "You disappoint me, All Might. Do you insist that I run away and leave my friend behind?" The green-haired boy answered, while pointing towards the still unconscious Katsuki. All Might was shocked. Then Izuku continued, "Know this, All Might, no matter the danger, no matter the situation, I will never abandon my friends," the green-haired boy said with a determined voice, unaware of the weak waves that his spirit emitted. All Might was speechless, for this was an answer that he didn't expect from Izuku. He expected the green-haired boy to say that he just wanted to fight. But it turns out that there's more to it than that. He then grinned, as he said, "Impressive. It seems that I've misunderstood you as I've underestimated you. Let's see if you can stay true to those words." With an ominous voice, Izuku immediately raised his guard, for he sensed something within All Might. The hero had become more threatening, as if he was finally going to take this seriously. The green-haired boy didn't know what All Might was planning, but he knew that it was bad. The observers started to grow nervous. They didn't know what anyone on the screen said, but they knew that All Might was doing something that would potentially turn the tide. They all then watched as All Might did something he was specifically told not to do. He took his extra weights off. The teachers all went wild with worry, all wanting to just scream and tell All Might to stop. They all wanted to just end the exam and say that Izuku had done enough to pass. But they didn't. They could see how determined the fighters were, and that alone made them stop. They didn't want to ruin All Might and Izuku's bout. Finally, now the real fight has begun, Rayleigh shouted with a smile, making everyone realize that he was waiting for this. They all then stared at the screen, until both fighters charged into battle. "Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." Class 1 and the teachers were all stunned, for they could barely comprehend what was happening. The sheer power and prowess that the two fighters were showing was nothing short of incredible. It was hard to even keep up with it. All Might was using his full strength at this point, and his flurry of strikes was almost impossible to perceive. Izuku managed to dodge it all, however, using his observation haki to continuously avoid damage. The green-haired boy would occasionally deliver his own punches, using armament to deal more damage. "They're evenly matched," Todoroki muttered, sounding awestruck. Almost everyone agreed to his statement, because Izuku and All Might did look like they were equal. Until Rayleigh spoke up. "It may look that way, but this fight might end at any second," the silver-haired geezer said, as he pointed towards Izuku on the big screen. Everyone was confused as they followed his finger. At first they couldn't see what he meant, but they were then horrified when they finally saw what Rayleigh was talking about. It was Izuku's eyes. They were bloodshot red. His eyes looked like they were being intensely strained. Even Aizawa's eyes looked healthier than Izuku's. No one understood what was happening. To them it just looked like the green-haired boy had somehow been wounded in the eyes. So they all looked towards Rayleigh for an explanation. The silver-haired geezer kept looking at the screen. As he explained, "Izuku's abusing himself. In this battle his greatest strength is the ability to see all of his opponent's attacks. But even that has its limits. It also doesn't help that every one of All Might's punches is essentially a one-shot kill, which greatly increases the strain on Izuku. It's only a matter of time before he reaches his limits." With a voice that was trying to hide the little worry that he felt, everyone in the room was shocked to hear this. They didn't fully understand how it worked, but they knew enough to say that Izuku held the disadvantage. Aizawa almost panicked, as he exclaimed, "Then we need to stop them. Midoriya could seriously injure himself if this continues." With a panicked voice, Rayleigh just silenced the teacher, as he spoke once again. "Maybe, but I'd say that they're both in the same boat right now," the silver-haired geezer said, as he now pointed towards All Might. Everyone looked confused, as they carefully observed the number one hero. They couldn't find anything particular at first, until they saw something strange. They couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like All Might's body was barely keeping itself together. Everyone then turned their eyes towards Rayleigh, as he explained, "All Might has taken some punishment by Izuku, and him relentlessly throwing his punches like this doesn't help his condition. They're both reaching their limits. The question is who will fall first. Anything can determine the match at this point, even something as dumb and pathetic as a feather landing on one of their heads," the silver-haired geezer said, as he intensely watched the match. Everyone was put on edge after hearing this. They were witnessing a true battle, where both fighters refused to give in for anything. It was anyone's game, as they had just been told, so now they just had to wait for the deciding factor to manifest. The slugfest continued with bloody violence. But no one had fallen yet. All Might kept missing his attacks, while Izuku was dodging and landing many of his. They were equal. Until something happened. Izuku landed one of his punches on All Might's face, causing a drop of blood to spew from it. This drop was small and insignificant, but the most insignificant parts become the most important in the most intense battles. The droplet flew across the air until it made its landing in Izuku's eye. The green-haired boy staggered for what could only be a split second, but that was still enough to turn the tide. Next thing he knew, All Might landed one of his devastating blows to his face. Izuku was thrown back and crashed into the ground. The green-haired boy then forced himself up, only to be met by another barrage of attacks. Izuku raised his guard into a defensive stance, now being forced to tank all of the hits. Everyone looked horrified as they watched All Might beat on the defending Izuku. It was brutal and, eventually, Aizawa had enough. "I'm ending this now. He might get killed out there," the normally tired teacher shouted, as he reached out for a microphone to stop All Might. He couldn't grab it though, for he was stopped when Rayleigh took a firm grip over his hand. Aizawa looked at the man with a hint of anger, until he saw his expression. Rayleigh looked conflicted, like he was doing something that he actually didn't want to do. "What are you doing? He's being pounded out there," Aizawa shouted angrily. Rayleigh's expression didn't change, as he responded, "I know what it looks like, but let me ask you something. If All Might knows that he has won, why hasn't he stopped attacking? If Izuku knew that he couldn't win, why hasn't he stopped?" Aizawa's eyes widened upon hearing this. At first he thought that the old man was insane, but then he realized that it was true. Both All Might and Izuku knew what they were doing, so they would give up if it ever became hopeless. Rayleigh's pained expression grew as he said, "I know it's hard, but we need to have faith in Izuku." Sounding a little pained, Aizawa stopped for a moment, until he retracted his hand completely. It was hard to do this, but Rayleigh was right. Izuku is trying his hardest right now, so the least they can do is let him go through with this battle. They then turned their heads towards the screen, continuing their observation of the match. Izuku was still defending, while All Might continued to rain down hell. It would probably be easier for him to surrender at this point, but he refused. He was determined to win this, and he knew that he could do it. All Might threw another punch to Izuku, breaking his guard open. He then threw another straight into Izuku's face. Everyone was once again horrified, thinking that this was the end. But all of that changed in an instant. The green-haired boy somehow managed to grab onto All Might's hair before delivering a powerful Haki-infused punch to his face. The horror had quickly turned into shock as they realized what just happened. "No way. Did he just?" Kirishima uttered, without finishing his sentence. "He took that hit on purpose. Now he has a firm grip over All Might," Todoroki then finished, not knowing how to react. They all then watched as Izuku continued to deliver punch after punch to All Might's face, not slowing down for a second. Eventually All Might grabbed onto Izuku's hair before he began doing the same. The scene just became more violent, and it was all reaching its end. Both fighters wore feral expressions, neither willing to give in to their opponent. It continued for an excruciating amount of time, until they punched each other so hard that they lost their grip of one another. Both fighters staggered back, clearly ready to drop to the ground at any moment, but they forced themselves to stand as they bellowed ferociously. They pulled their fists back, readying their final punch before throwing it. Right as they were about to collide, Rayleigh noticed something odd. He noticed how Izuku's Haki-infused fist was covered in sparks and embers, as if it was about to combust. Then the hits collided, and the result shocked even Rayleigh. The collision made a fiery blast, as if something just exploded. At first they thought that Katsuki had done it, but remembered that he was out cold. The attack could have only come from one place. If it wasn't Katsuki, it was Izuku. But wasn't he supposed to be quirkless? Everyone looked towards Rayleigh, waiting for an answer. The silver-haired geezer showed them his baffled expression, as he simply shrugged. "I am just as baffled as you are. But I have a theory for what just happened. He might have thrown his punch at such a speed that the friction lit it ablaze. But that is just a guess," Rayleigh then said, using a voice that perfectly fit what he was feeling. The dust then cleared around the fighters, and everyone's jaw would hit the floor once more. All Might was on the ground, and this time he was out cold. Izuku, on the other hand, was still standing. The green-haired boy was shaking from the pain and exhaustion. As he raised his fist to the heavens, he then lost all his energy, Before dropping unconscious to the ground, everyone was silent once more, and no one even dared to comment on what they saw. This was a fight without any form of restrictions. They truly gave it their all. They both used their full strength. And this still happened. Izuku Midoriya actually defeated the #1 hero. All Might, Izuku, All Might and Katsuki were all brought to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl didn't waste a second to scold them all proportionally. Aizawa then informed everyone that they all would be attending a training camp, regardless of their results in the final exam. Some time passed, letting Izuku recover as much as possible. Before it was time to attend the camp, Class 1 sat on the bus, all babbling about various things, until they finally reached their destination. Everyone left the bus and was confused over why they stopped here. That is when a black car pulled up. Before the hero team known as the Wild Wild Pussycats exited it, some students started getting excited upon seeing the heroes. Although Izuku was just calm, the green-haired boy hadn't fully recovered from his bout with All Might. Therefore, he wasn't listening to what anyone was saying at the moment. It wasn't until Zero, with a panicked voice, shouted, "Run back to the bus," that Izuku was brought to attention. The green-haired boy was oblivious to what was happening, until he sensed that something bad was going to happen. Pixie Bob leaped behind the entirety of Class 1A before she shoved them all down the cliff with a landslide. The pro giggled upon hearing everyone's panicked screams, until she heard a voice speak to her from behind. "Could you give me a heads up next time you intend on throwing me down a bottomless cliff?" the voice called annoyingly. And Pixie Bob was shocked to see who it was. It was Izuku. He had somehow noticed the attack and leaped on top of the bus before it happened. Both Mandalay and Pixie Bob were shocked to see that someone had managed to avoid that attack. But Aizawa showed absolutely no expression whatsoever. "Midoriya, please go and join your classmates. The camp has already started, and you only have so much time to get there," the tired teacher said, while looking at Izuku. The green-haired boy sighed before he leaped down from the bus and said, "Fine," before proceeding to leap down the cliff. Upon landing, Izuku saw that his class was scattered in a panic, and the green-haired boy only facepalmed at the sight. "Couldn't you have warned us about that attack?" Ashido shouted in anger. Izuku didn't flinch upon hearing these words, as he calmly answered, "You don't deserve to dodge if you can't see it coming." Ashido wanted to retort in more anger, but was interrupted by Minta screaming like a girl. Izuku turned his eyes in that direction and saw that the grape-haired boy was being chased by what looked like a monster made out of dirt. Izuku wasted no time as he jumped into action. He infused his arm with Haki before he crushed the monster's head with a single blow. Izuku panted heavily after that, for he still hadn't fully recovered. That is when Ida walked up and asked, "So, what's the plan?" Izuku looked confused as he asked, "Why are you asking me?" Sounding confused, the entire class looked at him as if he was an idiot, until Todoroki answered him, "Because I think we all know that you're the strongest in our class, considering what we saw during the final exam." With a cold voice, everyone, even Katsuki, nodded in agreement to Todoroki's words without any form of hesitation. Izuku didn't expect this at all, but he sighed and gave them a plan. "Okay, here's the plan. Step 1, work together. Step 2, don't die," he said, before charging back to battle more Earth creatures. Class 1 was shocked to hear this, but they quickly understood that they needed to cooperate and be careful. They all then gathered themselves before they followed Izuku in his charge. It took a little more than an hour, but Class 1 managed to get to camp just in time. Both Mandalay and Pixie Bob were impressed, especially by Izuku. They noticed how it was mostly he who drove them forward, and they wondered just what he was capable of. Pixie Bob then proceeded to jump around Izuku, Ada, Todoroki, and Bakugo, until Izuku noticed some kid standing in the far back. "Hey, who's that kid over there?" Izuku asked, trying to get past the clinging Pixie Bob. Mandalay noticed who Izuku was pointing at and answered, "That's Koda. He's my second cousin." Izuku was intrigued by this. As he walked up to Koda, the boy looked angry, as Izuku said, "Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you." With a calm voice, Koda just looked more angry, until he punched Izuku in the family jewels. Everyone watching felt bad for Izuku, until they noticed that he hadn't even reacted. In fact, it was Koda that retracted his hand in pain. The boy rubbed his hand, until Izuku bopped him over the skull. "Oh, what was that for?" the boy exclaimed, as he rubbed his head. Izuku just looked at Koda with a serious glare, as he said, "Because you don't punch people that you just met. Especially not down there. But I have to say, that was a good punch." With a somewhat calm voice, Koda looked stunned upon hearing this, until he scoffed and said, "Whatever. I don't want to be anywhere near any wannabe heroes." Before he walked off, Izuku's expression followed Koda, until he turned to face everyone. They all looked at him shocked, as if he was the boldest person on the planet. Izuku just looked at them confused. As he asked, "What?" everyone just turned away, trying to show that it was nothing. Izuku looked confused, until he facepalmed when he realized how much he reminded himself of Rayleigh just now. Class 1 got the rest of that day to rest, for it was going to be hell from there on out. They all woke up early the next day, and Aizawa dragged them to a training field. Everyone was tired, except for Izuku, because Rayleigh's training had made him used to it. "Alright class, the purpose of this camp is to improve your quirks and abilities as much as possible. You have gone through a lot, but you haven't improved that much in the physical department," Aizawa said, snapping everyone to attention. He then tossed a softball to Izuku, before he said, "You know what to do, Midoriya. Anything goes, as long as you stay within this circle." With a tired voice, Izuku just nodded as he walked up to the circle. He then infused his arm with Haki, before throwing the ball with his full strength. Aizawa quickly got a notice on his phone, and his eyes went wide. Aizawa wanted to prove to his students that they hadn't improved as much as they thought. But Izuku's score didn't help his case. The tired teacher turned his phone towards the class, who were all in shock. 760 meters, Kaminari shouted. He improved by that much. Ashido then followed. Aizawa was baffled, as he turned to Izuku and asked, "How did you improve this much in such a short amount of time?" Sounding as baffled as he looked, Izuku just looked at his teacher, as he answered, "Sir, no offense, but this camp is nothing but a vacation for me. I know you intend to put us through hell, but there's nothing you can do that'll make me feel that way. The training that my master had been putting me through for more than 10 years now can't even be compared to anything else. It makes hell seem like heaven," the green-haired boy said, shivering at the mere mention of Rayleigh's training. Aizawa was still baffled, but he finally understood why Izuku was so strong. He was even intrigued, and would make a note to talk to Rayleigh about it later. "I see. That sure explains a lot, but I have something special in mind for you," Aizawa then said, before he turned back to the rest of the class. "I doubt that any of you have been getting the same kind of training as Midoriya, which means that you haven't improved nearly as quickly as he has. Just as he said, we'll be putting you through hell from now on," the tired teacher said, sounding calm. Class 1 trembled upon hearing Aizawa's words, as he then led them to the place that they would be doing said training. Everyone was quickly told what to do, until it came down to Izuku. The green-haired boy was just standing there, not sure of what to do. "Hey kid, don't just stand there. You'll be joining me in training," Tiger shouted, trying to get Izuku's attention. The green-haired boy turned to the hero, as he said, "I hate to break it to you, but your training is a waste of time." With a cold voice, Tiger got angry upon hearing this, as he said, "What did you say?" While stomping his way over to Izuku, the green-haired boy calmly stood his ground, not afraid of the approaching hero, until Aizawa stopped Tiger in his tracks. "He's right, Tiger. To him your training is a waste of time," the tired teacher calmly said. Tiger looked shocked upon hearing this, as Aizawa then spoke to Izuku. "Midoriya, I want you to focus on that move you did at the end of the final exam. Try to master and improve it, and give it a name while you're at it," Aizawa said calmly. Izuku looked surprised upon hearing this, for he barely knew what that attack was. Rayleigh had told him about his theory, but it didn't help him figure out how to use it properly. "I'll try my best," Izuku responded to his teacher, determined to try and master this new technique he unlocked. Aizawa nodded at Izuku, before the green-haired boy walked off. "Is it really a good idea to let him train on his own? He's still your student," Tiger then said, after Izuku was out of hearing range. Aizawa turned to Tiger and calmly answered, "There's nothing we can do to help him improve, for he has most certainly done it all already. Also, I honestly don't know what to do with him. He's quirkless and he defeated a full-powered All Might on his lonesome during the final exam." With a calm voice, Tiger's jaw hit the ground, for he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Not only was Izuku so strong that they had no choice but to let him train on his own, but he was also quirkless. Not only was he also quirkless, he defeated All Might. Tiger stopped questioning Aizawa's decision, and almost felt relieved that he didn't have to deal with a kid that somehow was capable of knocking the #1 hero out cold. Instead, he decided to push harder on the other students, so that they would be at least as strong as Izuku. "Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, Sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Class 1 continued raging on with their training, filling the forest with nothing but screams of pain and frustration. Everyone was giving it their all, pushing their quirks to their absolute limits. Most of them weren't used to this kind of training, but they had a mutual thought of encouragement. It was that a quirkless kid defeated the #1 hero in a fist fight. So they have no reason to be slacking off. Everyone was doing what they were told to do, except for one, in the distance. Not far from the other students, one could hear loud blasts followed by the occasional scream or bellow. It was Izuku, and he was breaking himself. The green-haired boy did as Aizawa had instructed and tried to master his new move. But it was both painful and difficult. He figured out how to willingly make his fist go up in flames. And it was by winding up to the point that he almost turned his back towards his target. The stance made it look like he was trying to throw a discus. Except he's throwing his fist. Izuku wound up properly, until he shouted, "Red Hawk," before throwing his burning fist into the mountainside. The mountain rumbled as another crater was formed on its side. Izuku was grunting in pain. For every time he used this attack he would end up burning himself. The green-haired boy started to respect people like Katsuki and Todoroki, because they use fire-based attacks like it's nothing. Izuku felt the pain course through him, but he didn't let it stop him. He clenched his fist tightly as he shouted again, before proceeding to repeat what he had just done. Not far away from the scene was none other than Aizawa. Observing his green-haired student, he was impressed by the fact that Izuku had managed to get the hang of his new move already. But he was looking for something else. He wondered what Izuku's power actually was, and how it worked. The erasure has no effect on him, so it's not a quirk. At the same time, however, it couldn't be anything other than a quirk. A normal kid can't tank and knock out All Might, and they shouldn't be able to light their hands on fire. The tired teacher kept observing Izuku at a distance, but never found an answer to his question. The day went on, and more pain followed. After the hellish training, everyone was told that they had to cook their own food if they wanted to eat, which no one was particularly happy about. Izuku was being careful, trying to maneuver his burnt hands without hurting himself. He ended up taking things incredibly slowly, and that is when he realized something around him. He noticed that Koto was nowhere to be seen, even though he could clearly see Mandalay. The green-haired boy almost got worried as he used his observation to see where Koto was at. Izuku's worry quickly vanished, however, when he found Koto's presence near a cliff in the forest. At first Izuku thought that he would go and check on him, but he then decided against it. He figured that Koto probably had a reason for wanting to be alone, so he decided to leave him be. "Midoriya," a cold voice called out, knocking Izuku back to reality. The green-haired boy turned to face the voice, and noticed that it was Todoroki. "I could hear your screams of pain from across the forest. How's your training going?" the bi-colored boy then asked, sounding as cold as he usually did. Izuku just sighed as he raised and pointed towards one of his hands while saying, "It's painful. I honestly don't get how you do it." Brain freeze. With a somewhat calm voice, Todoroki just giggled upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "You'll get used to it, gradually." Izuku just giggled upon hearing this, as he scratched the back of his neck. The two didn't get to chat for much longer, however, until Aizawa told them to stop slacking around. The two teens quickly got back to work, not wanting their teacher to get any more annoyed with them. The day after came, and the students didn't even get a second to rest. It was back to hellish training immediately, and the forest would be filled with more painful shrieks from Izuku. Later that same day it was announced that they would have a test of courage, but most didn't know how to feel about it at this point. Nightfall eventually came, and the students made different teams for the test of courage. Tiger was explaining the exercise to everyone, but Izuku was barely listening to anything. He was too tired and in too much pain to even bother with listening. The green-haired boy kept standing in the same place, even after the exercise started, until he was knocked out of his trance. It wasn't that someone nudged him or spoke to him, it was that he sensed something odd. He could smell something, but he couldn't put a pin on what it was. "Is everything all right, Midoriya?" Ada then asked, almost sounding a little concerned. Izuku turned towards his blue-haired friend, wearing a confused expression, as he answered, "I'm fine, but I thought I smelled something." While still sniffing the air, Ada got curious upon hearing this, and began sniffing the air too. "Now that you mention it, there is a weird scent in the air." "Is that smoke?" Ada then exclaimed, almost panicking when he realized what it was. Izuku's eyes went wide when he heard what Ada said, for he quickly realized that he was right. The green-haired boy then felt something odd with his observation, and he could tell that it wasn't good. It was familiar. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Something's wrong, Izuku muttered, trying to figure out where he had sensed this before. Ida looked at him confused, as he asked, "What do you mean?" Wanting to hear more of what he was thinking, Izuku didn't even look at the blue-haired boy. As he answered, "I have a bad feeling. It's almost like the green-haired boy said." But quickly cut himself off. He now remembered where he had sensed this before. And it didn't help to calm him down. The last time he sensed something like this was in the USJ. Right before the villains swarmed in, Izuku began to panic. As he ran through the other students until he reached Mandalay. "Mandalay, call the others back. We've been compromised," Izuku shouted with haste. Everyone, including the heroes, looked at Izuku in confusion until they smelled something. They didn't have time to identify the smell until they clearly saw the forest light up with blue flames. The heroes quickly acted, but that is when Pixie Bob was dragged away by some invisible force. Izuku's eyes followed, only to see someone holding a huge pole-like object to Pixie Bob's head. Izuku got more frustrated as more and more villains showed themselves from behind the trees. "Everyone, get back to camp immediately," Mandalay called out with her quirk. As both she and Tiger tried to hold the villains off, Izuku gathered up with Ida and more of his classmates. Until he stopped and realized something. One person wasn't with them right now. And it was Koda. The villains being there meant that no one was safe in the forest. And Izuku was probably the only one that knew where the boy was at. Izuku didn't think about it any longer. He just took off. He ignored the cries and calls from their others. As he ran straight towards Koda's location, Koda was panicking. Not only could he see the forest on fire, but he quickly realized that he wasn't alone at the cliffside. From the darkness came a man clad in a dark coat, wearing some weird mask. Koda began to panic even more as the man walked closer while winding up for a punch, but he was saved when something pulled him out of the way. The man's fist collided with the ground as his mask fell off his face. "Koda, are you all right?" the savior called, and Koda turned to see who it was. It was none other than Izuku. And Koda was surprised to see him. "How did you find me?" Koda asked, sounding shell-shocked. Izuku just smiled at him as he answered, "I saw you come here once, so I just assumed that you'd be here." With a calm voice, Koda calmed down and almost smiled upon hearing this. His calm was cut short, however, when the man started to speak. "Are you Midoriya? The boss said that we could kill you. Do you perhaps know where a kid named Bakugo is?" the man said, sounding menacing as he did. Izuku slowly turned towards the man. Slightly irritated, he could sense that this man was pure evil. But wasn't the only thing bothering him. It was the fact that he was after Katsuki, one of his friends, that irritated him. It's you. You killed my parents," Koda shouted with tears in his eyes. Izuku was shocked to hear this. As he more carefully inspected the man now, he recognized him from a news report about a villain. It was at that moment that Izuku realized that this man had killed heroes. And he knew who he was. The little irritation within Izuku quickly turned into burning hot rage as he looked at the blonde man and said, "I see, you must be Muscular." With a cold voice. Muscular was surprised as he grinned and said, "So you recognize me," but was cut off by a very angry Izuku. "Zip it. I don't intend on conversing with the likes of you. So I'm just gonna tell you 3 things. 1. You made a mistake coming here. 2. If you want to hurt any of my friends, you'll have to go through me first. 3rd, I won't let you get away with what you did to Water Hose," the green-haired boy said, almost sounding as menacing as a villain. Muscular was caught off guard by this behavior, but he quickly smiled while saying, "All right, show me yo," but was cut off once again by Izuku, who charged and punched him in the jaw. The green-haired boy then continued by delivering Haki-infused punch after punch, all to Muscular's weak points. The villain tried to fight back at one point, but was hit in the family jewels by Izuku's Haki-infused foot. Muscular could barely move. As the green-haired boy then delivered a kick to his head, the villain was thrown into the mountainside, making a loud crash as he landed. "I thought I told you. I don't intend on conversing with the likes of you," Izuku then said, before turning his back and walking towards Koda. The boy was shocked, because he could barely understand what had happened. Izuku had charged in while Muscular was talking, and had caught him off guard. It was a cheap trick, but it worked like a charm. It only went to show one thing. Izuku doesn't let an opportunity slip out of his grasp. "Are you okay?" the green-haired boy asked. Still wearing his calm expression, Koda looked at him in awe, for he truly looked like a superhuman, until he smiled and said, "Yes." Izuku smiled back at Koda and was about to speak, until he was cut off by the sound of rocks crashing. The green-haired boy turned to face the source of this sound, only to see that Muscular was still conscious. Izuku frowned upon witnessing this. As he muttered, "This guy doesn't know when to quit," with a hint of anger behind his words. Muscular staggered back to his feet, until he turned towards Izuku with a wide grin. "That was impressive, but it'll take more than that to knock me down," the blonde villain said, as he reached for something in his pocket. Izuku didn't need observation Haki to know this wasn't good, so he readied himself. Muscular took some weird item out of his pocket before placing it over one of his eyes. The villain's body suddenly changed, transforming like it was being consumed by its own quirk. Izuku was still recovering from his training. That is why he attacked and tried to knock Muscular mid-sentence. He knows that he can't take the villains head-on, so he wouldn't do that, but there was a catch this time. Koda was still behind Izuku, and the boy could possibly take the damage that was meant for Izuku. The green-haired boy steadied himself, coating his arms with Haki. As he prepared to take Muscular head-on, the villain charged at Izuku, bellowing as he did. The green-haired boy tried to push the villain back, but it was too hard. This was unlike anything he had ever faced before. This brute strength. Izuku was forced to the ground, while Muscular kept shouting and putting more pressure on him. Koda was horrified by what he was seeing. This man, this stranger, was being beaten up and almost killed just to save him. He watched as Izuku gave in more and more, until it looked like he was about to drop dead. Tears welled up in Koda's eyes, and he didn't want to see this anymore. Stop, he muttered weakly. But it didn't change anything. Stop, he muttered again, only to get the same result. Koda didn't know what to do anymore. He felt so powerless, and all of his emotions started to well up inside him. Then he screamed, "Stop," letting everything out. Like a raging wave, the world grew silent and almost stopped. This wave was powerful, and it shook the spirits of everyone present. Muscular was almost petrified by this power. As he loosened up some of the pressure he held over Izuku, the green-haired boy was stunned by this turn of events. This was a power that he was all too familiar with, one that both he and Rayleigh could utilize. Izuku almost didn't want to believe that Koda was one of those people, that he could use Conqueror's Haki. The wave then disappeared, almost as quickly as it had appeared, and that is when Izuku made his move. He broke loose from the still petrified Muscular, uppercutting him in the jaw as he did so. He then grabbed the villain by the hair with one hand, while winding up with the other. The green-haired boy then swung his blazing fist with fury, as he bellowed, "Red Hawk!" right as his fist collided with Muscular's face, making a fiery blast. The villain was once again sent into the mountainside, this time losing consciousness. Izuku panted heavily as his fist trembled from the pain, but he endured it. He then turned towards a shocked Koda, as he smiled and said, "Thank you, you saved my life there," showing just how grateful he was. Koda now looked confused, for he didn't know what Izuku was talking about. "What do you mean? I didn't do anything," the boy said, making his confusion known. Izuku just giggled upon hearing this, as he said, "No, Koda, you did everything. You just used an ancient and forgotten power that only a select few can bring out the full potential. It's called Haki." With a calm voice, Koda was both shocked and confused upon hearing this. As he muttered, Kai, still sounding confused, Izuku kept smiling as he answered, "Yes, Koda, Haki, those of the select few are often individuals that are destined for greatness. And I believe that you are one of those people." With a calm voice, Koda was once again shocked, but he was also happy. He didn't understand what Haki was, but he was happy to hear that the man who saved him also believed in him. "I'll tell you more about it later, but you have to keep it a secret. For now, let's get you somewhere safe," Izuku then said. Koda didn't object to this. He only nodded. The green-haired boy then picked Koda up, before leaping off into the forest. Izuku and Koda leaped through the forest, hoping to get back to camp without any trouble. Luckily for them, they managed to stumble across none other than Aizawa. The tired teacher looked skeptical when looking at Izuku, for he could tell that the green-haired boy had been in a battle. "Mr. Aizawa, I need you to take Koda and get back to camp. I don't know why, but those villains are after Kaken for some reason," Izuku quickly informed, as he placed Koda back on the ground. He was about to run off into the forest, but was stopped when Aizawa called out, "Midoriya." Izuku stopped and turned towards his teacher, who seemed to be conflicted. He knew that Izuku was going to look for his classmates, and he would go regardless of what he was told. The tired teacher then clenched his fist, as he decided Izuku was easily as strong as All Might, and right now they needed that strength. "Tell Mandalay that everyone has my permission to use their quirks. in case they need to defend themselves. Also, Aizawa said, until he stopped. Izuku looked his teacher in the eyes. As he listened to his words, I'm counting on you. Make sure that everyone comes back in one piece, Aizawa said. Izuku was shocked upon hearing this. These words weren't some order that he needed to follow. It was a request. Aizawa was genuinely pleading for Izuku to help him. And everyone else. The green-haired boy clenched his fist. As he nodded in confirmation, he then turned away and, with haste, ran through the forest. Aizawa was relieved, for now he knew that things would be okay. He believed in Izuku. And he believed in his abilities. He knew that this kid was already a hero. And he believed in him enough to ask him for help. The tired teacher then sighed, knowing that his students were now safe. Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. Izuku didn't have time to rest, even after taking Koda to safety. Even after delivering Aizawa's message to Mandalay. Even after regrouping with Shoji, Todoroki, Takoyami, and Katsuki. The green-haired boy couldn't rest. He made Aizawa a promise. And that was to bring everyone back safely. Izuku simply wouldn't rest until he knew that everyone was safe and sound. And right now his priority is to protect Katsuki. The group made their way through the dark forest, surrounding Katsuki in an attempt to shield him. They mostly relied on Izuku's observation Haki to navigate through the darkness, making traveling smooth. The group kept walking until Izuku sensed something that was close. The green-haired boy focused a little more, until he realized who the other two were. Uraraka, he exclaimed, before charging headfirst in that direction. The rest of the group called out to him, but the green-haired boy didn't hear any of it. He quickly made it through the trees, bearing witness to the scene. Both Uraraka and Asui were struggling against some blonde girl with a weird mask. And Izuku didn't wait another second. Get away from them, Izuku shouted as he charged forward. The green-haired boy coated his arm with Haki. Before he threw a punch, the blonde girl barely reacted to the attack. Before jumping back, she was hit, but she had managed to avoid a lot of damage. She then looked up, wearing a sadistic smile. As she said, that was fun, but I should go now. Before disappearing into the darkness, Izuku was a little shocked, but he didn't let it show. That girl had managed to almost avoid his attack without seeing him coming. The green-haired boy was being skeptical, but shrugged it off before turning towards Uraraka and Asui. Are you guys okay? He asked, remaining as calm as possible. Yeah, thanks Deku. Midoriya. Don't just run off like that, it said, and Izuku already knew that it was Todoroki. The bi-colored boy got closer and noticed that both Uraraka and Asui were there. I see. That makes more sense, the ice user said, before breathing a sigh of relief. Why are you all here? Asui then asked, wondering why they weren't at camp already. Izuku looked towards the frog girl. As he answered, we're rounding up as many people as we can, while babysitting Kaken, the green-haired boy said, sounding as calm as ever. Katsuki got angry upon hearing Izuku's words, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. The fact was that it was true. They were indeed babysitting him, because the villains were targeting him for some reason. Anyway, we should get back to camp. Aizawa's waiting for you, Izuku said, but immediately cut himself off. He sensed something bad with his observation Haki, and it was approaching the back of the group. Kaken, Takoyami, get down, the green-haired boy shouted, before sprinting in that direction. The two looked confused, until they could faintly see a man with a weird mask leap over them. Katsuki knew that this was bad, so he pushed Takoyami away out of instinct. The blonde ended up saving his classmate, but he immediately turned into a blue marble afterwards. Izuku turned his gaze towards the man, who was holding the marble with Katsuki inside. That was a close call. The boss was right. You really shouldn't be underestimated, the man said, directly referring to Izuku as he did so. The green-haired boy grew furious as he bellowed, you bastard, give him back, before leaping and throwing a red hawk towards the man. The attack missed, as the man calmly said, well, I better take my leave now. Before leaping off into the forest, Izuku just grew angrier, as bellowed once more. The green-haired boy kept chasing, not caring that he was leaving the others behind. He was too angry, too emotional, to do anything else. He was so focused on saving Katsuki that he physically couldn't do anything other than this. Izuku kept chasing the masked villain until he saw him stop at a cleaning. He wasn't alone, for there were many other villains waiting there. The green-haired boy stopped for a second, using observation to try and fully analyze the situation. He could see the villains that were present, and a few more that were making their way over there. Eventually, he noticed that he could still sense Katsuki's presence through the marble, and he saw that the masked villain was hiding him inside his mouth. Izuku then leaped out in action, charging straight at the masked villain. He didn't go unnoticed, however, for another villain with multiple burn marks immediately shot a barrage of blue flames towards the green-haired boy. Izuku didn't falter. He just covered himself with Haki as he charged and bellowed. "Red Hawk," the green-haired boy shouted, before throwing another burning fist. The masked villain didn't have time to react, for the flames were cloaking the green-haired boy before he took the flame hit to the face. Izuku saw the glimmering orb and immediately reached for it. He didn't care about anything else. He needed to save his friend. He reached further and further, going as far as to coat himself with Haki as he did. But then something happened. The Haki that Izuku was using suddenly disappeared, and he started losing his strength. The green-haired boy felt his body turn as heavy as lead, making him fall to the ground. His hand was close to the blue marble, but was 1 inch away before dropping. Izuku was on his knees, unable to move as the burn-marked villain grabbed the marble and walked away. The green-haired boy couldn't do anything, and was forced to watch as the villains all disappeared through a black portal. "Deku," a feminine voice shouted as it got closer. It was Uraraka, along with the rest of the group, all entering the clearing to see Izuku alone and on his knees. "Where's Bakugo?" Todoroki asked, sounding worried. Izuku didn't answer immediately, which in turn made everyone more worried. They thought that the green-haired boy had been hurt in some way, for it looked like it took everything he had just to sit up straight. "They took him," Izuku said, sounding like he could collapse at any second. Everyone suddenly became horrified as the green-haired boy continued, "I failed. My body feels heavy," before falling unconscious. The attack on the training camp left everyone uneasy. UA was being questioned by the public, and many families didn't feel safe having their students there. The biggest impact and weight rested on the shoulders of both the teachers and students, all thinking that they could have done better. Izuku was trapped in an endless cycle of despair. He had failed. He didn't just betray Aizawa's trust. He also betrayed his friend by letting the villains take him away. The green-haired boy was borderline unresponsive, even when Rayleigh visited him in his hospital room to try and talk some sense into him. The silver-haired geezer wouldn't get a response regardless of what he said, and it pained him. It pained him so much that he decided to try and set things right by joining the heroes in their raid on the League of Villains hideout. Izuku eventually got a visit by his classmates, but he was just as unresponsive to them. No words made it to the green-haired boy until Kirishima said something. The redhead voiced his plan to rescue Katsuki, which in turn made the green-haired boy react. The class began to argue among themselves, claiming that they shouldn't be doing this. Izuku, however, couldn't hear any of it. It was faint, and it was borderline impossible, but there was still a chance. The green-haired boy clenched his fist, determined to redeem himself for the mistakes that he made. "Are you sure about this?" Kirishima asked, sounding a little nervous. The green-haired boy didn't flinch as he answered, "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't." With a stoic voice, the group just nodded towards him until they heard a feminine voice approach them. It was Uraraka, and she almost looked a little angry. "I'm going with you. I also want to save him," she said, sounding determined. Izuku didn't react upon hearing this. He just nodded before turning towards the gate. The group of 5 was about to leave, but noticed that someone was standing in the gateway. It was Ada, and he did not look happy. "What do you think you're doing?" the blue-haired boy asked, clearly holding back his anger. Izuku didn't flinch again, as he calmly answered, "What does it look like?" The group was slightly shocked to hear Izuku so passive-aggressive, for he sounded annoyed. Ada shook it off as he got more frustrated and said, "You of all people should understand. We should leave this to the pros." With more anger in his voice, everyone flinched upon hearing this. But not Izuku. The green-haired boy just walked closer to Ada. As he said, 1 inch, everyone was confused by these words. What did Izuku mean by 1 inch? What was he talking about? 1 inch, that's how close I was. When it all mattered, when even Aizawa himself trusted me to bring everyone back, I missed by 1 goddamned inch. I can still do something. So I'm not going to let 1 inch distract me from saving my friend, Izuku then said, sounding angry as he did. The fact that he was blaming himself this much, the fact that Aizawa had so much faith in him, they didn't know how to react to this. The blue-haired boy grew more frustrated by the second, until he had enough. What he did next came as a surprise to everyone. He punched Izuku. He wound back and punched Izuku across the face. But it had no effect. Everyone was even more stunned to see this, for Izuku hadn't moved an inch. He was just standing there, not blinking, while Ada's fist was firmly planted in his face. Everyone was stunned with shock, until they realized something. They haven't seen Izuku get thrown back by force. Not even Katsuki's biggest explosion could do it. The only times he was thrown back by an attack was when he faced the Namu from the USJ. And when he got hit by All Might, Ada's expression went wild with bewilderment, as he realized something else. If All Might was the only one that could stand up to Izuku, it meant that he had no practical way of stopping him. The blue-haired boy gritted his teeth as he retracted his fist and said, I'm going with you then. But what will you do if we get into trouble? We aren't allowed to use our quirks. While still sounding a little angry, Izuku still didn't flinch upon hearing this. He just walked past the blue-haired boy while saying. The group was once again shocked. Just how bold and determined is he? The group then recovered from their state of shock. Before they followed the green-haired boy, the group proceeded with their own rescue operation. Following the tracker that Yaoyorozu had set, almost everyone had their eyes locked onto Izuku. For he was quiet. It wasn't odd for him to be this quiet. He had a stoic nature after all. This silence felt different in a sense that he was holding something back. Like he was a floodgate. It also looked like he was doing his own searching. Like he was sharpening his senses to the absolute fullest. The teens eventually made it to where the tracker was leading them. It looked to be some sort of warehouse. But Izuku could immediately tell that something was very wrong with this place. All right, I'll check and see, Kirishima then said, before pulling out what looked to be night vision goggles. Don't bother, he's not here, the green-haired boy said. Everyone looked at him confused, wondering how he knew without even looking. How do you know? Kirishima asked, voicing everyone's confusion. Izuku looked towards them in silence at first, until he finally spoke up. I just do, with what seemed to be a calm voice. Kirishima still climbed to make sure of what Izuku was saying, only to find that the green-haired boy had somehow been correct about his statement. Meanwhile, Izuku was having a miniature breakdown. They didn't find Katsuki, and the green-haired boy couldn't help but blame himself for everything. His grip was so strong his fingers dug into the wall, sending cracks all over it. Izuku looked towards Uraraka, before he exhaled loudly and said. The brown-haired girl smiled upon seeing Izuku calm down. Right as they heard a loud bang, the group looked towards the source of the noise, only to find a bunch of heroes raiding the area. The teens grew relieved, knowing that everything would be taken care of. Izuku was about to leave with the group, until he suddenly stopped. Is something wrong, Deku? Uraraka asked, looking more concerned than before. Izuku didn't respond to her question, as he trembled and muttered, What the hell is that thing? With a trembling voice. The group had no idea what he was talking about, because Izuku didn't sense it by normal means. He used observation Haki, and right now it picked up something so evil and powerful that even death wouldn't be worth the fear. The group was standing there in confusion, until another blast could be heard. The teens didn't need to look to realize that the pros were in trouble. But something else was happening. They almost started to vomit, unaware of what that thing was. But Izuku had an idea, and it served to terrify him even further. What he felt wasn't a normal presence. It was so much more, whatever this thing was. It was using its spirit to attack anyone that was too close. Izuku gulped upon this realization. For it was bad, whatever that thing was. It could use Haki. Not only that, but it could also use the Conqueror's spirit. The green-haired boy was about to speak up and say that they needed to leave immediately, but was cut off when he sensed something else. It was weird, for it seemed like many other figures suddenly teleported onto the scene. The green-haired boy looked further and recognized some of these spirits. He could recognize Shigaraki, along with a few more villains, but above all he could sense the person he was looking for. Katsuki. Kaken, he's here, Izuku muttered, bringing everyone to attention. They all peeked behind their cover, clearly seeing Katsuki along with a man in a suit and the villains that had attacked them. The group thought of what to do, but was cut off when something leaped onto the scene. It was none other than All Might, and he charged straight at the man in the suit. The teens felt relieved, because now the #1 hero was here to save the day. All Might was strong, but would he be strong enough? The blonde hero can't go all out as long as Katsuki is there. But that wasn't the only thing worrying him. It was the fact that All Might struggled against Izuku's Haki. So will he handle the Haki of that thing? The blonde hero would need to use Haki himself if he wanted to close the gap between him and that monster. But he can't. The green-haired boy tried to think of a plan, but he came up with nothing. There wasn't a plan that would let them save Katsuki, make sure that All Might wins, and avoid combat at the same time. The problem was helping All Might fight. And right now he could only think of one way to do that. Ada immediately saw what he was trying to do and tried to stop him. What do you think you're doing? The blue-haired boy whispered, not wanting the villains to hear him. The green-haired boy looked at him with a cold expression before he said, what does it look like? With an equally cold voice. Ada staggered upon hearing this, for Izuku sounded like he was ready to attack him if it was necessary. But Ada stood his ground, and he wouldn't let Izuku run out there. The green-haired boy sighed before he looked at Ada and said, I'm sorry, Ada. Before pushing the blue-haired boy away, Ada fell to the ground and wouldn't be able to stop Izuku anymore. The green-haired boy then looked at the group before he said, you need to get out of here, quickly. That man will notice your presence as soon as I run out. With a somewhat calm voice, Izuku was about to walk out, until Uraraka grabbed him by the hand. Please, don't go. It's not safe, the brown-haired girl pleaded, almost crying as she did. Izuku was pained to hear her like this, but he knew that he couldn't stop now. I have to. All Might can't handle that thing on his own. You saw how he struggled against me. I also need to make sure that Kaken is safe, the green-haired boy then said, trying his hardest to calm Uraraka down. He then slipped out of her grip and proceeded to leap into action. Katsuki was struggling, using his explosions to get away from the villains who constantly tried to capture him. He knew that All Might couldn't go all out as long as he was there, but he couldn't find an opening to escape. The blonde was surrounded and was about to be captured until something joined the battle. It was none other than Izuku, forcing the villains back. Katsuki looked at the green-haired boy in shock, while shouting, Deku, what are you doing here? Izuku didn't budge upon hearing this. He just grinned as he looked towards Katsuki and said, isn't it obvious? I'm saving your sorry ass. The villains stopped their assault and didn't dare to attack Izuku. Come on, let's get out of here, Katsuki then shouted, finally seeing his window of escape. Izuku looked at him calmly, while saying, no, you need to get out of here. With an equally calm voice, Katsuki looked confused, until Izuku explained himself. I came here to save you. I didn't say anything about going with you, the green-haired boy said, voice being just as calm as before. Katsuki just got angry upon hearing this, as he shouted, no, I'm not leaving you, babe, but was cut off by Izuku, who simply said, you don't have a say in this matter. Kaken, before grabbing onto Katsuki's shirt and throwing him as far away as possible, the blonde was forced to use his explosions to steady himself in the air, while angrily shouting, Deku, as he disappeared in the distance. It was during this time that the other villains also had made their escape. Against their own will, Izuku quickly joined All Might's side, who was staring down the man in the suit. Care to explain who this is? The green-haired boy asked the blonde hero, voice still being calm. All Might grunted upon hearing this. As he answered, he's called All For One. He can both take and give quirks. He really shouldn't be here. Young Midoriya, with a serious tone. That alone was powerful. But the green-haired boy knew that this monster was capable of so much more. I think we both know that he can do more than just quirks. So can you honestly say that you'll be fine when fighting that damn thing on your own? Izuku then said, almost sounding aggressive. All Might just remained silent, for he realized that it was true. All For One has shown traits of Haki, which in turn makes him far more than he can handle. He hated it, but this was a better course of action. Izuku is as strong as he is, except he can use Haki. If they fight together, they have a higher chance of defeating All For One. The blonde hero gritted his teeth before he finally spoke. You're right. Please, young Midoriya, lend me your strength, All Might said. Izuku looked at the blonde hero with a grin, as he responded by saying, I'm right beside you. Before raising his hands into a stance, All For One got closer to the two, finally noticing that Izuku was on the field. The one that could stand up to the Namu, the masked villain said, while looking straight at Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked more angry upon hearing this, as he coated both of his arms with armament Haki. All For One looked surprised upon seeing this, before he giggled and said, I see. That explains a lot. Izuku could immediately tell that All For One had just used armament Haki, and was horrified by the sheer power that it presented, but he quickly shrugged it off. Before both he and All Might charged into battle, the two fought fiercely, throwing their punches and kicks like there was no tomorrow. At first it looked like All For One was taking damage, but that was quickly proven false. The villain then counterattacked, moving as if he hadn't even been scratched. Now it looked like there was no hope for Izuku and All Might, for All For One was finally taking them seriously. They could barely land a single hit. The ones they did had no effect. Izuku didn't know what to do. All For One's Haki was too powerful. The green-haired boy was then knocked back and crashed straight into a concrete wall. He managed to negate the damage by using armament Haki, but it wasn't himself that he was worried about. All For One charged towards the unguarded All Might, using a combination of both quirks and Haki to whittle him down. Once the smoke cleared, the entire world could see All Might in his deflated form. The villain noticed, however, and threw Izuku towards All Might. The teen crashed and slid across the ground, before getting up and standing in front of the deflated hero. All For One was readying himself for another full-powered hit, intent on killing both Izuku and All Might. The green-haired boy responded by crossing his arms and coating them with Haki, not intending on letting the villain hurt him nor All Might. All For One then charged and Izuku braced himself for an impact. But an impact never came. The green-haired boy looked up and noticed a familiar figure standing in front of him. He didn't need to fully observe this person to know who he was, and he was relieved to see him. The man straightened himself, brandishing the sword he held as he looked towards All For One. The villain had been thrown back by the man's intervention, but he was getting back up. The man then rested his sword on his shoulder before he said, All right, now what do we have here? Green-haired boy looked at him with a cold expression before he said, What does it look like? With an equally cold voice. But Ida stood his ground, and he wouldn't let Izuku run out there. The green-haired boy sighed before he looked at Ida and said, I'm sorry, Ida. Before pushing the blue-haired boy away, Ida fell to the ground and wouldn't be able to stop Izuku anymore. The green-haired boy then looked at the group before he said, You need to get out of here, quickly. That man will notice your presence as soon as I run out. With a somewhat calm voice, Izuku was about to walk out, until Uraraka grabbed him by the hand. Please, don't go. It's not safe, the brown-haired girl pleaded, almost crying as she did. I have to. All Might can't handle that thing on his own. You saw how he struggled against me. I also need to make sure that Kaken is safe," the green-haired boy then said, trying his hardest to calm Uraraka down. He then slipped out of her grip and proceeded to leap into action. Katsuki was struggling, using his explosions to get away from the villains who constantly tried to capture him. He knew that All Might couldn't go all out as long as he was there. But he couldn't find an opening to escape. The blonde was surrounded and was about to be captured until something joined the battle. It was none other than Izuku, forcing the villains back. Katsuki looked at the green-haired boy in shock, while shouting, "Deku, what are you doing here?" Izuku didn't budge upon hearing this. He just grinned as he looked towards Katsuki and said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm saving your sorry ass." Katsuki looked shocked upon hearing this, but then grinned as well. The villains were about to charge the two teens once more, but stopped dead in their tracks. They could feel some weird pressure being emitted from Izuku, pushing them back and shaking their spirits. The villains stopped their assault and didn't dare to attack Izuku. Izuku looked at him calmly, while saying, "No, you need to get out of here," with an equally calm voice. Katsuki looked confused, until Izuku explained himself. "I came here to save you. I didn't say anything about going with you," the green-haired boy said, voice being just as calm as before. Katsuki just got angry upon hearing this, as he shouted, "No, I'm not leaving you, babe," but was cut off by Izuku, who simply said, "You don't have a say in this matter." Kaken, before grabbing onto Katsuki's shirt and throwing him as far away as possible, the blonde was forced to use his explosions to steady himself in the air, while angrily shouting, "Deku," as he disappeared in the distance. It was during this time that the other villains also had made their escape. Against their own will, Izuku quickly joined All Might's side, who was staring down the man in the suit. All Might grunted upon hearing this, as he answered, "He's called All for One. He can both take and give quirks. He really shouldn't be here." Young Midoriya, with a serious tone. Izuku was shocked to hear that this man could take quirks. That alone was powerful. But the green-haired boy knew that this monster was capable of so much more. All Might just remained silent, for he realized that it was true. All for One has shown traits of Haki, which in turn makes him far more than he can handle. He hated it, but this was a better course of action. Izuku is as strong as he is, except he can use Haki. If they fight together, they have a higher chance of defeating All for One. The blonde hero gritted his teeth before he finally spoke. "You're right. Please, young Midoriya, lend me your strength," All Might said. Izuku looked at the blonde hero with a grin, as he responded by saying, "I'm right beside you," before raising his hands into a stance. All for One got closer to the two, finally noticing that Izuku was on the field. "I see, you're the boy that Tamura was talking about, the one that could stand up to the Namu," the masked villain said, while looking straight at Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked more angry upon hearing this, as he coated both of his arms with armament Haki. All for One looked surprised upon seeing this, before he giggled and said, "I see. That explains a lot, so you can also use it," with an ominous voice. Izuku could immediately tell that All for One had just used armament Haki, and was horrified by the sheer power that it presented, but he quickly shrugged it off. Before both he and All Might charged into battle, the two fought fiercely, throwing their punches and kicks like there was no tomorrow. At first it looked like All for One was taking damage, but that was quickly proven false. The villain then counterattacked, moving as if he hadn't even been scratched. Now it looked like there was no hope for Izuku and All Might, for All for One was finally taking them seriously. They could barely land a single hit. The ones they did had no effect. Izuku didn't know what to do. All for One's Haki was too powerful. The green-haired boy was then knocked back and crashed straight into a concrete wall. He managed to negate the damage by using armament Haki, but it wasn't himself that he was worried about. All for One charged towards the unguarded All Might, using a combination of both quirks and Haki to whittle him down. Eventually a loud bang was heard, and the thing that Izuku didn't want to happen happened. Once the smoke cleared, the entire world could see All Might in his deflated form. Izuku just got infuriated upon seeing this. Before charging straight at All for One, the villain noticed, however, and threw Izuku towards All Might. The teen crashed and slid across the ground before getting up and standing in front of the deflated hero. All for One was readying himself for another full-powered hit. Intent on killing both Izuku and All Might, the green-haired boy responded by crossing his arms and coating them with Haki. Not intending on letting the villain hurt him nor All Might, All for One then charged and Izuku braced himself for an impact. But an impact never came. The green-haired boy looked up and noticed a familiar figure standing in front of him. He didn't need to fully observe this person to know who he was. And he was relieved to see him. The man straightened himself, brandishing the sword he held as he looked towards All for One. The villain had been thrown back by the man's intervention, but he was getting back up. The man then rested his sword on his shoulder before he said, "Hey, what is up, mortals? It is Robo Celestial here with a new video for you. Welcome to What If Deku Could Use Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." Izuku didn't have time to rest, even after taking Koda to safety. Even after delivering Aizawa's message to Mandalay. Even after regrouping with Shoji, Todoroki, Takoyami and Katsuki. The green-haired boy couldn't rest. He made Aizawa a promise, and that was to bring everyone back safely. Izuku simply wouldn't rest until he knew that everyone was safe and sound. And right now his priority is to protect Katsuki. The group made their way through the dark forest, surrounding Katsuki in an attempt to shield him. They mostly relied on Izuku's observation Haki to navigate through the darkness, making traveling smooth. The group kept walking until Izuku sensed something that was close. He could sense the presence of 3 people, one of which was malicious. The green-haired boy focused a little more, until he realized who the other 2 were. "Uraraka," he exclaimed, before charging headfirst in that direction. The rest of the group called out to him, but the green-haired boy didn't hear any of it. He quickly made it through the trees, bearing witness to the scene. Both Uraraka and Asui were struggling against some blonde girl with a weird mask, and Izuku didn't wait another second. "Get away from them," Izuku shouted as he charged forward. The green-haired boy coated his arm with Haki before he threw a punch. The blonde girl barely reacted to the attack. Before jumping back, she was hit, but she had managed to avoid a lot of damage. She then looked up, wearing a sadistic smile, as she said, "That was fun, but I should go now," before disappearing into the darkness. Izuku was a little shocked, but he didn't let it show. That girl had managed to almost avoid his attack without seeing him coming. The green-haired boy was being skeptical, but shrugged it off before turning towards Uraraka and Asui. "Are you guys okay?" he asked, remaining as calm as possible. The 2 girls panted lightly before Uraraka answered, "Yeah, thanks Deku." The green-haired boy nodded towards them before he heard another voice call out, "Midoriya, don't just run off like that," it said, and Izuku already knew that it was Todoroki. The bi-colored boy got closer and noticed that both Uraraka and Asui were there. Todoroki then realized that Izuku had somehow sensed them close by and ran over to help them. "I see. That makes more sense," the ice user said, before breathing a sigh of relief. "Why are you all here?" Asui then asked, wondering why they weren't at camp already. Izuku looked towards the frog girl as he answered, "We're rounding up as many people as we can while babysitting Kaken," the green-haired boy said, sounding as calm as ever. Katsuki got angry upon hearing Izuku's words, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. The fact was that it was true. They were indeed babysitting him, because the villains were targeting him for some reason. "Anyway, we should get back to camp. Aizawa's waiting for you," Izuku said, but immediately cut himself off. He sensed something bad with his observation Haki, and it was approaching the back of the group. "Kaken, Takoyami, get down," the green-haired boy shouted, before sprinting in that direction. The 2 looked confused, until they could faintly see a man with a weird mask leap over them. Katsuki knew that this was bad, so he pushed Takoyami away out of instinct. The blonde ended up saving his classmate, but he immediately turned into a blue marble afterwards. Izuku turned his gaze towards the man who was holding the marble with Katsuki inside. "That was a close call. The boss was right. You really shouldn't be underestimated," the man said, directly referring to Izuku as he did so. The green-haired boy grew furious as he bellowed, "You bastard, give him back," before leaping and throwing a red hawk towards the man. The attack missed, as the man calmly said, "Well, I better take my leave now," before leaping off into the forest. Izuku just grew angrier as bellowed once more, "Get back here," before infusing both legs with Haki and chasing after the masked villain. The green-haired boy kept chasing, not caring that he was leaving the others behind. He was too angry, too emotional, to do anything else. He was so focused on saving Katsuki that he physically couldn't do anything other than this. Izuku kept chasing the masked villain until he saw him stop at a cleaning. He wasn't alone, for there were many other villains waiting there. The green-haired boy stopped for a second, using observation to try and fully analyze the situation. He could see the villains that were present, and a few more that were making their way over there. Eventually, he noticed that he could still sense Katsuki's presence through the marble, and he saw that the masked villain was hiding him inside his mouth. Izuku then leaped out in action, charging straight at the masked villain. He didn't go unnoticed, however, for another villain with multiple burn marks immediately shot a barrage of blue flames towards the green-haired boy. Izuku didn't falter. He just covered himself with Haki as he charged and bellowed. "Red Hawk," the green-haired boy shouted, before throwing another burning fist. The masked villain didn't have time to react, for the flames were cloaking the green-haired boy. Before he took the flame hit to the face, the villain's mask shattered into a dozen pieces, and the blue marble that contained Katsuki flew out of his mouth. Izuku saw the glimmering orb and immediately reached for it. He didn't care about anything else. He needed to save his friend. He reached further and further, going as far as to coat himself with Haki as he did. But then something happened. The Haki that Izuku was using suddenly disappeared, and he started losing his strength. The green-haired boy felt his body turn as heavy as lead, making him fall to the ground. His hand was close to the blue marble, but was 1 inch away before dropping. Izuku was on his knees, unable to move as the burn-marked villain grabbed the marble and walked away. The green-haired boy couldn't do anything, and was forced to watch as the villains all disappeared through a black portal. "Deku," a feminine voice shouted as it got closer. It was Uraraka, along with the rest of the group, all entering the clearing to see Izuku alone and on his knees. "Where's Bakugo?" Todoroki asked, sounding worried. Izuku didn't answer immediately, which in turn made everyone more worried. They thought that the green-haired boy had been hurt in some way, for it looked like it took everything he had just to sit up straight. "They took him," Izuku said, sounding like he could collapse at any second. Everyone suddenly became horrified as the green-haired boy continued, "I failed. My body feels heavy," before falling unconscious. The attack on the training camp left everyone uneasy. UA was being questioned by the public, and many families didn't feel safe having their students there. The biggest impact and weight rested on the shoulders of both the teachers and students, all thinking that they could have done better. Izuku was trapped in an endless cycle of despair. He had failed. He didn't just betray Aizawa's trust. He also betrayed his friend by letting the villains take him away. The green-haired boy was borderline unresponsive. Even when Rayleigh visited him in his hospital room to try and talk some sense into him, the silver-haired geezer wouldn't get a response regardless of what he said. And it pained him. It pained him so much that he decided to try and set things right by joining the heroes in their raid on the League of Villains hideout. Izuku eventually got a visit by his classmates, but he was just as unresponsive to them. No words made it to the green-haired boy until Kirishima said something. The redhead voiced his plan to rescue Katsuki, which in turn made the green-haired boy react. The class began to argue among themselves, claiming that they shouldn't be doing this. Izuku, however, couldn't hear any of it. It was faint, and it was borderline impossible. But there was still a chance. Katsuki was still within his reach, and Izuku had no intention of leaving him behind. The green-haired boy clenched his fist, determined to redeem himself for the mistakes that he made. Nightfall came eventually, and Izuku decided to move. He went to the place that Kirishima was going to meet, finding both Todoroki and Yaoyorozu there with him. "Are you sure about this?" Kirishima asked, sounding a little nervous. The green-haired boy didn't flinch as he answered, "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't." With a stoic voice, the group just nodded towards him until they heard a feminine voice approach them. It was Uraraka, and she almost looked a little angry. "I'm going with you. I also want to save him," she said, sounding determined. Izuku didn't react upon hearing this. He just nodded before turning towards the gate. The group of 5 was about to leave, but noticed that someone was standing in the gateway. It was Ada, and he did not look happy. "What do you think you're doing?" the blue-haired boy asked, clearly holding back his anger. Izuku didn't flinch again, as he calmly answered, "What does it look like?" The group was slightly shocked to hear Izuku so passive-aggressive, for he sounded annoyed. Ada shook it off as he got more frustrated and said, "You of all people should understand. We should leave this to the pros." With more anger in his voice, everyone flinched upon hearing this, but not Izuku. The green-haired boy just walked closer to Ada As he said, 1 inch, everyone was confused by these words. What did Izuku mean by 1 inch? What was he talking about? 1 inch, that's how close I was. I could have saved Kaken. But I was off by 1 single inch, when it all mattered. When even Aizawa himself trusted me to bring everyone back. I missed by 1 goddamned inch. I can't sit and do nothing. How can I call myself human if I did? I can still do something. So I'm not going to let 1 inch distract me from saving my friend, Izuku then said. Sounding angry as he did, everyone was shocked to hear his words. Even Ida was. The fact that he was blaming himself this much. The fact that Aizawa had so much faith in him. They didn't know how to react to this. The blue-haired boy grew more frustrated by the second. Until he had enough. What he did next came as a surprise to everyone. He punched Izuku. He wound back and punched Izuku across the face. But it had no effect. Everyone was even more stunned to see this, for Izuku hadn't moved an inch. He was just standing there, not blinking, while Ida's fist was firmly planted in his face. Everyone was stunned with shock. Until they realized something. They haven't seen Izuku get thrown back by force. Not even Katsuki's biggest explosion could do it. The only times he was thrown back by an attack was when he faced the Namu from the USJ. And when he got hit by All Might, Ida's expression went wild with bewilderment. As he realized something else, if All Might was the only one that could stand up to Izuku, it meant that he had no practical way of stopping him. The blue-haired boy gritted his teeth as he retracted his fist and said, I'm going with you then. But what will you do if we get into trouble? We aren't allowed to use our quirks. While still sounding a little angry, Izuku still didn't flinch upon hearing this. He just walked past the blue-haired boy while saying, I'm quirkless, with the same stoic voice as before. The group was once again shocked. Izuku did have a point, but he still shouldn't look for trouble. Just how bold and determined is he? The group then recovered from their state of shock. Before they followed the green-haired boy, the group proceeded with their own rescue operation. Following the tracker that Yaoyorozu had set, almost everyone had their eyes locked onto Izuku. For he was quiet. It wasn't odd for him to be this quiet. He had a stoic nature after all. This silence felt different in a sense that he was holding something back. Like he was a floodgate. It also looked like he was doing his own searching. Like he was sharpening his senses to the absolute fullest. The teens eventually made it to where the tracker was leading them. It looked to be some sort of warehouse. But Izuku could immediately tell that something was very wrong with this place. All right, I'll check and see, Kirishima then said, before pulling out what looked to be night vision goggles. The redhead was about to climb up to a window, but was stopped when Izuku spoke up. Don't bother, he's not here, the green-haired boy said. Everyone looked at him confused, wondering how he knew without even looking. How do you know? Kirishima asked, voicing everyone's confusion. Izuku looked towards them in silence at first, until he finally spoke up. I just do, with what seemed to be a calm voice. Kirishima still climbed to make sure of what Izuku was saying, only to find that the green-haired boy had somehow been correct about his statement. Meanwhile, Izuku was having a miniature breakdown. They didn't find Katsuki, and the green-haired boy couldn't help but blame himself for everything. A damn dead end, Izuku muttered to himself in anger, while clenching his hand over the brick wall next to him. His grip was so strong his fingers dug into the wall, sending cracks all over it. Uraraka noticed this, and she could somehow sense Izuku's growing frustration. As she walked up and placed her hand over his arm, it's going to be okay. We'll find him, she said, trying to reassure the green-haired boy. Izuku looked towards Uraraka, before he exhaled loudly, and said, yeah, we will. Returning to his usual calm self, the brown-haired girl smiled upon seeing Izuku calm down. Right as they heard a loud bang, the group looked towards the source of the noise, only to find a bunch of heroes raiding the area. The teens grew relieved, knowing that everything would be taken care of. Izuku was about to leave with the group, until he suddenly stopped. Is something wrong, Deku? Uraraka asked, looking more concerned than before. Izuku didn't respond to her question, as he trembled and muttered, what the hell is that thing? With a trembling voice. The group had no idea what he was talking about, because Izuku didn't sense it by normal means. He used observation Haki, and right now it picked up something so evil and powerful that even death wouldn't be worth the fear. The group was standing there in confusion, until another blast could be heard. The teens didn't need to look to realize that the pros were in trouble. But something else was happening. It wasn't just Izuku that felt it now. Even those that couldn't use any form of Haki were able to sense the terrifying presence of this thing. They almost started to vomit, unaware of what that thing was. But Izuku had an idea, and it served to terrify him even further. What he felt wasn't a normal presence. It was so much more, whatever this thing was. It was using its spirit to attack anyone that was too close. Izuku gulped upon this realization. For it was bad, whatever that thing was. It could use Haki. Not only that, but it could also use the Conqueror's spirit. The green-haired boy was about to speak up and say that they needed to leave immediately, but was cut off when he sensed something else. It was weird, for it seemed like many other figures suddenly teleported onto the scene. The green-haired boy looked further and recognized some of these spirits. He could recognize Shigaraki, along with a few more villains, but above all he could sense the person he was looking for. Katsuki. Kaken, he's here, Izuku muttered, bringing everyone to attention. They all peeked behind their cover, clearly seeing Katsuki along with a man in a suit and the villains that had attacked them. The group thought of what to do, but was cut off when something leaped onto the scene. It was none other than All Might, and he charged straight at the man in the suit. The teens felt relieved, because now the #1 hero was here to save the day. Izuku, however, just grew more worried. All Might was strong, but would he be strong enough? The blonde hero can't go all out as long as Katsuki is there. But that wasn't the only thing worrying him. It was the fact that All Might struggled against Izuku's Haki. So will he handle the Haki of that thing? The blonde hero would need to use Haki himself if he wanted to close the gap between him and that monster. But he can't. The green-haired boy tried to think of a plan, but he came up with nothing. There wasn't a plan that would let them save Katsuki, make sure that All Might wins, and avoid combat at the same time. The problem was helping All Might fight. And right now he could only think of one way to do that. Izuku clenched his fist tightly before he began walking towards the opening in their cover. Ada immediately saw what he was trying to do and tried to stop him. What do you think you're doing? The blue-haired boy whispered, not wanting the villains to hear him. The green-haired boy looked at him with a cold expression before he said, what does it look like? With an equally cold voice. Ada staggered upon hearing this, for Izuku sounded like he was ready to attack him if it was necessary. But Ada stood his ground, and he wouldn't let Izuku run out there. The green-haired boy sighed before he looked at Ada and said, I'm sorry, Ada. Before pushing the blue-haired boy away, Ada fell to the ground and wouldn't be able to stop Izuku anymore. The green-haired boy then looked at the group before he said, you need to get out of here, quickly. That man will notice your presence as soon as I run out. With a somewhat calm voice, Izuku was about to walk out, until Uraraka grabbed him by the hand. Please, don't go. It's not safe, the brown-haired girl pleaded, almost crying as she did. Izuku was pained to hear her like this, but he knew that he couldn't stop now. I have to. All Might can't handle that thing on his own. You saw how he struggled against me. I also need to make sure that Kaken is safe, the green-haired boy then said, trying his hardest to calm Uraraka down. He then slipped out of her grip and proceeded to leap into action. Katsuki was struggling, using his explosions to get away from the villains who constantly tried to capture him. He knew that All Might couldn't go all out as long as he was there, but he couldn't find an opening to escape. The blonde was surrounded and was about to be captured until something joined the battle. It was none other than Izuku, forcing the villains back. Katsuki looked at the green-haired boy in shock, while shouting, Deku, what are you doing here? Izuku didn't budge upon hearing this. He just grinned as he looked towards Katsuki and said, isn't it obvious? I'm saving your sorry ass. Katsuki looked shocked upon hearing this, but then grinned as well. The villains were about to charge the two teens once more, but stopped dead in their tracks. They could feel some weird pressure being emitted from Izuku, pushing them back and shaking their spirits. The villains stopped their assault and didn't dare to attack Izuku. Come on, let's get out of here, Katsuki then shouted, finally seeing his window of escape. Izuku looked at him calmly, while saying, no, you need to get out of here. With an equally calm voice, Katsuki looked confused, until Izuku explained himself. I came here to save you. I didn't say anything about going with you, the green-haired boy said, voice being just as calm as before. Katsuki just got angry upon hearing this, as he shouted, no, I'm not leaving you, babe, but was cut off by Izuku, who simply said, you don't have a say in this matter. Kaken, before grabbing onto Katsuki's shirt and throwing him as far away as possible, the blonde was forced to use his explosions to steady himself in the air, while angrily shouting, Deku, as he disappeared in the distance. It was during this time that the other villains also had made their escape. Against their own will, Izuku quickly joined All Might's side, who was staring down the man in the suit. Care to explain who this is? The green-haired boy asked the blonde hero, voice still being calm. All Might grunted upon hearing this, as he answered, he's called All for One. He can both take and give quirks. He really shouldn't be here. young Midoriya, with a serious tone. Izuku was shocked to hear that this man could take quirks. That alone was powerful. But the green-haired boy knew that this monster was capable of so much more. I think we both know that he can do more than just quirks. So can you honestly say that you'll be fine when fighting that damn thing on your own? Izuku then said, almost sounding aggressive. All Might just remained silent, for he realized that it was true. All for One has shown traits of Haki, which in turn makes him far more than he can handle. He hated it, but this was a better course of action. Izuku is as strong as he is, except he can use Haki. If they fight together, they have a higher chance of defeating All for One. The blonde hero gritted his teeth before he finally spoke. You're right. Please, young Midoriya, lend me your strength, All Might said. Izuku looked at the blonde hero with a grin, as he responded by saying, I'm right beside you, before raising his hands into a stance. All for One got closer to the two, finally noticing that Izuku was on the field. I see, you're the boy that Tamura was talking about, the one that could stand up to the Namu, the masked villain said, while looking straight at Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked more angry upon hearing this, as he coated both of his arms with armament Haki. All for One looked surprised upon seeing this, before he giggled and said, I see. That explains a lot. So you can also use it. With an ominous voice, the villain then raised his arm, before an intense and ominous aura coated it. Izuku could immediately tell that All for One had just used armament Haki, and was horrified by the sheer power that it presented, but he quickly shrugged it off. Before both he and All Might charged into battle, the two fought fiercely, throwing their punches and kicks like there was no tomorrow. At first it looked like All for One was taking damage, but that was quickly proven false. The villain then counterattacked, moving as if he hadn't even been scratched. Now it looked like there was no hope for Izuku and All Might, for All for One was finally taking them seriously. They could barely land a single hit. The ones they did had no effect. Izuku didn't know what to do. All for One's Haki was too powerful. The green-haired boy was then knocked back and crashed straight into a concrete wall. He managed to negate the damage by using armament Haki, but it wasn't himself that he was worried about. All for One charged towards the unguarded All Might, using a combination of both quirks and Haki to whittle him down. Eventually a loud bang was heard, and the thing that Izuku didn't want to happen happened. Once the smoke cleared, the entire world could see All Might in his deflated form. Izuku just got infuriated upon seeing this, before charging straight at All for One. The villain noticed, however, and threw Izuku towards All Might. The teen crashed and slid across the ground, before getting up and standing in front of the deflated hero. All for One was readying himself for another full-powered hit, intent on killing both Izuku and All Might. The green-haired boy responded by crossing his arms and coating them with Haki, not intending on letting the villain hurt him nor All Might. All for One then charged and Izuku braced himself for an impact, but an impact never came. The green-haired boy looked up and noticed a familiar figure standing in front of him. He didn't need to fully observe this person to know who he was, and he was relieved to see him. The man straightened himself, brandishing the sword he held, as he looked towards All for One. The villain had been thrown back by the man's intervention, but he was getting back up. The man then rested his sword on his shoulder, before he said, All right, now what do we have here? Green-haired boy looked at him with a cold expression, before he said, What does it look like? With an equally cold voice. Ida staggered upon hearing this, for Izuku sounded like he was ready to attack him if it was necessary. But Ida stood his ground, and he wouldn't let Izuku run out there. The green-haired boy sighed, before he looked at Ida and said, I'm sorry, Ida, before pushing the blue-haired boy away. Ida fell to the ground, and wouldn't be able to stop Izuku anymore. The green-haired boy then looked at the group, before he said, You need to get out of here, quickly. That man will notice your presence as soon as I run out. With a somewhat calm voice, Izuku was about to walk out, until Uraraka grabbed him by the hand. Please, don't go. It's not safe, the brown-haired girl pleaded, almost crying as she did. Izuku was pained to hear her like this, but he knew that he couldn't stop now. I have to. All Might can't handle that thing on his own. You saw how he struggled against me. I also need to make sure that Kaken is safe. The green-haired boy then said, trying his hardest to calm Uraraka down. He then slipped out of her grip and proceeded to leap into action. Katsuki was struggling, using his explosions to get away from the villains who constantly tried to capture him. He knew that All Might couldn't go all out as long as he was there, but he couldn't find an opening to escape. The blonde was surrounded and was about to be captured until something joined the battle. It was none other than Izuku, forcing the villains back. Katsuki looked at the green-haired boy in shock, while shouting, Deku, what are you doing here? Izuku didn't budge upon hearing this. He just grinned as he looked towards Katsuki and said, "Isn't it obvious? I'm saving your sorry ass." Katsuki looked shocked upon hearing this, but then grinned as well. The villains were about to charge the two teens once more, but stopped dead in their tracks. They could feel some weird pressure being emitted from Izuku, pushing them back and shaking their spirits. The villains stopped their assault and didn't dare to attack Izuku. "Come on, let's get out of here," Katsuki then shouted. Finally seeing his window of escape, Izuku looked at him calmly, while saying, "No, you need to get out of here." With an equally calm voice, Katsuki looked confused, until Izuku explained himself. "I came here to save you. I didn't say anything about going with you," the green-haired boy said, voice being just as calm as before. Katsuki just got angry upon hearing this, as he shouted, "No, I'm not leaving you, babe," but was cut off by Izuku, who simply said, "You don't have a say in this matter." Kaken, before grabbing onto Katsuki's shirt and throwing him as far away as possible, the blonde was forced to use his explosions to steady himself in the air, while angrily shouting, "Deku," as he disappeared in the distance. It was during this time that the other villains also had made their escape. Against their own will, Izuku quickly joined All Might's side, who was staring down the man in the suit. "Care to explain who this is?" the green-haired boy asked the blonde hero, voice still being calm. All Might grunted upon hearing this, as he answered, "He's called All For One. He can both take and give quirks. He really shouldn't be here." Young Midoriya, with a serious tone. Izuku was shocked to hear that this man could take quirks. That alone was powerful. But the green-haired boy knew that this monster was capable of so much more. "I think we both know that he can do more than just quirks. So can you honestly say that you'll be fine when fighting that damn thing on your own?" Izuku then said, almost sounding aggressive. All Might just remained silent, for he realized that it was true. All For One has shown traits of Haki, which in turn makes him far more than he can handle. He hated it, but this was a better course of action. Izuku is as strong as he is, except he can use Haki. If they fight together, they have a higher chance of defeating All For One. The blonde hero gritted his teeth before he finally spoke. "You're right. Please, young Midoriya, lend me your strength," All Might said. Izuku looked at the blonde hero with a grin, as he responded by saying, "I'm right beside you," before raising his hands into a stance. All For One got closer to the two, finally noticing that Izuku was on the field. "I see, you're the boy that Tamura was talking about, the one that could stand up to the Namu," the masked villain said, while looking straight at Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked more angry upon hearing this, as he coated both of his arms with armament Haki. All For One looked surprised upon seeing this, before he giggled and said, "I see. That explains a lot. So you can also use it." With an ominous voice, the villain then raised his arm, before an intense and ominous aura coated it. Izuku could immediately tell that All For One had just used armament Haki, and was horrified by the sheer power that it presented, but he quickly shrugged it off. Before both he and All Might charged into battle, the two fought fiercely, throwing their punches and kicks like there was no tomorrow. At first it looked like All For One was taking damage, but that was quickly proven false. The villain then counterattacked, moving as if he hadn't even been scratched. Now it looked like there was no hope for Izuku and All Might, for All For One was finally taking them seriously. They could barely land a single hit. The ones they did had no effect. Izuku didn't know what to do. All For One's Haki was too powerful. The green-haired boy was then knocked back and crashed straight into a concrete wall. He managed to negate the damage by using armament Haki, but it wasn't himself that he was worried about. All For One charged towards the unguarded All Might, using a combination of both quirks and Haki to whittle him down. Eventually a loud bang was heard, and the thing that Izuku didn't want to happen happened. Once the smoke cleared, the entire world could see All Might in his deflated form. Izuku just got infuriated upon seeing this, before charging straight at All For One. The villain noticed, however, and threw Izuku towards All Might. The teen crashed and slid across the ground, before getting up and standing in front of the deflated hero. All For One was readying himself for another full-powered hit, intent on killing both Izuku and All Might. The green-haired boy responded by crossing his arms and coating them with Haki, not intending on letting the villain hurt him nor All Might. All For One then charged and Izuku braced himself for an impact, but an impact never came. The green-haired boy looked up and noticed a familiar figure standing in front of him. He didn't need to fully observe this person to know who he was, and he was relieved to see him. The man straightened himself, brandishing the sword he held, as he looked towards All For One. The villain had been thrown back by the man's intervention, but he was getting back up. The man then rested his sword on his shoulder, before he said, "All right, now what do we have here? Hey, what is up, mortals? It is. Welcome to part 3 season 3 of What If Deku Had Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat." So, we begin. Everything was silent, and the world stood still. Dust was still hanging in the air, making it hard to see the full battlefield. But Izuku didn't need to see the entire battlefield in order to know that things had turned for the better. Standing in front of both him and a deflated All Might was a man he knew all too well. It was Rayleigh. And he looked like his usual goofy self. The silver-haired geezer turned his gaze towards his student and All Might to check on their condition. He could see that they've both taken some hits, but nothing they had was life-threatening. The only things that concerned him were the fact that All Might had revealed his skinny form to the public, and the villain that had forced him to do so. Rayleigh turned his expression forward once more, straight at the well-dressed villain he had deflected upon entering the scene. All for One rose up from the smoke and rubble, revealing that he was basically unharmed. The only thing that hinted at any form of damage was his now broken mask. Other than that, there wasn't a single scratch on him. Rayleigh frowned upon seeing this, for his hunch had been correct. He thought of the possibility the second that he sensed the presence of this villain, but this just confirmed what he had theorized. This villain, who was already powerful in his own right, could use Haki. All for One locked his gaze onto Rayleigh, almost frowning, as he said, "I see, you're the old man that got into Mura's way. I assume that boy is your student," with an ominous voice. While pointing towards Izuku, Rayleigh felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this man speak. He was pure evil, not a single hint of good within him. It was to the point that not even Rayleigh could consider him to be human. The silver-haired geezer quickly shoved it off, as he responded to the villain, "Yeah, he's my student all right. And you're severely mistaken if you think that I'll let you have your way with him," Rayleigh shouted, letting a hint of anger seep into his voice. All for One sighed upon hearing this, as he simply raised his arm and said, "Very well then. Let's see how you fare, Agai," but was cut off when Rayleigh charged in and swung his sword. The villain didn't see this coming, and was forced to back off in a panic. He didn't have enough time, however, for a disgusting and fleshy thud could be heard the second that he distanced himself from Rayleigh. Everyone looked towards the ground and saw something that shocked them all. It was an arm, one that was previously attached to All for One. No one knew how to react to this, because it was unbelievable. Rayleigh's Haki-infused sword had actually managed to sever the flesh and bone of a villain that not even All Might could put a scratch on. Izuku looked at this in shock, until he raised his eyes towards both Rayleigh and All for One and grinned. "Has anyone told you that you talk too much?" Rayleigh then said, sounding like he was mocking his opponent. All for One grunted upon hearing this, as he slowly lowered his stump of a right arm. The villain then turned his gaze over to Rayleigh, without saying anything this time, charged into battle. The duel was destructive, and it was dangerous. Izuku could tell that it would be critical if Rayleigh got hit by All for One, even if it was just once. The green-haired boy observed the battle in awe, watching Rayleigh's elegant sword strikes clash with All for One's devastating hits. The duel raged on, almost showing that both fighters were equal. Rayleigh then swung his sword towards his opponent's chest, going for a finishing blow. All for One saw this coming, and used his fist to disrupt the path of the sword. The blade missed its target, but Rayleigh wasn't giving up. The silver-haired geezer then swung a Haki-infused fist towards All for One's chest, looking like he was putting everything behind it. Izuku saw this happen and knew what it meant. Rayleigh was trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. The green-haired boy watched Rayleigh's fist close in on its target, certain that it would do the trick, but then something bad happened. It stopped. Rayleigh's fist stopped short, just before it made contact with its target. Did he pull his punch? Izuku muttered to himself in panic, thinking that Rayleigh had miscalculated and been just 1 inch off. What happened next shocked both him and All Might down to their cores. All for One was thrown back, bleeding from certain parts of his body, as if he had been hit by the heaviest punch on the planet. Izuku was now confused, for he couldn't understand what was happening. Rayleigh hadn't made any form of contact, yet it had caused an incredible amount of damage. It was as if the Haki from his fist had flowed outside of his body and into All for One. Just what was going on? The green-haired boy turned his shocked expression towards his master, who in turn went to face him. The old man was still smiling, and to everyone watching it was apparent that All for One was out of commission. Izuku smiled when he saw this, glad that everything turned out okay. His expression quickly turned into a horrified one when he sensed something. Izuku's eyes went wide as he shouted, "Look out!" In a panic, Rayleigh looked confused at first, until he looked as horrified as Izuku when also sensing what was coming. The silver-haired geezer turned around with haste. But it was just in time to get impaled by a spear-like bone. Izuku's eyes went wide with even more horror, and a form of despair even filled them to the brim. He and All Might were forced to watch as the thought to be unconscious All For One impaled Rayleigh in the side of the stomach. Before lifting him up in the air, they were both despaired by this scene, but it hit All Might differently than it hit Izuku. The blonde hero recognized this type of wound, and it hurt to just look at. It was similar, if not the same, to the injury that he had suffered when he last faced All For One. All Might grunted in pain, recognizing what Rayleigh was feeling right now. All For One raised Rayleigh up in the air. Looking at him as he did, the silver-haired geezer coughed a bucket's worth of blood. As the villain raised his sinister voice, "I think your time is up, old man," All For One said, before throwing the silver-haired geezer to the ground. "Rayleigh," Izuku shouted in more panic. As the silver-haired geezer slid across the ground and over to Izuku and All Might, the green-haired boy quickly helped his master sit up. But the old man barely gave a response to anything that he said. Izuku was gripped by terror, thinking that Rayleigh was on the verge of bleeding out. His terror then quickly turned into rage. As he stood up and faced All For One, "You'll pay for that," the green-haired boy shouted, consciously letting weak waves of his spirit shoot and attack All For One. The villain barely reacted to Izuku's intimidation, as he calmly said, "If you wish to die with your precious master in All Might, be my guest." Before something changed within him, it wasn't just Izuku that could sense this. Even All Might and the half-conscious Rayleigh could sense what was happening. All For One's power was going through the roof, sending a pressure that threatened to crack the earth itself. The villain's remaining arm transformed into an abomination of quirks, before something else happened to it. All For One then coated the entire thing with armament Haki, making its aura even more menacing than ever before. Izuku could feel his stomach dropping at the terrifying display of power. Not only was All For One using an abundance of powerful quirks, he was also using Haki so powerful that he would give even Rayleigh a run for his money. The villain then stared Izuku down before charging. The green-haired boy didn't have much time to react. As he raised his Haki-infused arms into a cross, the two then clashed, sending a wave that was far greater than anything ever before. Izuku gave it his all, holding All For One back to protect the old men that were standing behind him. All For One, however, was doing the same, and he wasn't going to let a kid stop him. The clash continued, with Izuku being pushed back repeatedly before slowly regaining his ground. This angered All For One. As he put more power behind his assault, Izuku responded by firing his spirit out in the form of a wave, aiming to knock All For One out. The villain sensed this conqueror's spirit and snickered as he responded by using his own. The two spirits clashed, sending an additional wave outwards. At first they were equally matched, but it quickly became clear that Izuku didn't stand a chance against All For One. The green-haired boy could feel how his strength slowly faded away from him, and he was being pushed back more and more. He was struggling to keep standing up and was ready to fall at any moment. But that is when he felt a hand on his shoulder supporting him. He quickly turned his gaze in that direction, until he saw something that shocked him. "Rayleigh," the green-haired boy exclaimed. The silver-haired geezer looked drowsy, as he clutched his wound while forcing a smile through it all. "Let's fight him together." "Izuku," the old man shouted, before firing his own spiritual wave towards All For One. The conqueror's spirit of both Rayleigh and Izuku combined into one. As it fought against All For One, it was working. They were actually matching All For One. They were even pushing him back a little. The master and student gave it their all, pouring all of their heart into this one clash. But it still wasn't enough. All For One quickly regained the upper hand and proceeded to push both Izuku and Rayleigh back. The master and student gritted their teeth through the entire process, trying their damnedest to fight back against All For One, but it didn't work. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stand up to the monstrous villain that was All For One. Izuku began losing more and more of his strength, to the point that he couldn't focus. His vision started getting blurry, and he began seeing double on top of it. The green-haired boy was slowly losing his consciousness in an attempt to fight against this villain, and it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Izuku was about to black out when he suddenly felt another hand on his other shoulder. The boy slowly regained some of his vision as he looked to see who it was. When his vision became clearer, he could see a skeletal All Might standing up next to him. The green-haired boy was almost worried, wondering what the blonde and broken hero was trying to do. He was surprised, however, when All Might bellowed and something came out of him. It wasn't just Izuku that was shocked. Neither Rayleigh nor even All For One could believe what they were seeing. All Might wasn't just standing there and helping Izuku stand up. He was adding his own power to the clash. The broken hero was actually using Conqueror's Haki. Both Izuku and Rayleigh were speechless, for they didn't know what to say. All Might had been able to use Haki this whole time. He just didn't know about it until now. The blonde hero then turned towards the baffled master and student, before saying, together, with a firm voice. The master and student shook off their bewilderment, before adopting firm expressions of their own and responding. Together, the trio then turned back to All for One before bellowing. Now it wasn't just two spirits fighting against one. It was three heroic spirits fighting against one single villainous spirit. All for One was being pushed back, grunting in pain as he did. He couldn't keep up with the three spirits clashing against him. The villain was eventually knocked back, staggering and stopping his use of Haki completely. The trio looked at each other before they signaled that it was time to end this. All Might mustered whatever he had left of One for All, channeling it into one massive United States of Smash. Rayleigh mustered whatever power he had left to channel another one of those weird attacks that he used earlier. Izuku was barely clinging to consciousness as he reached far behind him before shouting, Red Hawk, with a hint of desperate rage. As all three of them swung towards the defenseless villain at the same time, the collision created a blast, before it erupted into a fiery tornado that was oozing spiritual energy. Then it all subsided, stopping as quickly as it appeared. The battlefield was covered in dust and smoke, cloaking anything that was standing within it. The dust slowly cleared, first revealing a battered and unconscious All for One on the ground. Then it cleared further, revealing a standing trio of Rayleigh, Izuku, and All Might. The trio stood dead still for the longest time, until they finally moved. Rayleigh and All Might mustered what little they had within them to raise one of their fists into the air, while Izuku used the last of his energy to bellow to the sky. The spectators, and everyone watching, cheered for the fighters, relieved that everything turned for the better. Izuku kept roaring to the heavens, until he lost what little energy he had left. The green-haired boy fell limp and unconscious, before tumbling backwards. He was caught by both Rayleigh and All Might before hitting the ground, and they held him up proudly. You did well, Rayleigh then muttered to his unconscious student, painfully grunting as he did. I'm counting on you, All Might then muttered to the green-haired boy. The two old men then looked at each other, before smiling widely. They both knew that a future with Izuku as a pro hero was the best future they could ever hope for. After the battle ended, the pros on the scene were quick to act. All for One was locked away. The civilians were rescued, and All Might, Rayleigh, and Izuku were taken to a hospital. The trio had taken some damage, but they would recover. What followed was All Might announcing his retirement, and UA establishing their new dorm system. Many parents were hesitant about letting their kids continue in the hero course, but most decided to accept. Izuku's mom was one of the hesitant ones, but she didn't hesitate to accept when UA's latest faculty member made himself known. After that, the students moved into their new dorms, and were quickly run down on the different rules. They then got to unpacking and settling in, which eventually led to a bunch of bickering about Izuku. The green-haired boy was told to go and see Aizawa immediately after unpacking, and many of the students wondered why. There were a few that already had an idea, those being Uraraka, Ida, Katsuki, and Todoroki, and they were thinking that Aizawa had to punish Izuku for his repetitive acts of recklessness. What Class 1 didn't know, however, was that Aizawa was asking Izuku for help. An interesting piece of information had come to the attention of both him and the rest of UAS faculty, which in turn led to them having to incorporate special methods of training in order to cope with the sudden shift in society. Izuku was brought there to share his opinion, for he was one of the most knowledgeable in this matter. He could give the input that they needed, because now push had quickly turned into shove. The following day, all of Class 1 was told to put on their hero costumes and go to Ground Gamma for training. Upon doing so, they saw that more or less every teacher at UA was there waiting for them. Sir, what exactly will we be training today? Ida asked, in his usual manner. Aizawa looked more tired than usual, for the planning had kept him up longer than he thought. You'll be inventing your super moves, but that is only the second priority for some of you, the tired teacher said, before yawning loudly. The students looked at each other confused. Who are the ones that would be given a different task, and what task would that be? These questions were quickly answered when Aizawa spoke up once more. Midoriya, Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Todoroki. The 6 of you will be training with our newest teacher here at UA. The rest of you can get started on your super moves immediately. Midoriya, you've already been told on what to do, so you can also begin right away, the tired teacher said, sounding like he could pass out at any moment. Class 1 had just had more questions now. Why were these specific people chosen? Who is the new teacher? Why did Izuku already know what to do? All these questions swirled between them, until Uraraka voiced at least one of them. Sir, who is the new teacher? The brown-haired girl asked, making most of the class's confusion known. Aizawa yawned as if he was annoyed, but he didn't get to answer before someone appeared and said, "That would be me," with a familiar old voice. The class looked towards the source of this voice and saw none other than Rayleigh standing there. "Mr. Rayleigh," Uraraka exclaimed in shock. The silver-haired geezer just wore his usual smile as he calmly answered, "In the flesh." Having gotten one of those questions answered, the class finally split off. Most of the class went to practice their super moves, while the 6 followed Rayleigh to a more secluded part of the training field. Izuku went with them for a while, before he nodded towards Rayleigh and went to do his own thing. "Why isn't Deku training with us, old man?" Katsuki asked, sounding annoyed. Rayleigh continued to smile as he calmly answered, "Because having him train with you is nothing but a waste of time." Everyone reacted to this in a bad way, because in their ears it sounded like Rayleigh was calling them worthless. The silver-haired geezer continued smiling as he continued to speak. "What you're about to do is something he's been doing every single day for the past 10 years. It's to the point that only me and All Might could spar with him. In that sense, it would be pointless for him to train with the rest of you," Rayleigh said calmly. The students quickly calmed down when they finally realized what Rayleigh meant. It wasn't that they were weak, it was that they were weak when compared to Izuku, and that they could accept. They quickly switched gears, however, as Todoroki asked the obvious question, "What exactly will you teach us?" The bi-colored teen asked, with his usual cold voice. Rayleigh's grin grew wider as he happily answered, "I'll be teaching you how to use a hidden power, more ancient than any quirk, a power that uses the will and spirit of its user to let them do spectacular things. The same power that makes both me and Izuku as strong as we are." The group was now frozen, for this was an answer that they didn't expect. It was hard to believe that there was such a thing as a power more ancient than quirks. But Izuku's incredible power is more than enough to prove that it exists. The 6 students widened their ears in anticipation. They weren't just given the opportunity to potentially become as powerful as their green-haired classmate. They were about to find out the secret behind his incredible strength. Rayleigh's grin just grew wider at the students' reactions, as he calmly said, "I'm going to teach you how to use a special power called Haki." Outro. Thank you all for indulging yourselves in the story thus far. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, there are a few more things that I'd like to go over before the video ends. Firstly, we've got a second channel called Anime Deep Dive. Anime Deep Dive goes deep into the facts and lore of a wide variety of anime. It's sure to expand your weeb knowledge for all kinds of series guaranteed. On top of that, we have a third channel called We The Celestials Naruto What Ifs. It's what we do on this channel already, but in the vast world and lore of Naruto. Go check it out if you're in the mood for some jutsu action. Secondly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. Lastly, if you're interested in what we do here at We The Celestials, then I would like to extend out an invitation to join the team. The only caveat being we only accept members 16 years and up to join our crew. You can sign up for whichever category fulfills your interests by joining the recruitment Discord using the link in the description below. Our Discord is an all-around fantastic place to be. Whether you're a fan or looking to join our band of misfits, we're always looking for members to join us. Well, that's it from us for today's video. So, thank you all for watching, and have a great day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 4 season 3 of What If Deku Had Haki. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Shigaraki was furious, as he kept throwing and breaking whatever he could find. He couldn't believe it. His master had been defeated. Not only that, but he was defeated by that same brat and old man that had already foiled his plans. The hand-covered villain could feel his rage rising within him, which in turn led to him breaking even more things. It didn't help that his companions tried to calm him down, for he simply found everything to be annoying in this moment. It wasn't until Spinner walked up and said, "You need to calm down, Shigaraki," while putting his hand on his shoulder, that something changed within the hand-covered villain. Spinner's words had just made things worse, and now it was all boiling over. He could feel how everything that annoyed him made a pressure on his mind. All Might, the silver-haired geezer, the green-haired brat, Stain, Hero Society, even his own companions. It all created a great pressure, until it was released in the form of a violent wave. It shot out and engulfed everything around him, making the world freeze and go completely silent. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, It vanished without a trace. Both Spinner and Magna fell unconscious to the ground after being hit by this, while the others were shell-shocked. "What was that?" Mr. Compress shouted, voice trembling with fear. Shigaraki looked at him in annoyance, unaware of what he had just done. He didn't get the chance to do anything, however, before someone unknown entered the room. "That right there is the power of a true king," the new figure said, letting his cold and dull voice ring through the air. Everyone looked towards the figure, only to see a strange man with a bird-like mask on his face. "Who are you?" Shigaraki shouted aggressively, ready to jump the man at any second. The man was unfazed by this, as he calmly answered, "I'm Overhaul. I've been searching for you. I have a proposition for you all, if you're willing to listen." The League looked at the man skeptically, for they didn't know what to make of him. All they could do was listen to what he had to say. "I have an offer for you. Work with me and we'll be able to achieve both our goals. And I can teach you how to use that incredible power of yours," Overhaul said calmly, while pointing his finger towards Shigaraki. The hand-covered villain grew both confused and angry as he said, "What power?" with more malice behind his voice. Overhaul was unaffected by this, as he calmly responded, "You possess an ancient power that only kings could use. A power that could easily crush your foes and help you take the world as your own. Join me, and I'll teach you how to use it." Shigaraki was stunned to hear this. He didn't know if any of it was true, but he liked it. A power that only kings could use, and it could help him destroy his enemies. It is exactly what he wanted. The hand-covered villain smiled before he gave his answer to the mysterious man. Class 1 continued their training, with some learning to use Haki. They barely managed the basics with what little time they had left, but it was enough to prepare them for the provisional license exam. The exam went on smoothly, with everyone except for Katsuki and Todoroki passing. What followed the day after was more training from Rayleigh, before school finally started again. Soon after, the class got a visit from the Big Three, who were there to talk about their work studies. This quickly led to a fight between all of the class and the third-year Mirio Tagata, which was basically a slaughter. Izuku didn't participate in the battle, for both he and the other teachers knew who would win. Everything ended with Tagata telling them that work studies can be really difficult, but it would really pay off. "Too bad that you didn't participate in that mock battle. I would have loved to see you beat All Might's successor," Rayleigh said, wearing his usual smile. He and Izuku were just strolling, taking a break to discuss how hectic things had been recently. "If I had participated, it would have defeated the purpose of the mock battle entirely," the green-haired boy calmly answered, as both he and Rayleigh walked at exactly the same pace. The silver-haired geezer knew what Izuku meant. Tagata wanted to show just how strong he was when compared to them. It wouldn't look good if he lost to Izuku. "I know. I was just babbling. Everything is just changing so fast, and it's keeping us all busy," Rayleigh then said, clearly sounding tired. Izuku just gave him a weird look before saying, "I've never heard you complain about it. You get to torment more people with your training now that you're a teacher." With a joking tone, Rayleigh couldn't hold his laughter upon hearing this, for he knew how true it was. Izuku laughed alongside his master without a care in the world, until they were interrupted. It wasn't anyone else who interrupted them. It was Rayleigh himself. The silver-haired geezer suddenly began to violently cough without end, up to the point that he fell to his knees. Izuku looked worriedly at his master, until he shouted, "Rayleigh, are you okay?" With a panicked voice, the silver-haired geezer stopped coughing before he said, "Yeah, I'm fine," with a voice that was clearly pained, while trying to hide away the hand he used to cover his mouth. Izuku saw this and quickly snatched hold of his master's hand, only to be horrified by what he saw. Rayleigh's hand was covered in blood that he had coughed up. The green-haired boy looked at his master with worry, as he said, "No, you're not fine. I've known you for more than 10 years, and I've never seen you cough like that. Not only that, but you coughed up blood." With an almost angry voice, Rayleigh looked away, trying to hide his expression. Izuku noticed this, and immediately knew that his master wouldn't tell him willingly. "What did the doctors tell you?" the green-haired boy asked, almost getting more irritated. Rayleigh realized that he wasn't getting out of this, as he looked towards his student and said, "I took a lot of damage from All for One, and my age isn't making things better. They told me that I don't have much time left." With a pained voice, Izuku began to tremble upon hearing this. He knew that it would be bad, but not this bad. "How long do you have left?" Izuku then asked, sounding emotional as he did. Rayleigh was silent at first, as if he didn't want to answer that question, but he then took a breath and said, "Less than 3 years. I'll be lucky to see you graduate. With a voice that was more emotional than ever, Izuku immediately felt his world crumble around him. Rayleigh wasn't just sick, he was going to die soon. He wouldn't live to see him become a hero. It was at that moment that Izuku realized something else. Rayleigh didn't become a teacher so that he could help train the next generation. He did it so that he could spend more time with Izuku before passing on. The green-haired boy felt his body trembling, fighting back the tears as he stood up and said, "So you weren't going to tell me? You were just going to leave me out of nowhere?" With a cold and dull voice, Rayleigh was pained to hear this. As he stood up and said, "I've lived for almost 80 years. Izuku, I've lived long enough. You, on the other hand, have your entire life ahead of you. Don't let the death of some frail old man drag you down. You've got more important things to think about." With a voice that was as calm as possible, Izuku couldn't handle it anymore. Rayleigh's words are what caused him to break. "More important? You're dying, Rayleigh. How can you say that you don't matter? You've been like a father to me," Izuku shouted painfully. As tears ran down his face, Rayleigh could feel his body trembling, along with the pain that came with Izuku's words. "Izuku, he muttered weakly. But nothing more came after that. The green-haired boy looked at him blankly, before wiping his tears and walking away. Rayleigh watched his student walk away, and it left him with pain. He wanted to call for him and apologize, but he couldn't. Deep down he knew that nothing he said could fix this. Izuku was still in pain, while trying to process everything. He was sitting alone on the front porch of the drums, trying to get as far away from everyone as possible. He just couldn't accept it. Rayleigh, the man who trained and believed in him for basically his entire life, his father figure, was going to die. Not only that, but it would happen in less than 3 years. The green-haired boy tried to come to terms with it, but he couldn't. For every time that he thought about it, he was only filled with pain and sadness. "Hey Deku," a feminine voice said, sounding gloomier than it usually did. Izuku was caught off guard by this, but he didn't react the way he usually did as he responded by saying, "Hey Uraraka," with a dull and dead voice. Uraraka could tell that something was wrong. Whenever she snuck up on Izuku like this, he would jump, but now it was as if he was dead inside. The brown-haired girl walked up to Izuku, before sitting down next to him and saying, "I don't need observation Haki to know that something is wrong. Do you want to talk about it?" With a voice that was as calm as possible, Izuku barely reacted to her words. As he remained silent, it was painful to think about, but right now he needed to say something. "It's Rayleigh. He's sick," the green-haired boy said dully. Uraraka's eyes went wide upon hearing this, as she asked, "Will he be okay?" With a voice that was concerned for both Izuku and his mentor, the green-haired boy looked as dead as before. As he answered, "He won't live long enough to see me graduate. And he didn't plan on telling me either." Uraraka was just silent after hearing this, for she couldn't even begin to imagine what Izuku was feeling. The man that had been there and trained him for more than 10 years was going to die. She couldn't imagine what kind of pain he was feeling right now. There was only one thing that she knew. Izuku needed help more than anyone right now. "I'm not going to pretend that I know Rayleigh like you do, but I'm sure that he just wanted to protect you. I'm sure that he didn't want his death to stop you from reaching your goal," Uraraka said, trying to comfort Izuku as much as possible. The green-haired boy just shivered upon hearing this, as he said, "But it's my fault. If I hadn't joined that fight, he wouldn't have been injured. He would be able to keep living." Almost breaking down into tears, Uraraka took a breath to calm herself before she spoke once more. "All Might and Bakugo would have been hurt, or worse, if you hadn't stepped in. As for Rayleigh getting injured, you don't know what difference it would have made. He's old, so the injury could have just lowered his remaining time by a few years. It was bound to happen eventually. We just have to live with it," she said, sounding as comforting as possible. Izuku stopped shivering upon hearing this, because it was true. He didn't know how much time Rayleigh would have left if he didn't get injured. Even so, it didn't matter. The silver-haired geezer was just trying to protect him, and he got mad. The green-haired boy took a deep breath, before he smiled a little and said, "Thanks Uraraka. I think I feel a little better now. Sorry for bothering you," sounding more joyful than before. Uraraka just smiled at him, as she said, "Don't worry, it's what friends are for, right?" With her own joyous tone, Izuku giggled a little upon hearing this, and so did Uraraka. The two sat there giggling, until they were interrupted by a tired voice that said, "Am I interrupting something here?" The two turned their heads towards the source of the voice, and immediately saw that it was Aizawa. The teens quickly stood up and greeted their teacher, but Aizawa could tell that something had happened. He could see that Izuku had been crying, and assumed that Uraraka had comforted him. The tired teacher sighed, thinking that Izuku had found out about Rayleigh's condition, before brushing it off by saying, I came here to say that the both of you have received offers to do a work study. Uraraka. You and Asui have received offers from Ryukyu, Midoriya. You received an offer from Sir Night-Eye. They want to see you tomorrow. With his usual tired voice, both students were shocked to hear this. They didn't just get offers to do work studies, but one of them got an offer from Sir Night-Eye. Aizawa looked at his students in amusement, before walking past them and saying, don't forget to make yourselves presentable tomorrow. And good luck. Before walking through the dorm doors, the following day Izuku was taken to Sir Night-Eye's agency by Tagata, who happily conversed with him the entire way. It was during this walk that Izuku revealed that he knew about One for All, shocking Tagata in the process. Some time passed, and the duo eventually made it to their destination. They would be shocked, however, when they opened the door to reveal that Night-Eye was torturing one of his sidekicks. Izuku was only a little shocked to see this, but he wasn't scared. The pain that Rayleigh had put him through on a daily basis is the only thing worth fearing. Night-Eye turned his expression towards Izuku, looking a little cold, before he asked, are you Midoriya? With a calm voice, Izuku could feel Night-Eye's aura, and it was impressive. This man could easily rival most of the top heroes. No wonder he was All Might's sidekick. Yeah, it's an honor to meet you, Sir Night-Eye, the green-haired boy said calmly. Without taking his eyes off the hero, Night-Eye stood still and silent for a second, until he quickly walked up to Izuku. The green-haired boy was then shocked to see the pro shake his hand while bowing his head and say, I must thank you. You helped All Might in his final fight. For that you have my gratitude. With an almost excited voice, Izuku didn't know how to react to this. Even Tagata was shocked. He could tell that this was not how the hero usually behaved. You're welcome, I guess, the green-haired boy said, still weirded out by the situation. Night-Eye got back to his usual manner upon hearing these words from Izuku, before he walked towards his desk and said, bring out your form. I would like to sign it immediately. With a calm voice, Izuku did as the man told him. He gave his form to Sir Night-Eye and watched as the hero signed it. Tagata smiled at Izuku, happy that he was on board. Night-Eye didn't waste a single second. He quickly put Izuku to work by informing him about his investigation into a group called the Shy Hasekai, while showing him and Tagata a picture of their leader called Overhaul. The two were then told to go on Tagata's usual patrol, and to avoid confrontation with anyone in the Shy Hasekai. The teens then got into their hero costumes, before leaving to patrol the area. During this patrol, Tagata asked numerous questions to Izuku, such as why he declined One for All, what his master was like, and what his hero name was. Izuku answered all of these questions truthfully, but almost stopped himself when talking about Rayleigh.